I'm here to talk to you about the Millennia. Basically, this is a concept that is in many of the world religions today. The Christian religion talks about after the rapture, the 1,000 years of peace and harmony. The Hindus, the Buddhists, all talk about this, and it's coming soon. In the ways of the Buddhist religion, they believe that Maitreya will be the one that will take us. I'd like to introduce to you myself, for I'm Maitreya, for I would like to be the one to introduce to you. And as you read this book, as you watch this video, as you see this movie, I want you to remember today, because today is a historic occasion. We're going to create the impulse that will lead us to 1,000 years of peace and harmony. We must realize that as we will go through many different ideas, we will touch on many truths. I want to condense this profound experience into a book for you. In making this into a series of tapes, it's going to take over 10 hours for me to be able to do this. But I want to be able to express a way that our people, our planet, our culture, our society, and I don't mean just the single society, but the world society. How can human beings go from the culture that we have now to 1,000 years of peace and harmony? Because what we have seen throughout the entire history of mankind is very little bits of peace and harmony, usually captured at the end of the day. Very few times have we actually had peace and harmony. We've lived in wars and turmoils and etc. And we have to recognize that even little tiny things, the Oklahoma City bombing thing, is an expression of a problem internal into America. And yet it was debilitating. It created incredible problems and killed many people. It's this type of thing that we have to deal with in order to get to our peace and harmony. Not just the external wars, but we have to be able to look into the hearts of human beings. And what I would like to express to you today is a whole series of different things. Many different items, many different truths, many different concepts to help get us to that point. They talk about people sometimes having a clarity of mind, the ability to, as they say in the East, certain stones that can be dropped into muddy water, and once dropped into the muddy water can make it clear. That is what I'm trying to do for you today. I'm trying to make the water clear. I'm trying to bring it into the clarity of how can we get to this level of peace. When we talk about this level of peace, I want to use Star Trek as an example for this. What do I mean? When I looked at the first Roddenberry Star Trek TV show, we saw a very exciting idea of the future. Along with the many ideas of technology of the future, came an idea of the society of the future. A society where money didn't matter so much. A society of peace and harmony within the world of the Federation. Within the world of the planet Earth. A place where there was much more harmony, respect. A place without war. The turmoils were with other societies that had built their other large groups. In getting to this peaceful idea of this harmony, Roddenberry never tells us how we get there. He tells us that there's a place in our future possibilities. A place where we might be above the money and finances. A place where we could find a different way of relating. A society of peace. I think he's talking about the Millennia. I think he's talking about 1,000 years of peace and harmony. Freedom for technology to grow. But how do we get there? Roddenberry does not offer us any explanation of how we got there from here to there. This is what I would like to do for today. Many of the things that I will say will be repetitive, as that they will be repeated many, many times. But we have to understand that repetition is learning. We know from our children that we need to repeat things for them to learn them. We shouldn't be afraid of repeating things. We shouldn't be afraid of repetition. Repetition can be used as a way to teach us clarity. Too much truth. This is the next one. Too much truth. Another title for this documentary series. I want to have a series of titles. And what we're going to do here is we're going to condense ideas of truth. We're going to talk about how do we get and how do we take our society to 1,000 years of peace and harmony without wars and terrorism, and how do we get to that level of happiness? We can have it for 1,000 years. We've always talked about in all our different legends the idea of the millennia, the idea of this happening. It's been foretold, it's been forecast. What is it? How do we get there? And that's what this is all about. That's what we're doing here. And the idea of too much truth. Because if we take a little bit of truth and give somebody a little bit of truth, people like that. The idea that maybe a drug might be harmful, because like Benedictine, which produced autism, etc., and affected my son Daniel. That's a little bit of truth. And when the court case happened, we all applauded when we got that little bit of truth. But what if the truth was that all of the drugs were bad? Would that be maybe too much truth? Would that step on too many toes? Would that interfere with too much money? Many people are afraid of me. There are people told that it's illegal to attend one of my seminars. There are people who will tell you that it is illegal for you to watch this documentary because they are afraid that you're going to hear too much truth. A little bit of truth is okay, but too much truth. If we start to find out that children are being kidnapped in the pedophile rings, an international pedophile ring that operates throughout the world, if we hear that, it's a truth and that's okay. But if we start finding out that there are 45,000 children a year missing, then it becomes horrific. Maybe it's too much truth. When I made the movie The Greatest Sin, I put in too much truth. I purposely wanted to make a movie that would not entertain you, a movie that would challenge you, a movie that would disturb you, a movie that would challenge you to take part, take a place, do something. That's the kind of movie I made. And people said it was too much truth. Many people were afraid of it. People were afraid to show it. People were afraid to watch it. When I went to Arlon, the trial of Marc Dutroux, which is what the movie's about, The Greatest Sin is actually the Marc Dutroux story. His court case in Arlon, Brussels, there was 1,300 different people from the media from all around. We invited them to come see the movie, see the premiere, the first time we'd ever shown it in a public fashion. I rented a room, 350 seats, and nobody showed. None of those reporters came. Reporters who, out of due diligence, should be doing something. But it was too much truth. The idea of us stepping on the toes, when we're going to say, we're going to bring out time and time again in this documentary, money is a drug, and it is an addictive substance, and it can hurt people. And how do we control this addictive substance? What do we do, and how do we find ways of helping our society to get to that 1,000 years of peace and harmony? It's going to take a lot of truth to get there. And what happens when there's too much of it? When it's overwhelming and it becomes the fact that, oh my God, you're impinging on the flow of cash. We're not talking about impinging on the flow of cash of moderate people. We're talking about the cash of the very, 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 very rich. And now that becomes scary because these people can threaten our lives with lawsuits or worse. Then it becomes too much truth.
contained within this long, ultra-long, boring frickin' documentary I'm making for you is too much truth. It's going to scare you. It's going to challenge you. It's going to disturb you. I'm going to insult you. I'm going to swear at you. I'm going to do everything I can to emphasize and garnish for every little bit of attention that I can get from you. I want you to think of me like a cobra in your room, a snake. And I am dangerous, very dangerous. Why? I offer no threat other than truth. What I offer, the threat that I offer society, the threat that I offer you, the threat that I offer the politicians, the threat that I offer everybody is truth. And that becomes a threat because too much truth is a problem. And that's what this is about. And that's what this documentary is about. You want a name for this documentary. It's Too Much Truth. And some people can't handle the truth. In fact, can society handle the truth? I believe you can. I believe you can handle the truth. I believe that what I have put into this painstaking effort to try to unturn every little stone I can in building a society, not through structuralized walls of just one group of people, but offering an international morality and a review and process, that by doing that, I believe I can help this planet. I'm doing my thing. I am the messenger. Please don't shoot the messenger. But if the messenger has too much truth, everybody wants to shoot him. Please don't shoot the messenger. I'm here for you. I'm here to rattle your cage, pull on your chain. I'm here to make you wiggle in that seat. I'm here to entertain you. I'm here to talk to you. And I'm here to give you too much truth.
The first thing I would like to express is a basic truth that we need to involve ourselves in. As a society, as people, we must learn to judge teachings, not teachers. We must be able to know that it's not the teacher that affects the teaching as much as the teaching. We need to judge the teachings. I recognize that in your busy lives, you have to decide what to attend to and what not to attend to, and whether you should attend to a drunken bum speaking to you from the gutter. Should that be worth your time and effort? Or does that person have to have a suit? In my mind, I think suits are the problem of the world. Almost every problem that I can think of in this world, there's somebody wearing a suit behind it, propagating it, extending it. If I look at all of the different concerns that threaten the existence of the human being on this planet, and I will find a suit behind it, behind each and every one of them. But just what is it that allows us? Why did we get into this idea of judging teachers and not teachings? Well, it's beyond just the idea of wasting time, the idea that perhaps the person we're talking to might not have clarity and we want to make a judgment. It's beyond that. As we get into development of our society, there are many different ideas that we are going to express that people don't like. So it's often easier to criticize a teacher than it is to criticize his teachings. Because criticizing a teaching means dealing with an idea, and sometimes there are ideas that we will express here that are very uncomfortable and cannot be dealt with. So by criticizing the teacher, we take away from that. What that allows our money people and the upper society to do is basically be able to poo-poo any idea, because they will find fault with any teacher. I must tell you that we must get to the point of judging teachings, not teachers. That's why I dress for you the way I am. I perform as a woman. Many of the parts of this video you'll see me as a woman, because I'm trying to get across a very deep, drastic point. Judge the teachings, not the teacher. I'm going to give you plenty of ways of judging the teacher. but you're going to have to deal with the teachings. We need to not judge the teachers, but judge the teachings, to evaluate the ideas, because the ideas that we're going to speak here are going to change the world. This tape is going to change the world, and now you are becoming part of it, because you are changing the world by watching this, by reading this. You are becoming part of this process. Because once we touch different places in your mind with an idea, you are different. And being different, you must act differently. You must gather responsibility. So please, as we go through the different discussions, don't bother yourself with the teacher. Struggle with the teachings. Don't call me up with ideas about who I am, what I did, etc. It doesn't matter. You must deal with the teachings. It is the teachings with crystal clarity of how do we change this world? How do we go to 1,000 years of peace and harmony? Can you imagine in your mind 1,000 years without war? 1,000 years without people killing each other? Can you imagine such a thing? Can you imagine in your mind? Maybe you don't have the ability to imagine that in your mind. Maybe there is so much pain and anger and anguish in your own heart that you can't even imagine this. There are people who can. And one day you will too. We will recognize the ability in our own hearts. We can do this.
Maitreya, another name. Maitreya is written in the Buddhist texts, a prophecy of Maitreya. The idea that there would come a very wise man, Buddha-like, Bodhisattva-like, etc. It would come a time that that person would step forward, about this time in our society, that would come forward and guide us to 1,000 years of peace and stillness. It took a long time for me to actually accept the fact that I was that person, and that's what I'm here for, and that's what this is about. And that's what this is the name of it, Maitreya. And if you're afraid of that name, turn off this video, watch the free beer name. Because it's just a name. As our friend Shakespeare says, a rose by any other name would smell so sweet. It's just the name. It's a set of vibrations that tingle our ear and start a cascade of ideas. It's not meant to be in any shape or form non-Christian, non-Hindu, non-Muslim. It's meant to be all things, to bring it all together. Because it is a concept of fulfillment, a concept of fulfillment of a prophecy. The prophecy also exists in the Christian religion that we would have 1,000 years of peace and harmony, that there would come this type of time where war would be a thing of the past. I'm here to outline a process of how that could happen. I'm the messenger, maybe the John the Baptist type character, because I believe that Christ will come. I do believe that. I am not the Christ. I am not that. I'm the Maitreya. I'm the person who's going to usher that in. And I want to define this process. And I've taken painstaking research and time. It's taken me 25 years to fabulate all of the little things that need to be put into this process of how do we get there? What is it that we want to, where we want to be, and how do we get there? And how do we put this all together? That's what this is all about. For the prophecy to come about for this 1,000 years, the Buddhist community will have to embrace me as the Maitreya for what I am. Not because I know anything, and not because I can recite any certain phrases or know any of that. That's irrelevant. The idea that this Maitreya would be the usher-in of the millennia. If we can achieve that little goal, if the Buddhists could welcome me, I think that would start the cascade. It's the truth, the name of the documentary that I'm doing. And I hope that we can all achieve it day by day, inch by inch.
Money is a drug. Undeniably, absolutely. Money is a drug. It is an addictive substance. We must look at the works of Machiavelli. We must recognize that this man saw with clarity into the human heart. That money does affect people. And a man might forget his father's face, but intimately will know his father's property. We must recognize that money is a drug. It's an addictive substance that basically creates much of the problems. The Bible says money is the root of all evil. It is very close to that because it is an addictive substance. And as a strongly addictive substance, it can make people want more and more and more. Once we've looked at the idea of money and its power and its addictive force, we must recognize another factor, that this is a addictive substances, and just like every other addictive substances, we talk about controlled substances. The substances that our society has deemed must be controlled because of their strongly addictive qualities. Money must be controlled as well. If we're going to get to that 1,000 years of peace and harmony, if we're going to get to that place, we're going to have to deal with the stark reality of controlling this ultimate drug, money. Just what are we saying here? We're going to have to find ways that we can set limits, that we can affect the pursuit of money, because we will find that once certain people will get addicted to this substance, they will cause harm to others. That every war initiated by mankind has been because of property being an expression of money, or some other factor. The United States government had frozen the bank accounts of the Japanese just prior to Pearl Harbor. It was for this reason that the Japanese decided to attack. If all of your money was frozen in the bank, I think you might be angry too. That does not justify the action. It explains it. We must recognize that money is an addictive substance and will cause people to kill other people in the name of money. It is the root of most evil. As a controlled substances, then we must be able to do things about this. In another part of this tape, in another part of this book, I go through a very long description about money and medicine and how we could take the money concept out of medicine. And we explore the whole idea of medicine. Make sure you read that so you can understand, because I talk a lot about money being a drug there as well. Speaking of money and medicine, money and drug, to repeat a story, in the last Olympics, we had a little girl from Romania who had won the all-around category of the Olympics. One of the most incredible events in the Olympics. Being an ex-gymnast, I know it's incredible to go all around and win the gold medal and be the best in the world. And yet, one of the doctors of Romania had given her a small little pill with just a touch of ephedra, mahung, a type of herb. And it appeared in a urine analysis, and the gold medal was taken away. Can we understand that money is a drug and money is an unfair advantage? We were trying to stop the little girl from having an unfair advantage over her competitors. What would you rather have? $6 million per athlete or one mahung pill? Can you understand that money is the greatest unfair advantage, and that a rich culture spending $6 million per athlete is a dramatic unfair advantage over a country spending $600 per athlete? Can we really understand that? Would anybody turn down that $6 million and say, nope, it's not an advantage at all? There's no advantage to money. There's a dramatic advantage to money, and every human being in the world would take that advantage over the mahung pill. But we're not discussing that, because all of a sudden that would be stepping on the toes of rich societies. We don't want to touch on the toes of rich societies. talk about money being a drug, that might not be popular. But if we're going to get to that point of 1,000 years of peace and stillness, we have to accept money is a drug. Motivation determines perception. And if you are addicted to money, as most people in the rich societies are, money will twist your perspective. Saving a couple of pennies at the gas pump will allow you to invade another country's sovereignty. Or pretty much do anything. Because money will always be that powerful twister of perception. Motivation determines perception, as we've talked. We must recognize that this is a powerful factor in the world. And that if our perception is too much money, if money is our motivation, our complete motivation, then it will twist our perception and allow us to do much of anything. We'll call this process rationalization, as we will rationalize doing almost anything in the name of money. We will also do it in the name of revenge. We'll talk about this later.
How to Make and Save Money. It's also the title of this documentary series. Basically, I want to bring out, as we discuss this, that money is a drug. It's undeniably a drug. And as a drug, it must be a controlled substance. Because it can produce addictive behavior, and that addictive behavior can be destructive to you and your family. The addictive behavior could trigger you to do almost anything for money. Absolutely undeniably true. We're not trying to reject money. Please understand this. Many people will say this as in order to try to refute what we're doing. No, we are not rejecting money. There was a man who wrote, I think it was Byler, who wrote a book saying that food is your best medicine. Food is a drug. In the classes that I teach in healthcare, one of the things that we like to teach is that in the Sanskrit medical schools of India, one of the tests that they did is they would ask somebody to go out into the woods, out into the forest, and try to find one plant that had no medicinal value. And you couldn't pass until you came back with the idea that doesn't exist. All plants have some medicinal value. All plants have some drug-like capacities. And that food is your best medicine, and the drug should come there. So we're not trying to say that we want to do away with money. Believe me. We're trying to tell you how you can make money, how you can save money, how you can process it. What can our society do? We just want to make sure that all of these different substances that can be drugs can be controlled to a point where they won't hurt people, because right now money is hurting people, and money is threatening this planet. We are at the point where self-interest groups and large monies that we don't understand. We're not talking about anybody who makes $100 million a year. We're talking about the guy who makes $100 billion a year. We're talking about the large people who are making decisions that put more money into their pocket and that possibly could result in the demise of this planet. We're talking about the genetically modified foods. We're going to talk about the drug companies. We're going to talk about the politicians. We're going to talk about the oil companies. We're going to talk about a host of these different things. And I want you to understand that when I say money is a drug, we're not talking about your money. We're talking about how you can make more money and how you can save money. We do not want to ignore money. In fact, we want to embrace it. Money is just as needed as everything else. In the 60s, back in my old generation, the young kids, the hippies, as we were called, I never really got initiated in. I was too conservative for the hippies. I was a computer nerd geek. So I wasn't really included into it. In fact, I didn't even know all their secret handshakes. It was embarrassing. I wouldn't do the drugs and everything. So I wasn't really a, quote, hippie, but to my father I was. So I guess I can kind of include myself in that hippie standard. The hippies tried to do away with money tried to have societies where things would be in barter and all that. No, it's not what I'm after. Money is a process. Economic opportunity is part of life. To ignore a truth is to give it power. To ignore a truth gives it power. And to ignore money is to ignore truth, to ignore finances, and that would give it power. And that resulted in the demise of the hippie type of generation. They couldn't stand up against the forces that were against them. But also to deny another truth would give it power. Money is a drug, and as a controlled substance, it can influence people's perception. We will point out that motivation determines perception. And if motivation is money, and for most people it is, it can twist perception. So with this in mind, I want to prepare the idea that this video series that I'm doing here is designed to help society and to help you make more money and save more money. It's designed for that. So open your mind, and you're going to hear some things that might sound counter to that. But have a deeper analysis, because it's not true.
But recognizing that motivation determines perception, and that money is a drug, and money can affect perception, this is one of the reasons why we try to recognize another factor about teachers and teachings, because many times a teacher might have a motivation. A teacher's motivation might allow him to charismatically express his teaching in such a way that we like it, because many people have the gift of gab, that, etc. And I'm just a messenger here giving you a message, and perhaps some people will think that of me as well. Judge the teachings. Listen to that. And listen to the heart now of the teacher. What is my motivation? I'm not doing this for money. Every bit of money that will come out of making this book or this movie will be used to help the education of the children of the world. This is my motivation. Education, the world, changing the world. How do we get to this 1,000 years of peace and harmony? Because I would like my children and my children's children to have that. It is doable. It is possessible. We can do it. We can have it. We could have it within 1 year. Within 1 year, by listening to the examples and the ideas in this book, you, the people, within 1 year can change the world and liberate it. And we could have that 1,000 years of peace and harmony. It might take 100 years. The ideas that I'm expressing will be undeniably real and will be contagious, because as Victor Hugo says, there's one thing more powerful in all the world than all the armies: an idea whose time has come. And I'm about to give you a wealth of ideas how to get there. But it could be done in a year. It could be done in less. It could be done quickly and easily as you listen to the ideas. Because once you understand that money is a drug, it needs to have some control of this substance, it starts to change your mind. You start to recognize that perhaps maybe you've lost perspective. This is one of the reasons why we like to judge teachers, not teachings. I want you to understand that in this heart, the true motivation is the changing of the world, arriving at that 1,000 years. That's what I'm trying to get to. That's why I'm offering this to you, not for money, not for power. Now, as we look at these different factors, and I've described in one tape how to get money out of medicine, basically by trying to get money out of synthetic drugs and synthetic chemical companies who manufacture the drugs, because they represent a real strong threat to this planet. So I'd like us all to be advised of this and recognize that there are ways that we can deal with this. We're trying to find a way to get to the dignity, the beauty, the majesty of what we are. The story I like to tell is how the beauty, the majesty, the power, the fantastic qualities of the human spirit, the human mind, the human abilities, that these are like a treasure. Let's imagine a diamond necklace inside a box, a crate. And we might use a crowbar to open up that box. We see this beautiful treasure, but no, we like the crowbar, because the crowbar is what got us to the treasure. There are many different examples of this. How a meditation can do this. A teacher, a book. People might be carrying around this book, might be carrying around this movie, and say, this is the one. Dr. Nelson is the one. He's my crowbar. Just a tool. Can you find the majesty, the power, the true essence, the truest jewel, the truest thing to possess? That's the beauty within, the grace. Let that be your necklace. Wear it. Don't carry around the tools. People might ask you, where did you get that? You might explain to them, I use this tool. But that should not be the number one point of discussion, because people will then see if you carry around the tool, if you put the crowbar around your neck, people will say, what's the crowbar doing around your neck? You say, that's this book, or this religion, this. That's just a way to get you to that peace, that stillness, that beauty. Let's recognize the dignity and the power. And as we capture this idea of the true spirit, if we look at our lives and the people we truly admire, if we look at the different things around us, and the movies and the books and the arts around us, we see many things that can touch us.
So I have a message for the chemical companies and this whole idea of the different drugs that they've made. Before I express that message, I thought about how to put it in such a way. I'd like to put a sugar coating on that message and really kind of tone down and use tact and basically human communication skills to really earnestly make an appeal. And rather than say what's fully on my heart, I just wanted to say something very tactful, and I wanted to sugarcoat the message. And what I wanted to say is, you fucked up bad, you fucked up real bad, so bad, how bad? You fucked up so bad, you fucked up too bad, you fucked up how bad? Well, let me tell you how bad. You fucked up really bad. Instead of taking natural medicine, the compounds that you know worked, you bastardized the whole idea. You made synthetics. You knew that the synthetics didn't work. You took the damn data from the natural and submitted it. You weaseled and did everything you could against the idea of healing and for the idea of profit. You fucked up bad, really bad, incredibly bad. You fucked up this goddamn planet. You put us all in jeopardy. You've made synthetic chemicals that we don't even have any idea what they're going to do in the future. You fucked up really bad. Hello, I'm Mr. Paul I. Titian. I'm here today to talk to you about a very bad idea that's developing. The idea that the people should represent themselves. The idea that the people should have the vote. For all the years that we've had America, we have not let the people vote because we don't believe the people really have the intelligence or the mind or the ability to actually govern themselves and decide on issues. We have found that the best way for that is to run a popularity contest. Have them vote for somebody that they like their look of in the suit and they like the jingles that they might say. Then this person can go in and actually represent the Republican or Democratic Party to the best of his ability. The Republican and Democratic Party know what's best, and these parties will tell the politician just how to vote. So we like to come out against the idea of a true democracy letting the people actually have the vote, letting the people decide about the issues, because that would not be the American way.
Now we're going to talk now about a very simple process that once we've laid this out, we will recognize that it is a contagious quality and it will happen. What we're talking about is how do we get money out of politics? We're going to talk about the basic process of politics and a basic process of politics known as democracy. First, we want to outline its origins. And it comes from a man named Democritus who lived in Greece, Athens. And he had the idea that everybody in their little society of 200, 300, 400 people everybody should come to the main group, the Parthenon. Everybody would come there and negotiate, and they would have a democracy where they would vote and majority would rule. This was an idea of total participation. Everybody having a vote on all issues. Now, this was not really doable once you get past 1,000 people and you start getting into larger and larger quantities. And of course, when America came up with the idea of democracy, trying to capture this idea given to us from the Greeks of majority rule and participation. Back in the 1700s and the early 1800s, of course, there was no technology where all the people of America could get together and talk, share ideas, vote. There was no way to get everybody to participate in every issue. So they had to do away with the issue of democracy and modify it to a type of what we call a republic, where representatives would be hired, voted on, and our votes would be towards a representative. And the representative would be a person who would represent a group of people, be it in the Congress, the Senate, or the House of Representatives. House of Representatives. This was the only way we could do this up until recently. Because now we have a different state of affairs. Now, as America grows, we have to recognize that money is a drug. Motivation, twist, perception. And that our history of the Republic of America, the history of the modified democracy, and we have to use this as a word because it is not a true democracy. The history of this modified democracy is littered with cases of the drug of money affecting the representatives and their votes. Now it has degenerated, and I use the word degenerated, to a point of a two-party system, Republican and Democrat, where now people are voted on based on their semi-religious beliefs about being Republican or Democrat, told what to do to vote on, and we've lost touch with the actual fact of a democracy. And now today we have the ability to capture democracy. What do I mean? Explicitly, today with the computer technology, there is a way for us to capture democracy. A full, absolute, clear way. What are we talking about? Let's talk about a new computer party. We take Joe Blow, lives in the state of Texas. I'm going to pick the worst state in the country for this. And Joe's going to run on the simple prospect of a computer party. Now, what Joe is going to do is, once elected, he will put every issue that he gets to vote on onto the internet. He will take all of the money that he gets. He will devote this all into the development of an internet page and a local television show throughout whatever his jurisdiction is. So there'll be a television show providing a forum of discussion for his people. People will then be picked to come onto the television show, argue their points, express their points. 5-10 minute forum, depending on the size, depending on the issues. And all of the issues that Joe gets in his jurisdiction, that he gets from Washington to vote on, those will all be given to his people via the internet. People will have a chance to express their ideas among others, and then the people will vote. We know this is possible. You know that your credit cards are protected now. Nobody is grossly defecting your credit cards. There is much more accuracy in the use of your personal Social Security number and credit card numbers. When we saw these in Florida, we saw these ideas of the Chads, these ripped and broken Chads. We saw that people really didn't have the voting capacity that they did. They were creating a voting, and they really didn't have the accuracy. We see that throughout America now. When we analyze it, we saw this presidential race. It was amazing to actually recognize that the actual vote was not tabulated with the accuracy that we had thought. but watched American senators and representatives go around the world and poo-poo the way that the world does voting, etc. And then we found out that here in America was just as bad. That the accuracy was not 100%, was not 99%, was much less than that. And that all the different systems that they used. And yet, a computer system could be made and protected. This is technologically, completely 100% viable today. Today. Not tomorrow. This is implementable within the next couple of months. Somebody could run for office. Joe Blow could run for office on the computer party. It was simply the idea that how his people vote, he will vote. If only 10% of his people vote on an issue, then he will have to decide. There have to be all the little things ironed out between his and his constituents as to when is there a cutoff. But as his people vote, he will vote. All the little particulars that would be discussed about this would be discussable and doable and resolvable in a short period of time. Yes, I understand that there are thousands of issues. Thousands of issues in order to actually make this completely viable. And there's education, and at the first time it happens, there might be disasters. But there will be a system, it will work well, and it will be the future. The Republican and Democrat Party is already dead. This is an idea whose time has come. And in 1996, when I fathered this idea, and I propagated it, for the first time in 1996, when I lectured about this idea of a computer party, it started to plant seeds throughout. Seeds that are blossoming here, blossoming there. As many people are starting to recognize that this computer party is definitely a viable option. And once done, it's irrelevant as to Joe's stance on Social Security. Because as his people vote, he will vote. And it will be a true democracy. A true democracy. This is doable now. It's recognizable. All the little issues that need to be discussed, will be done. And basically what we're looking at is an undeniable truth of democracy. Because right now it's hypocritical to continue in the democracy in regards to our technology. It is hypocritical for us to continue with the modified democracy in the light of the new technology which offers us a true democracy. A true democracy where everybody gets a chance to express an idea, everybody gets the chance to vote, and the issues will be voted on by the people. And what have we just done? We have now undeniably done the most important thing in politics. We've taken money out of the equation. Lobby groups cannot go to Joe Blow. It would be a waste of time. It would be a waste of time for a lobby group to knock on Joe's door. Joe is locked into voting how his people vote. The Republicans and Democrats would not call and to ask Joe or tell Joe what to vote for and what not to vote for against his conscience or etc. There'd be no ability whatsoever for people to push a vote on Joe. The vote would be his people and his people alone. And they would have to reach to them because then the issues would be voted on individually. Do you understand the power of what we're saying? Do you understand the hypocriticalness of continuing a modified democracy, a republic, a representative? Because what we have now is we've built a system that was designed for the people, of the people, by the people. But it very soon got modified to a system that was for the representative, by the representative, and of the representative. As the representatives started to vote on issues for themselves and for the Republican Party, for the Democrat Party, and what's happened here is a vast contingency of repercussions of money, greed, lobbyist groups, buying, shifting, promises, partyism, cronyism, all these things that take off. The two-party system now is dead. This idea will happen. Just a matter of time. Will it take a year? Will it take 2? Will it take 10? Will it take 100? But believe me, this true democracy will eat at the hypocriticalness of the modified democracy. The idea of a true democracy will gradually infect the people. Can it be done now? Yes, this could be done now. you people out here could vote on this. We could make this computer party real within less than a year. People could get elected. We could start to build a process where they would be independent of Republican and Democrats. The people would actually make choices. And the people could choose Republican or Democrat, but the people would make a choice on every issue that would come. How many issues are there? There's 10,000 some odd issues that are presented a year, but 9,000 of these are trivial issues regarding whether there should be a special flag given to a school in North Carolina. There's many trivial issues. There are about 1,000 major issues that are decided upon, voted upon, often weaved together. This is not an easy thing to do. Now, one of the things we're talking about is, as representative, it's also his job to generate new ideas, new laws. This would now fall as a responsibility onto every individual. As every individual, every school child of a certain age, every person within that jurisdiction would be able to come up with an idea for a law, foster it, push it, and get it in. And if there's support for it, and if support is garnished, and if it's a good idea, and if the things work, a bill can happen from every individual in that jurisdiction. The computer party offering the true democracy to Texas. And it would be a true democracy where everybody would have a chance. They would be able to explain onto the internet and explain onto the TV shows just how an idea for a law might actually get started and garner support, and how it could be pushed. Because everybody would become part of the system now, and Joe is just a conduit. Joe Blow would just be a conduit. He would be the person who takes these ideas. Now, Joe, of course, we would want him to be intelligent. We'd want him to be ethical, because he has to sign contracts of what he's going to do. This is doable. Right now it's not doable because these people get money. Joe will not be able to get money for doing his job. That would be totally prohibited because people would know about these things. So he won't be able to make promises. He might be able to influence a decision, but he won't be able to make a decision. Joe might be able to get up and talk and say, hey, I support this idea. But if the people vote against it, he would be contractually bound to vote the way the people vote. This could be doable. It would have to have legal analysis, computer analysis, technological analysis, software analysis, protection analysis, security analysis. Doable in 1 year. Change the world. Take money out of politics. Can you imagine? The lobby groups are shivering at this idea. And they might want to shoot the messenger and take me out. Listen, the teacher's got nothing to do with this. That's why I wear a dress. You must deal with the teaching. You must deal with the reality that your democracy is not a true democracy today. It could be tomorrow.
So I would like to be able to say something about the people supporting the idea of the current form of democracy. We've kind of discussed this and how it really isn't quite a democracy, as Democritus found. And I just wanted to say something to these people, and I wanted to be able to sugarcoat the message, have a little tact, and say it in a very appealing way so I don't ruffle any feathers and don't make anybody really mad, because I don't want to say exactly what's deep in my heart. So I want to sugarcoat this message, and as I talk to the people about democracy, because what I really want to say, as I sugarcoat this is, you fucked up bad, you fucked up really bad, you fucked up so incredibly motherfucking goddamn bad, you fucked up too bad, you fucked up so bad, you fucked up how bad, let me tell you how bad. You fucked up really bad, because it is not a democracy. You have this idea of a Republican Democratic Party, and what that really means is you're electing an official who later gets bribed, he gets dissuaded, lobby groups come and talk to him. He is then responsible for the vote, and he does not always represent the voters. He most of the time represents the Republican or Democratic Party, not the voters of his instinct, not the voters of his area, not the people that he truly represents. He cannot get free of his own self-interest. What Democritus envisioned in a democracy back in Greece was that everybody participating in every decision. This was impossible until now. But now, with the computer generation, it is possible to have a true democracy. Because what exists today is not a true democracy. It is a republic. You fucked up bad. You fucked up really bad. You have this Republican Democratic Party. you don't worry about what's right for America. You don't worry about what's right for the people. You don't worry about what's right for the geography. You don't worry about the children. You worry about the party. And if you're worrying about the party, then you fucked up really goddamn bad. So bad. How bad? Let me tell you how bad. Because it is against the interests of the basic idea of a government for the people, a government by the people, a government of the people. Now what we have is a government of the representative, a government by the representative, a government for the representative, where the representative's self-interests come up to the top, and they are the cream. That's what generates his vote, not the vote of the people. What we need is a new system where that representative can get a direct idea of what his constituents have to say on every issue. Then we will have a democracy. And when that representative is held responsible by the people, by the actual vote of the people on every issue, then we will have a true interest. But we have a problem here. If we're going to make a government of the people, we have an awful lot of stupid people. And that's what we need to concentrate on, education. So I just hope that my sugarcoating was successful, and I hope that I had enough tact to be able to tell you what I really feel.
Now, when we do this and we come to this idea, true democracy, you know what we're faced is the biggest problem? The biggest problem faces us right into the face. We got a lot of stupid freaking people. There's a lot of stupid people out there. We're going to be giving the vote to an awful lot of stupid people. It's hard to tell. This is an idea. We definitely know that we do not have a true democracy. And it's kind of a hypocrisy to go around the world and tell people to vote and etc. When I first went to Budapest back in 1990, I found here that now the people had to vote. But I thought that they would have some idea about politics. They had no idea about politics. The president had died for 3 weeks. I was there for 3 weeks. Nobody mentioned it to me. The president of Hungary died. And it was not a topic of any discussion of anybody while I was there. Throughout the world, we must recognize that most countries have anywhere from 15 to 20 parties. There's all kinds of parties that you can vote for. And it's very, very seldom that any party even gets a majority. So when they look at the two-party system in America, it's appalling. We have an awful lot of stupid people. Education now becomes a primary factor. We must now talk about another change the world idea. An idea that is absolutely undeniably true. An idea that will change the world. An idea that is definitely needed. Equal economic education is this idea. We have now, most of the places of the world, an unequal economic system where the poor people do not get the same education as the rich. I was totally appalled when I went to South Africa and visited there, and having heard about how the apartheid was dissolved, etc., to find out the incredible gap between black and white. The incredible gap that starts at education. The blacks do not get anywhere near, not 1/100th of the education. Now let me take the example back to America. This is a tragedy, because what we have now is that I'm going to say the word black people, because this is probably the largest group that are being affected by this, the blacks, the Hispanics, the minorities. We have a system in America where the taxes from a locality go to pay for the educational system within that locality. So there are places in Youngstown, Ohio, where I grew up at a time where there was $3,000 per year per student in the system in Youngstown, in a school like South or North. $3,000 per year per student. And yet, just about 25, 30 miles away, in a little place called Lordstown, General Motors had moved in a plant to make cars. And now they had so much money from General Motors taxes that there was $250,000 per year per student in the Lordstown bin. I was selling carpet at the time. They asked me to give a carpet bid on a planetarium. They were building planetariums. They were building revolving swimming pools, revolving planetariums. They didn't know what to do with the money. They didn't know how many polo ponies they could buy. And yet over at South, they couldn't buy books. And I remember when the old TV show Laugh-In came out, and one of the ones that they gave the fickle finger of fate to Youngstown, Ohio, because they couldn't buy books for the students. And yet over here they had so much money. One of the last ideas that Richard Nixon had was equal economic education. And because of that idea, he was asked to leave. No other reason. Everything else was a rationalization. Because, see, rich people don't like this idea. Money is a drug, and money clouds your perception. Motivation affects your perception, and you will not see clearly that the progression of our society would be greatly, greatly, greatly enhanced by equal economic education. Anything less is prejudice. Anything less is prejudice. 1 penny more to another locality per student is prejudice. You understand what we're saying now? Is that this has developed a gap where people had to move out of Youngstown, and you go through Youngstown, and there's looks like Beirut, houses destroyed, etc. People can't, because nobody wants to buy a house there. Why? Education, education, education. Talk about location, location, location. One of the first questions out of somebody's mouth when he wants to buy a house is, what's the school system like? The school system will be dependent on the taxes, not on the whole country. The taxes on that locality. So thereby the value of that house will drop. We have this astounding gap as rich areas become very rich until certain ethnic groups come in, and then all of a sudden the housing prices go down, taxes go down, boom, there's a cascade. Why? A minority group will move in, and all of a sudden that will create a drop in the housing values, and that creates a drop in the education. The biggest thing that has created the gap between the races in America, black, white, Hispanic, etc., is education. It's not the racial issue, it's a money issue of rich and poor, and the rich people when making sure that their people get the best education and craftily diverting attention from equal economic education. But with this idea, if we had equal economic education, gradually within a short period of time, people might want to buy that house in inner city Youngstown. Why? It's the same school. Equal economic education, because economic education will determine the quality of that education. Do you understand what we're saying? A strata of equality will then really happen, because equality starts with economy. If there's an equal economic education opportunity, the students will take advantage of it. This is not a situation where the black people or the Hispanic people are stupid. It is not true. It is undeniably not true. There is not this problem. The problem exists because these people have less money spent on their education, plus these people have less parenting skills, and these people are taught much less about nutrition. They are more susceptible to marketing, and they're going to eat more French fries, they're going to eat more crap, they're going to eat more junk, which will further erode their minds. They're going to have anger management, they're going to have all these things. Why? Because of money, lack of it. The problem in the races is an economic issue, and it's an educational issue. If the education was the same, gradually it would be equal as to where you would want to live, and the race situation would evaporate. Right now we perpetuate this race situation because of economy. The white store owner sees the black little girl as perhaps a pickpocket. Why? Because he knows that more than likely she is poorer. More than likely she has less education. She has less job opportunities. He thinks it's a racial issue. It is not. These racial issues will wipe away when we stop prejudice, economic prejudice, and equal economic education is the only solution. And this is the thing we need to get behind more than any other. We want to change this world. We want to give equal opportunity. Because when we saw in our vision of the future, we didn't see a race issue. That's all gone. Remember how Star Trek makes fun of the racial issues. The one time with Kirk and the one was black, white, and white and black, etc. They make fun of this because in their viewpoint that racism was gone. The fact that a person was black was just irrelevant. That can only happen through equal economic education. This is an undeniable get on the bandwagon. This is the issue of the races. This is the issue. Do not let anybody divert attention from this. Equal economic education is best. Anything less is just prejudice. It's absolutely true. If you have 1 penny is paid to a one school over another per student per year, that's prejudice. You understand this? Prejudice. And the whole idea of perpetuating this becomes a racial issue because the racial people they came from the background of slaves, they have less convertible income, etc. This has become the issue. It's an economic issue. It is not a genetic issue. The black and the Hispanics are not born with deficient qualities to respond. They are taken into schools where teachers are paid combat pay. They're taken into schools where the teacher has more to do controlling the classroom. There's more issues of classroom control than there are any other issues. The difference is economic. If we spent the same amount of money, it would take 1, 2, 3 generations, and within that short period of time, the racial issues will become null and void. The issues of real estate will mellow. There will become less issues of real estate with this. We're going to see a complete change in the face of America for the better in 1,000 ways. Equal economic education. Now, I understand that the rich people don't like this message and will do anything. Try to destroy this tape, try to take out the messenger, come on. The idea is out there. It has nothing to do with the messenger. Deal with the issue. And I know that the only way to deal with the issue is divert attention from this issue. Sure don't want to discuss this one openly. This is the key issue. If undealt with, this will create revolutions in America. This is an undeniable issue. Equal economic education.
My name's Buzz Stratton. I want to talk to you as a retort against equal economic education. I grew up at a really poor school, and I did pretty damn well for myself. I drive a truck, and let me tell you, we don't need no equal economic education. Let those rich people have that extra money. Let them have it their way. We don't really need equality of our education. Equality comes from the ability to vote for somebody that we don't have any idea what they're going to do when they get into Congress. That's what true equality is. This is the way of the American way of life. What's good for my ancestors is good for me. So I'm out against equal economic education. Don't tell these people I live in a rich house now and I got everything's fine and I live in a place where my kids go to the best schools. I want them to know where I grew up. I don't want them to know where I live now. If they knew where I live now, then they'd know that my kids don't get the equal economic education. They get the high level. They're going to find out about me? Okay. My name is not Buzz Stratton. My name is Gus Orwell. And I don't drive trucker. But I am still against equal economic education. Because equal economic education is just bad for the American way of life.
So, in further analysis here, education becoming a very primary concern, equal economic education is one incredible factor that would go a long way towards making some of the really stupid people in our society better. I know this would stand in the way of the rich people who really just want the minorities to have a basic education, very cheap education, society-wise, because they really just want the minorities to be able to press their clothes and clean their cars, etc. What we're talking about here is equal economic education will gradually wash away all the racial issues, wash away our real estate issues, and wash away many other factors that create disturbances and create evil, as money is the root of all evil. Money is the root of most evil. Now, let's look at another thing we want to see here about education. With education becoming such a primary concern for us, let's take another look at another issue about education, a primary one. Looking at the idea, I'm going to take a step back in time to Lazanov. This was the man who had developed a superlearning technique, and I'd studied this technique. And when he presented this technique, it was a technique using music, etc., and this was a technique that would able to teach people quicker and faster and would increase their learning speed as well as retention. Very interesting. He had sent proposal off to school system and governments and etc. and rejection. Because he had titled it Super Learning, Increasing Teaching. Nobody was interested until one day he changed the name of his proposals to Managing Children in the Classroom. And then it was acceptance. He was able to then foster off and develop a much more refined process of the Lazanov learning system. It was very interesting that only through that people had so much trouble managing children that was with the primary issue, not education. But at any rate, Lazanov found that music was essential to learning, and that by using different types of music, mostly Baroque music, he was actually able to increase learning through this. Many scientists doubt this or whatever, but we do know that that music given into certain learning processes can help. We have the old song 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. And that as I went through school, there's many little bits of music, little songs that we had twisted around to help us to remember things. And that the music area of the brain is stored in a different type of way and can be more easily retrieved, and that music could be used as a vehicle of education. What if we were to tell our celebrities, the music celebrities, because this is what we see in today, we see our children throughout the country of America and most of the world. They don't know anything about history. I've talked to kids who didn't know who won the Civil War, North or South. But yet intimately they know all the different musicians, etc. Kids like music. Music likes kids. What if we were to insist that our musical celebrities take 10% of their efforts to make some educational material? In other words, we're talking to Limp Bizkit and we say to them, we're going to give you a tax advantage if you would take one song in 10 and work in an educational theme. 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. If you put in something about something, we're not talking about heavy duty, I'm not talking about quantum calculus, etc. That might be an option. But just an attempt at an education, then there would be a tax advantage. a rather large tax advantage, because we need this for our society. We need this educational influence. What we have now is we have a system of musical celebrities, the Grammys, etc., where these people have absolute disdain for the educational process. Disdain. You understand what this means? They hate it. They see the flaws in it. But if we were to twist this around and give them a tax advantage, a major tax advantage, if they would devote their time, now of course this would still be an issue of freedom of choice if they chose not to, don't want the tax advantage. In other words, making it mandatory might be beyond the concepts of our democracy. So let's make it a tax advantage. Let's say to the celebrities, you're going to make a movie, 1 movie out of 10, you work in more educational ideas. In fact, movies are the best place where an awful lot of education is coming into us from many different movies. The movies I make, I try to educate. I try to make sure that every time you see my movie Dracula, people who watch us are going to learn about the history. I'm going to try to document many things. I want to try to teach you while I entertain you. It's a big part of what I try to do. And I think this is something we need to push for everybody in the entertainment industry. In fact, let's go one step further and push for everybody in any industry. If any industry whatsoever, you make boxes, if you could spend 10% of your time putting educational information on some of your boxes, if you were to spend some of your time helping students at school, etc., etc., if you're going to participate and you can document that 10% of your efforts, 10% of your business is going to be in some fashion helping educate people, let's give you a tax advantage. Let's give you a major tax break.
And I also have a sugar-coated, tactful message for the people who are in charge of the education around the world, not just America, but people who are at the top of the ladder that talk about education, that organize it and maybe oversee it and have their John Henrys on half a dozen documents a day to make sure that everything proceeds well. The quote administrators and the legislative bodies that organize all of this. Because I want to have a sugar-coated, very tactful message. Out of the earnestness of my heart, I want to be able to say to these people, in a very sugar-coated, tactful way, you fucked up bad, you fucked up really bad, you fucked up extremely motherfucking bad, you fucked up too bad, you fucked up so bad, you fucked up how bad, let me tell you how bad. The whole idea of this apartheid of education, where the rich people get the quality education and the poor people get the less quality, and don't twist it around. You know goddamn well what I'm fucking talking about. You know that the rich people get a completely different education. The rich people over there have completely different types of quality of teachers, and that they have all the little extras and the other people don't. Don't give me no shit. You know the quality of the teachers, you know the quality of the system, you know the quality of the grass that's in front of their damn high school. You know the quality and all this stuff, and you know goddamn well it's a giant difference. And you are the one perpetuating the apartheid. You are the piece of scum, goddamn idiot shit that allows this social crap that happens. Because all of the illnesses of mankind, all of the social illnesses can be cured by equal economic education. And anything less is just prejudice. And you know it to be true. But you turn your back on it because it's about money. Money. Money talks, money controls, money walks. And when money tells you to go into the corner and shit, you go over there and squat. You stupid motherfucking goddamn idiots. Pieces of crap. Filth. You know how to cure this planet. And you know in your hearts what can be done to make this thing better. And if there was equal education, all of our real estate problems would go away, as real estate values would level. All of the social problems would go away, as that would level. All of the prejudicial problems of social prejudice will go away. These social prejudice are perpetuated by the educational apartheid. The haves get a different education than the have-nots, and the have-nots don't have the opportunity of getting into the job stream. Most of them can't even read. You understand what you're doing? Do you understand what you're perpetuating? Do you understand how motherfucking goddamn stinking bad you fucked up? You fucked up too bad. You fucked up so bad. You fucked up incredibly bad. You fucked up how bad? Let me tell you how bad. This whole idea of unequal education, whether it's in the city of London, whether it's the city of Paris, whether it's in the city of Washington, D.C., whether it's in the state of Nevada, whether it's in the state of California, whether it's in the state of Ohio, whether it's in half of Germany, whether it's in East Germany, if in any territory that you are in control of, if there is unequal education, it's prejudice, and you know it. And when the gypsies in Hungary get less education than the Nora people, it's prejudice, and you know it. And you are perpetuating an apartheid. You are perpetuating a prejudice. You are perpetuating a caste structure. You are perpetuating the basic goddamn problem that faces the world. How do we get together? How do we live together? What do we do? And as long as there are haves and have-nots, and you've made this strata so incredibly vast, you are the problem. You fucked up bad, you fucked up bad, you fucked up really bad, you fucked up too bad, you fucked up so bad, you fucked up how bad. Let me tell you, because until you can recognize dollar for dollar, penny to penny, equal economic education is the answer. Anything less is just prejudice. And if you did that in 2 generations, what would happen? In 2 generations, we will start to forget about prejudice. Because those prejudicial people, the have-nots, will have educational opportunities and get the same type of jobs. The world will come together. And when the world comes together, we'll have less terrorism. We'll have less wars. We won't have the injustices. We won't have poor areas rioting about the rich areas. We won't have the social and political unrest. You people are the problem. You people are the sewer. You people are the worst. You perpetuate. You'll twist. You'll divert. You won't listen to this message. You'll divert it. You'll twist it. You probably turned it off by now. I don't even think you have the balls to listen to everything I got to say. Because of what I got to tell you is you fucked up bad. You fucked up really bad. You fucked up so bad. You fucked up too bad. You fucked up incredibly bad. You know how bad? Let me tell you how bad. Because if you just listen, if you could get it together, if you could make it, 2-3 generations is what a different world this would be. Just imagine, in your own country, in your own place, in your own city, in your own county, wherever you are educational administrator, recognize that when you got one school system with a different economic per capita than another school system, it's prejudice. You know it. And if it starts to even out, then the minorities will get the quality and the freedom. We talk about equal opportunity employers. It's bullshit. The employers were always going to twist around and end up hiring somebody with a better education. It has nothing to do. They don't care about whites and blacks and gypsies and any of that shit. That's irrelevant crap. The fact is that they hire the people with the better education. They hire the people who went to the better teachers. They hire the people who got better books. They hire the people who had better school systems. They hired the people who had more learning, education, teaching. You know it. You could cure it. You could cure it. Tomorrow, you could step forward and you could be the first one to say, listen, equal economic education. Anything less is just prejudice. And you could cure this. But you will twist, you will turn, you will let money influence you. You will let money control you. You will let money tell you what to do. You are the sewer. You are the problem. I hope that my message, my sugar-coated, tactful message, I hope it got to you. I sure as hell wouldn't want to tell you what I really think. I told you what I really think. You wouldn't like it. What we have seen now today is that in the system that we have, our modified democracy, if we look at our modified democracy and look at the condition of America, and when I talk about this to people and I start talking about a true democracy, a system where people can actually vote, many people shudder and shake. They say, "Ooh, wait a minute here. George is going to vote? I didn't think George should be able to have children, let alone vote."
it makes us think, because we do see that there's an awful lot of stupid people. Let's try to change that. We're going to be stupid people throughout the world. I mean, this is a genetic thing. But let's try to minimize it beyond the 25-30%, because there are many places in America where more than 40% of graduating students from high school cannot read. This is an appalling statistic. We won't see this in the rich areas. We'll see this in the places where they have prejudicial education. They're given less money for education than in the rich areas. And if we look at illiteracy and many other issues as an economic issue of reflection, I'm sure our statisticians will find validity in what I'm telling you. Equal economic education. But if we can look at our society and many of the problems of our society, and the fact that people can't read, the fact that people know so little about their bodies, about nutrition, so little about the law. We have a culture where 1 person in 20 is behind bars in America. 80% of those are minorities. We're going to have to look at this legal system. We're going to have to look and see that our society as a society has failed. The number 1 cause of death in pregnant women is murder. These are intolerable statistics. 45,000 children a year are kidnapped. These are intolerable statistics. We have to really look at our society and recognize that our modified democracy of the representatives, for the representatives, by the representatives has failed. We need some changes if we're going to get to that place of 1,000 years of peace and harmony. We're going to have to find an opening in our heart to recognize the simple truths. We must have an equality of education economically. We must be able to get a message to our celebrities that they have an ethical responsibility to provide an educational service. If they were to come out with, if there was let's go back to the start, if there was an economic incentive for the celebrity, the musician, to promote a little bit of education, his own terms of education. In other words, he would not be, okay, you have to do calculus. No, he could pick a social issue, historical issue. He could do a song about Martin Luther. He could do a song about something. But if there was a payback through taxes, and if there was then a greater respect for educational system, because then they would become part of it. And if the educational system was equally economic, then the hypocrisy of this would be pushed away. We would then have a classic ability of people to see, hear, and feel the education system and take part in it and recognize that everybody's going to vote, so everybody needs to have some education, and we would start caring about society as a whole, not just society as an entire service for the rich. Because that's what we have now. We have a society that is all designed around serving the rich people. Is that money has become the drug, addictive, and controls the issues of voting, and controls the issues of what happens. And this could change. This could change now. We could have equal economic education if everybody stands up and starts to get behind this. We could push for this. It makes sense. It doesn't just make sense. It is essential. We can have this. We can get to this step. We can make the laws that would give our music people incentive to participate in education, to change the education, because the educational system sucks and it needs changes, and it can be addressed by the people who reject it. Because why did they reject it? And if they would tell us why, they can participate in changing it. Education is essential. It's an essentiality. We must recognize that the changes must come, and must come from an economic concern. So this is very important. To ignore a truth is to give it power. To try to ignore money gives it power. This is what happened back in the 60s when the hippie days, when people tried to ignore money. Gave it power, gave it potential. It was failed. The system failed. You can't ignore money. You can't ignore these things. To ignore truth is to give it power.
I want to be able to say something about the idea of swearing and offensive language, because it's come to my attention. Many people have said that there's a possibility that every now and then I might use a little offensive language, and just wanted to respond to that in a sugar-coated way, and in a type of way that I would do in church, and being a church-going man, and being somebody who really respects religion and the Christian religion and all the religions of the world. I just wanted to really, in a very tactful, sugar-coated way, be able to say about some of the different swearing things that happen, is that we are in fucking big goddamn trouble. This planet is under duress. We could lose this planet. We could lose the future of our children. And in order to emphasize this, I found that I have to have certain types of words that can get attention, get a laugh, get a giggle, or touch a person's heart. I don't want to swear. I know it sounds like fuck, but let me tell you, I have to, because I'm trying to get across a message. I'm trying to put an emphasis on it. I'm trying to put an exclamation point. I'm trying to get all of you people to recognize we could lose this planet. We could lose this human race. We could lose everything because of money, because of weapons, because of revenge motive, because of the turning the back on our basic ideas of spirituality, morality, and ethics that are deep inside of us. And I will do whatever I can to try to get across this message. We need to tap into that spirituality. We need to tap into that morality that is built in all of us. Because as they were saying in the thing about the guns, you can teach anybody to kill nowadays. They have the skills. We're teaching our young kids with the video games how to hit that button and how to kill. And gradually, we can teach anybody how to pull that trigger. We know this. But we can't teach them how to get over it. When they kill somebody, it haunts, it lives in. Why? Because there's a deep morality against killing inside of us. It's inside all of us. Some people it's less, some people it's more. But in every human being there's an instinct. There is a basic compassion in everybody. Some people it is so hidden, so completely dug down deep. It is there. It is part of the human condition in every one of us, undeniably. And because of that, we need to deal with that. And I apologize if in any way, shape, or form I have ever offended anybody. It was never my intention. My intention is to try to help save this planet. And I hope that you can appreciate the goal. You might not like the means. If you don't really like swearing, I don't know whether some of these tapes are for you. I apologize to you.
So we can change the world through this. Limp Bizkit, Fred Durst. Hi Fred, how you doing? You can change things. I know that in your heart you feel that the educational system is wrong. I also know in your heart you don't want to do away with the educational system and have people just growing up, because that's what they're doing now, and producing problems. You've been places, done things, and I'm sure that almost every day of your life you run up to stupid people and people who didn't go to school, and etc., etc. What can we do, Fred? Change this. What can we do? How could you participate in some way, somehow changing things? I like your music. It's cool. What could you do? I'm not talking about anything too extreme. I'm talking that at some level you can participate, even at some small level. What are your ideas on changing? What are your ideas on society, etc.? Can you agree with me how fucked up our society is? what we need to do about it. We can all take a level of participation, and we should be remunerated for that participation. We should be paid back, especially in taxes. Because education is the ultimate issue. It needs to be dealt with. Now, if we're going to talk about education, there's a bunch of other things we can talk about. We've got to talk about a system that largely sucks. We're going to look at the idea of survival of the fittest. This is a concept that's taught. Now, this creates a lot of problems. Because it is not survival of the fittest. I'm going to tell you now something. It's going to change your world forever, because I'm going to tell you it's not survival of the fittest. It's survival of the most cooperative. That when we look at, as Darwin did, and we look into any situation, we're going to see the most cooperative with their environment will have the increased chance of survival. Taking a stance against your environment is one way to assure non-survival. We say survival of the fittest. Who do you want to drive your child across town? Who do you want to drive your child across town? The guy who's the fittest driver. I'm the fastest. I got the fastest car. I'm this, I'm that. Oh, yeah. Or the guy says, I'm going to cooperate with traffic. I'm the most cooperative driver. I'm going to take it easy and observe what's going on and cooperate to get to where I'm going. If we look at this, we're going to see that there are issues where we are in situations where survival of the fittest works. That in the wild, if we look at penguins or look at birds, we see this as a factor, but it's not every hour of every day. And yet cooperation with their environment is an every hour, every day process. And when they stop cooperating with their environment, they decrease their level of survival. As human beings, it is not survival of the fittest. That might happen inside the sports world, where fit is a judgment case, but that is not the issue of every day. That is not the issue in a corporate America. That is not the issue in the schools. That is not the issue. The issue is cooperation, etc. This is the way to survive. Now, to excel, not just survive, but to excel, we want to be fit of mind, of body, etc. But to survive, it is an instinct of cooperation. We look at Europe now. We look at people of Europe asking to be able to join into one money. America has shown a one money system is incredibly powerful and allows for the building of a society and also the building of personal wealth. Because if you're in Florida, you can now sell to somebody in Texas, sell to somebody in California. You don't have to convert money. If the 50 states all had different money, the United States would not be the economic power that it is today. Simple, absolute, undeniable truth. That by cooperating, they increase their level of survival, and they also increase their power of business. Cooperation. And yet, people throughout Europe, given the chance to vote, seem to vote against joining a money. Not understanding cooperation. Not understanding. We're not talking about joining Europe. We're talking about just joining the money system. And that the countries who have joined the money, that one by one they are benefiting from this. As that in the long run, they will make more money. They will have more available income. They will not have to change money when they go on vacation. They'll be able to buy cheaper goods at different places. There will be a competitiveness. Now, Europe has many different languages, many different issues, all different types of processes, and the European system is, as I see it, a superior one, because it is building a basis of cooperation, not really getting into so much of the representative system, but getting into a system where people with intelligence are picked. And yet there's a dispensing of an idea that everybody at a certain period of time in the future, everybody will have a chance and an equal opportunity of an economic lifestyle. So it's very interesting. I enjoy the prospect of this.
Save the Planet. Another title. Save the Planet. We're talking about trying to save this planet, the delicate balance. Now, I know that to many people that sounds kind of cliche, that sounds very unnerving. some people will embrace this as a prospect to try to save the planet, and there's other people who will be perturbed at the hokey nature of the word. But it is something that we need to do, and it is the purpose of almost all the documentaries that are made out there to try to offer some type of advice. When you get together, you want to make a documentary, you want to do something like this. And it's the purpose of this documentary. Because we want to try to offer us a plan to save the planet. How do we get to 1,000 years of peace and harmony? And how do we build ourselves towards that and get that? And that's what this is about. So yes, it's just another name for this documentary series. We're going to talk an awful lot of things, social, different issues, and etc. But we are going to try to save the planet.
So as we move into an idea of taking away the survival of the fittest as a basic concept, this allows us for the idea of the WWE, whatever they're calling themselves now, which I love. Vince McMahon, it is fantastic. I watch it every week. I miss the good guys, you know. You had a couple of good guys, you know, the days of the old Hulk Hogan where the vitamins and etc. You don't have any good guys anymore. As soon as you let a good guy go out there and he's a good guy for a couple of months and all of a sudden he turns around, he stabs somebody in the back. And I think that you should have some good guys. I think that it's a good idea educationally in order to communicate to children that it is worthwhile to be good. Ruthless aggression is not what we want to teach all the children. As much as an entertainment factor as it is, and I will not turn it off because I love it, but I think that, Vince, it wouldn't hurt you to have a couple of messages in there, to have a couple of good guys. And to let them stay good guys. I think that it would not be a bad idea for us to have that. That was what built your organization in the beginning. I know that you expounded now and exploded into this beer drinking type of thing, but I think that at the deep heart of some of your best characters, some of that compassion does come through. So I think that this also needs to be addressed. Not just the survival of the fittest, but survival of the most cooperative. In our teaching, we want to be able to address several issues, and I'm going to bring up an issue, and I don't like using occult words, but I think that this word has probably come into the American and English system enough to be addressed, and the issue of karma. I think that this is something that we're going to have to recognize and be able to teach our children respect and honor. It was very interesting for me, having grown up with some of my Scandinavian relatives and some of our Swedish relatives and some of my Finnish relatives, and I became fascinated with their old style of religion known as the Norse mythology. The ideas of a god system, Odin, Thor. This is where we get the names of the week from all of these. The moon, from Freya, the wife of Odin. Wednesday, Odin's Day. Very interesting. And that in the system of their ideas, Saturday comes from their concept of a Satan, Saturn. I was taught in school that we got Saturday was the one day we did not get from the Norse, and it was actually given to us from the Romans, Saturn. But it's not true. It actually still is from the Norse. They believed in Saturn. This was their Satan. They believed that there would be an Armageddon, a final battle between the forces of all the forces of good and the forces of evil that had lived throughout the world. And in this final battle, the battle of good and evil, evil would win. Saturn would win. Saturn. He would win. They believed he would win because they knew that evil cheats. They believed that he would win because they knew that there would be more evil than good. They were honest enough and they believed that evil would win on this final battle, this Armageddon, this final battle. Evil would win, and all of the forces would spend eternity in hell. Why then would you want to fight? They fought for honor. Honor was its own reward. No cookies were given, no blessings, no internal peace. I'm not promoting this. I'm just analyzing this as a philosophy, saying how fascinating. How fascinating a philosophy that you just picked up the sword and fought for good because it was honorable. That no matter what would happen to you, and you would spend the rest of your eternity in hell, you would do it with honor. That was the one thing. It was very interesting. I was in London a couple of weeks ago, and I heard on the news how that more than 50% of the children now believe it's okay to steal. It's that crime pays. When the simple question of does crime pay, more than 50% of the students said yes. And myself and the other people on the talk show I was listening to were appalled at this idea, and yet this was true. Crime pays, and this is people around the world have lost touch with this honor. Now here's a concept coming from a place in Scandinavia where they believed that honor was more important, and that they needed no cookie, they needed no promises of anything, but just because of honor. And yet the man was further talking on the thing in London, and he said how in Norway and Sweden and Finland they have completely an honor system on the buses, on the trams, that you either pay or don't. It's an honor system. There's nobody there to check you. There's absolutely nobody there to check you. And they have no problems. Most of the people, if not, they said in a study, they found that 98% of the people pay. An honor system. And yet a man remarked that if they had that same honor system in England, nobody would pay. If they had the honor system in America, how many people would not pay? Here was a place with a basic age-old belief that honor was its own reward. Now we have other societies like in England where the basic ideas of our Christianity taught us that there would be a final battle or something like this, but good would win, and we would spend our days in heaven, and if we had a good life, we would spend our days in heaven, etc. As my teacher of the catechism, Reverend Sinner, told me, it was a cookie. It was a cookie that we'd get, a reward. And yet here in a society with a different idea in their dark past, in their past, honor is its own reward. Could we get to that level? Is that a genetic thing? I don't believe so. I believe it's a human thing. We can teach this, touch it. Honor is its own reward. Crime doesn't pay. It's a thing called karma. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Vengeance is mine, thus saith the Lord. Let's look at the idea of vengeance. Revenge. Klingons say a dish served cold. Revenge. We look into the Bible. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. It is wrong to pursue vengeance. It's okay. Somebody attacks you in your house, you defend yourself. You defend your borders. You defend yourself. If somebody strikes at your system and runs away, you have to think about going after revenge. In the Quran's the same. I read in the Quran exactly the same. That Allah says, it is up to Allah to pay back You do not cross the border into another country. It says this in the Quran. I wanted to know about this after 9/11. It says it in the Quran. If we look at all the different major religions of the world, we're going to see a system of honor. An idea that it's perfectly fine to defend your borders and your country and your home, your family. But seeking vengeance, revenge, it's a different situation. Turn the other cheek, Jesus tells us. We will all see that the higher the degree of spirituality that a person has, the more turn the other cheek he will have. It is the deepest quality of the understanding of all of these religions. I was in Egypt recently and I talked to many of the Arabs, asking them about these situations. It's the deepest understanding of these religions that vengeance is a karmic thing, and that seeking vengeance against one's brother is a lack of spirituality. Do we understand this? When we say what we're saying, we're saying that revenge is not a spiritual act. Protection is a spiritual act, but not revenge. I'm going to talk about one Osama bin Laden and recognize that I'm sure that pain in his heart, for whatever reason, he sought revenge. The Americans came into Saudi and he was mad at this, or for a host of other reasons, and pain in his heart. And he sought revenge and he killed people. There's no place in any of our religions that allows us to do this. The spiritual people of his own religion do not see this. They condemned it when he bombed the embassies, engineered the ideas of the 9/11. People of his own religion condemned it openly. What does this mean? What does this mean when we see somebody do this type of revenge? It's absolutely undeniably an expression of non-spirituality. Not an expression of spirituality, it's an expression of non-spirituality. The more spiritual the person, the more turn the other cheek, the more dealing with it, the more you can try to prevent it in the future, etc. You can, and the height of spiritual expression might be praying for one's enemy. As it says in the Bible, you give a gift to your enemy, and it heaps red coals onto his face in embarrassment. There's other ways to solve the problems, and I understand that Osama bin Laden had some pain and anguish and turmoil in his heart and went out to express this. And did revenge. But then the worst thing now happens. It isn't just revenge. It's revenge twisted and rationalized as spirituality. This is the devil itself. This is the worst offense against God. To kill another human being and rationalize it as spirituality. To twist it and to rationalize and twist the concept, that the anger and the anguish in that heart, to find a reason to explain a horrendous act. Because Osama bin Laden, if you had to go to New York and those 2,300 people that were died or more that died in the World Trade Tower, if you had to kill each and every one of them with your hands, would that be a spiritual act? No. Eventually, a couple of children, and you would have to say no. And if you didn't, the more people you would kill, the less spiritual you are. How many would it take before you would quit? Before you would look into the eyes of another human being and see them die? realize it's not a spiritual act to kill another human being. In no way, shape, or form do you ever go to heaven or whatever prospect you have of a life beyond. Does anybody ever ask you the question, is it okay to kill? St. Peter, whatever you want to do, whatever your concept is, whatever your religious belief, believe me, it says in all of our works, thou shalt not kill. Did you kill those people at 9/11? Yes, you participated. It was easy because you didn't have to kill them with your own bare hands. How many would you line up all of America and kill each and every one of them? Then you are filth. You are garbage. You are not spiritual. You are hiding a massive anger in your heart. You must tap the qualities of compassion. Now let's talk about another, even more despicable. Because George Bush, he went to Afghanistan and hit a button. It killed thousands. Osama bin Laden, it's a horrendous crime. And you'll be paying in some karmic fashion. But George, your crime is 1,000 times greater. You pushed a button. You knew children were going to die. You dropped cluster bombs on villages. Does anybody know what a cluster bomb? A weapon of mass destruction. You dropped it on people. It says in the Bible, do not unto others what you do not want done to you. The golden rule. Did you miss this one, George? Were you sick that day? If an American went into Paris and blew up the Eiffel Tower and escaped back into America, if the French forces came over and dropped cluster bombs on his town and killed thousands and thousands and thousands, some people say 50,000, some people say 200,000. I don't know how many died in Afghanistan. But I guarantee there were children who didn't even know what New York was. And you knew it. You could have prevented it. Would you line up those 1,000 people? And how many would it take, George, if you had to kill them one by one? How many would it take before you would feel spirituality? Would you kill 100,000? Then, George, you're a piece of shit. You're garbage. You're crap. I don't think you could kill 2, George. I think that after the first one, the anger in your heart, revenge taken in such fashion is a total example of non-spirituality. And if you twist it, like George does, into some spirituality, into some reflection of some doing good, killing people for the good, there's no such thing. Killing people for peace is like fucking for chastity. There's no such thing, George. You don't go up to the pearly gates and, oh, I killed a couple 100,000 Afghans, what the hell? St. Peter, thou shalt not kill. And just because it was easy, George, you didn't have to look into each face. You didn't have to look into every child's face and crush them. You didn't have to, it was a button. It doesn't make it any different. It's still a sin. It is an absolute, undeniable expression that George has no spirituality whatsoever. George, you must deal with the anger in your heart. Bad example, because everybody hates the fucking French. Let's say that an American went over to Tony Blair's house and bombed the house and escaped back in, and then the English came over. Do not unto others what you do not want done to you. George, did you forget the golden rule? There was anger in your heart, but there was a way to deal with this. It's not avoiding the United Nations going around. Anger. And revenge that is twisted killing people and twisting it into some type of expression of spirituality is the greatest sin of all. I made the movie The Greatest Sin about child abuse. Which is greater? I don't know.
Hi there, I'm Crazy Eddie, your friendly neighborhood arms dealer. Yes, we're the ones that sell the guns and the grenades and the missiles and the tanks and all those friendly different things that you can use to kill your neighbors with. Yes, without our help, you wouldn't be able to kill those neighbors. Of course, we get all our guns from manufacturing places in America and Europe and Russia and all those other places, but hey, you can buy all the different guns, all the AK-7s, all the 947Ps, and all the 67-stroke 9s that you want. You can get from us all the different grenades, landmines. Hey, just think what those landmines can do in protecting your territory from those neighbors. Hey, and all the tanks and the weapons. And we now have these heat-sinking missiles. Boy, we have a special on them this week. I'm Crazy Eddie. Come on down and buy some more arms. Keep in mind, it's not the arms that kill people. It's the territorial assholes that kill people when they get the arms. Without the arms, they wouldn't be able to kill the people. So just think, the protection of all your borders depends on us. We're here to make a deal with you because we're crazy!
We must recognize that there is anger. I'm sure, George, that there's anger and anguish in your heart. You needed to do something. But the cowboy nature of your ideas to none, because your motivation became revenge, and your motivation twisted your perception. Tony Blair, his motivation was satisfying George Bush in some way, or some other hurt or anguish, I don't know. Then when they looked at the actual results of this, they found ways to twist the perception. Was it the fact of the prices at the gas pump, George? Was that what you were trying to do? Help the Americans out? Is that worthwhile for people to die? I'm not justifying it, because the Taliban's, their treatment of people, the treatment of women, it's an expression of their religion. Saddam Hussein's treatment of people. But Hans Blick was probably the only ethical man involved when he said there was no weapons of mass destruction, because there wasn't any. And when are you going to give it up, George, Tony? When are you going to give it up? Is it 10 years from now? There's weapons of mass destruction. When are you going to give it up? How long is it going to take before you can actually say, no? Golly gee, I was wrong. When is it going to take? 2 years? 3 years? 10? 20? 50 years from now, you're going to still be looking for weapons of mass destruction? Well, Abdul over there can fart really bad. What are you doing? Think. What's really going on here? You twisted your perceptions because of your motivation. Motivation was revenge. The United Nations didn't jump in quick enough to help. Here comes in an educational factor where, George, it's obvious from your concern here that you didn't understand that not all Arabs are your enemies. It's a good thing, George, you weren't president when Timothy McVeigh bombed the Oklahoma City bombing. I mean, you would have bombed all hillbillies. You recognize that this was an act of a deluded man, a deluded group, as was 9/11. It was not the act of an entire people. And to hold all people, all Arabs responsible for it, to detain Arabs, and to launch into Arabic countries, it's another problem. Revenge. It's a war crime. Going across that border. Maybe yes, maybe no, I don't know.
And I also would like to have a sugar-coated message for President George Bush. I want to make sure that I put an extra special sugar coating on this. George, I've always been Republican, and I've always supported the Republican Party, and I thought that your father was the most qualified and intelligent United States president the United States has ever had. I'd interacted with your father. I was a member of the Inner Circle, and I'd interacted with your father several times. I was able to meet the man. I wrote letters. He wrote letters back to me, and I was always impressed at this man's intelligence and articulation. Being head of the CIA for years, being vice president, being president, absolutely the most qualified person we've ever had as a president. Highly intelligent. But I want to give a message to now you, George Bush Jr., and I want to make sure that I express it in a tactful way and sugar-coated way, so I don't want to upset you in any way. But what I got to say is, you fucked up bad. You fucked up really bad, really motherfucking goddamn bad. You fucked up too bad. You fucked up so bad. You fucked up how bad? Let me tell you how bad. George, when Timothy McVeigh bombed Oklahoma City bombing, the people were intelligent enough to know that it wasn't Christianity that did it, even though Timothy McVeigh was Christian. We didn't declare war on Christians. The fact that he was a hillbilly, we didn't declare war on hillbillies. We didn't bomb West Virginia or Oklahoma. We didn't do this because he was a criminal. Now, when you made war on the Arabs, when you thought that something was going on over there in Iraq, and you believed and twisted little things, George, you got to have more intelligence than this. You got to recognize what's going on. You can't declare war against Arabs. You got to be more intelligent than this. You fucked up bad. You fucked up really bad. Come on, George. Wake up. I'm one of your supporters. I will vote for you, I think. Even as idiotic and stupid as you are, I still believe in some of the basic principles that you represent. But George, you got to have a higher degree of intelligence. You got to be able to sit back. You can't use this cowboy gun firing thing because, George, you pushed a button and killed little children. You dropped bombs. When Timothy McVeigh and somebody dropped this bomb in Oklahoma City, the United States people didn't drop bombs on villages to catch them. There was a proper procedure. Now, I understand that in the case of Osama bin Laden, something had to be done. You had to involve the world. You had to do something. You had to do some type of a world court. You had to go through the world. You should have pushed for a little bit more respect and a little bit more control, and especially before you went into Iraq. Because you just got bad information and twisted it. You have to be able to listen more. And you can't just shoot from the hip. Believe me, I'm trying to help you. I am a good, solid American, and just the fact that I am trying to criticize does not make me less an American. Basic, my right to protest, my right to criticize, my right to freedom of speech. I'm a better American than most. I'm a better American than the ones that just sit back and do nothing. And I'm trying to make a help. And I'm trying to get a message across here. You cannot kill innocent people. Anywhere. Anyhow. You shouldn't do this. You see, George, you have to realize revenge is not justice. When we talk about justice, what do we mean? In our judicial system in America, we have basic laws that would stop the police from coming in and killing cities, villages, trying to find people. We have basic ideas of our law. We have an international law, too. It's called a moral ethic that's built into all of us as human beings. We just can't treat the people of Afghanistan as if they're not really true human beings. They are human beings, George. We just can't violate our basic ideas of morality and ethics in order to execute a type of justice. Revenge is not justice. The people who did this crime needed to be brought to justice, and there was a way to do this. by using the world and by bringing into the connection. We could have done this in a much better way. You could have held your breath and you could have got long-term justice, which would ultimately protect, because one of the things I want to tell you is you fucked up really bad. You fucked up how bad? So bad, too bad. Let me tell you how. Because the American people are not safe now, George. You did not increase the safety. You decreased our safety. It is a year later and people are dying over there in Iraq. And more Americans have died after the war than before the war. And worldwide, we are all deathly afraid of terrorism. Afraid to get onto an airplane, any place in the world. You have made the world worse, George. Wake up. Don't do this type of thing again. Rise to a higher spiritual level. Get to a higher spiritual level. Realize that revenge is not justice. Vengeance is God and God alone's. We need to assist it in a justice fashion involving all the people of the planet. Just like if something happened in the country, we would involve the entire United States. When something happens in this world, we have to involve the world. We want justice. Personal revenge is not justice. I'm your friend. I'm trying to help you here. Okay? I hope that you like the sugar-coated nature of the message. One day I'd hope to meet you. Catch you later, George.
It would be worthwhile to have a real look at this, whether it's a war crime or not. Because I can tell you one thing, this world cannot progress into the area of peace and harmony. 1,000 years of peace and harmony. What can we do to get there? One of the things we're going to need to do. Harry Truman would need to be posthumously taken to trial for the war crime of Nagasaki. Having looked at the data, having looked at the whole thing, and I made a whole tape about this, if Harry Truman's mother was chosen to be the judge, I think that Harry Truman's mother would come to the verdict that Nagasaki was a war crime. I think that his mother would recognize that Harry did something horrendously wrong. Children died. 60,000 plus children looked up to the sky and said, and before they could finish the sentence, what's that? The flesh was ripped from their bodies in the greatest display of weapons of mass destruction. And the what goes around comes around idea is scaring Americans to death. It can be prevented. You're going to have to say you're sorry. You're going to have to recognize that the power of the atomic bomb was used inappropriately, and that it used its power, the United States government, let me be specific, the United States government has used its power to twist the perceptions and push a rationalization on the world that in some way, shape, or form that Nagasaki was worthwhile, and it was not. Nobody will support this, and yet nobody will take on the United States government. The charge going on. Because I'll take on the United States government through the idea of freedom of speech. More powerful than all the armies of the world. Ideas, time has come. How many more nuclear weapons do we need now? What do we need now? We need a United Nations if we're going to get to this 1,000 years of peace and harmony. We need a full United Nations of power, not this veto crap, not this America right or wrong, Let's kill more Japs, they're not Americans, it's okay. Let's kill more Afghans, they're not Americans, it's okay. What are you saying? Do you understand the karma you're building? Do you understand what you're doing? I don't think so. If Truman had to go to Nagasaki and kill those people hand by hand, one by one, how many would he have killed before he would have stopped and said to himself, you know what? This isn't such a good idea, is it? How many, George? It's so easy with that button, isn't it, George? It's just so easy to not have to look at faces, not have to look at people. It's just so easy, isn't it, George? What am I saying here? Am I trying to be anti-American? No. I'm pro-American. I'm the most pro-American person you'll meet. Why? Because I'm trying to make it so we can get to 1,000 years of peace and harmony. We can get to 1,000 years of peace and harmony if we stop killing people. That's the solution. We just have to stop killing people. You want to know how to stop killing? Stop killing. He who kills last is the worst. Stop killing people. That's the solution. That's the solution in the Mideast. That's the solution in North Ireland. Just stop killing people. Everybody, everywhere. Recognize a simple truth. Put it into our education about this idea of honor, karma. I'll show you a little tape now of El Cid.
Don Diego, I will take your prisoners back to the king at Burgos.
They are not my prisoners. They are my sons.
Oh, forgive me, Don Rodrigo. Then it will be your prisoners we will hang in the palace square at Burgos. We will hang their bodies high as an example to
Count Ordonez, these prisoners will not go to Burgos.
The king will be just as pleased if you hang them here.
We've been killing them for years. What has it brought us? Peace?
Hang me and my sons will not rest, while a single Christian remains alive in Bivar.
What other way is there to treat the Moors?
Do you want these people to live in fear the rest of their lives? Antonio, do you want to see your church burned too? Your villages destroyed? Then kill them.
Don Diego, tell your son that it is treason to refuse to turn over prisoners to an officer of the king.
Rodrigo knows what he must do.
Do you solemnly pledge never again to attack King Ferdinand's country?
I do. Among our people, we have a word for a warrior with the vision to be just and the courage to be merciful. We call such a man El Cid. I, Mutamin, Emir of Saragossa, pledge eternal friendship to the Cid of Bivar and allegiance to his sovereign lord, King Ferdinand of Castile. May Allah strike the eyes from my head and the flesh from my bones if I break this pledge. In the name of Allah.
And what we just saw of El Cid, we saw a man who forgave his enemy. Julius Caesar, they say, when he went into Gaul to attack, at the end of the day, all the people they'd captured, he would let them go if they promised him that they would not fight again against him. He would hold them to an honor. And this honor he used, and this would make Julius Caesar able to conquer Gaul, because the men had honor and wouldn't fight against him again. And he was known then as good conqueror, and he was not trying to just kill people, he was trying to help. He succeeded. We see in El Cid here the chance of him, how he lets the man go. The honor. And the man promises, and he has honor too. And we see another man that has less honor. Honor of our word. Honor of what we say. Honor for its own reward. Not for any other reason. This is what we want to develop. This is it. This is what we need. This is how we can get there. We must have a different system. We must recognize that anybody who pushes for revenge is non-spiritual. Anybody who pushes for revenge and tries to cover it up with a twist of spirituality is even worse. Our word. Let's talk about that for a minute. The word. See, the idea of honor and the idea of our word, what we say, we mean. What we mean, we say. We talk about vows, vows before God and vows before ourselves. It was very interesting. As I saw at one time in my life, I was invited to an EST class. It was a type of group, I don't know what they call it today, but it was a psychological group. And in the EST class, that was in Pittsburgh, hundreds of people there, and they told us, please don't wear a watch, please don't bring any food of any kind, and please be there at 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I walked in minutes before 8, sat down, and then I watched a group of people who came after 8. And this is, they had said they were going to be there at 8 o'clock, and they weren't. And all it was Uncle Ralph's car, and this, that, and they couldn't get this, and they couldn't get that, and how they all tried to push off responsibility to something else. And they could not enter until they finally accepted that they had failed in something they had said they were going to do. Until they could do that, they were not allowed to enter. And this took over 2 hours, because some of them were very excuse-driven. Oh, Uncle Ralph got up and did this, and could not accept responsibility. They were allowed to come in, but they were not. They had to accept total responsibility for that. Then they passed around a bushel basket and collected all the watches. Bushel basket. It's unbelievable. Then they passed around 2 bushel baskets to collect all the food. Candy bars. Throat lozenges. All types of things. Lunches. They were asked 3 things. Be on time. Be there at 8 o'clock. Don't wear a watch. Don't bring food. And yet, so many people had said this, made a pledge, a promise, and then broke it, because they didn't think that what actually comes out of their mouth is important at all. Now, the worst case scenario of this is a real problem for the American people now, is the wedding vow. The wedding vows, still taken by most people, include till death do us part and horrendous things. And yet I talk to women who sat there and tell me, I said yes to these vows, while thinking in my head the whole time I could always divorce him anytime I wanted to. Not just women, men, believe me. Talk to men, and of course they were thinking the same thing. In other words, what came out of their mouth, even before God, even in the church, in front of their family, etc., what they said was not of value. What they made as a vow. And now people today are somewhat modifying the vows, which is good, because what comes out of your mouth must be important. And this is what we must teach our children. Not to lie or steal, and etc. Not that crime pays. We need to teach our children about the word and what they say they mean. Be very careful what you say, but mean what you say. So we need to look at this. We need to look at this as an idea. If part of the vows of marriage are that you would be sexually promised to one person, I think that these wedding vows should become part of the law. Because in our law today, we don't prosecute in any way, shape, or form somebody who goes out and has an affair. We kind of look at the idea of that as being a biological thing. But yet I think this is something that we're going to have to look at in the future. We're going to have to teach people the seriousness of what they say in their vows and all of this factors. I think this is important. Legality. How do we get money out of the legal system? Because right now, we don't have a system of justice. 96% of the people arrested in America are convicted. Why? Why 96% of the time? Is it that the police are so incredibly accurate? No. Once arrested, people are put into a situation of fear, gone into a situation of, most of the time, not having the lawyer that they properly want, or that they, the really top quality lawyer. Almost everybody has a lawyer that they don't want. So then when they get a plea bargain, they listen to it. Now the other 4% who get away are usually those who have the top quality lawyers. And the top quality lawyers are expensive. Who's the people who get free? These are the people who can afford it. How many people arrested, given standard, off-the-street lawyers, the freebie lawyers that our system of justice is supposed to provide, how many of them are later found to be innocent? A very, very small percentage. What are we saying here? This plea bargain system, this system of legality that really is money-driven, is not a true system of getting to the point of justice. We have a system that is not truly just. Because the people who really need the quality lawyers don't get them. It's only the rich who have a shot at justice. Sometimes the rich get more than just a shot. They get 2 shots at justice. But the poor people don't get a shot at justice. We need to do something about this. What can we do in terms of our millennium? In terms of our millennia, I think what we're going to have to do is push for more pro bono cases from the rich lawyers. I think we're going to have to say, listen, you want to be a lawyer, 10% of your cases should be these pro bono cases off the street. You want to be a good top quality lawyer, 10%. You get a tax break if 10% of your services are directed to these people on the street. Is that an answer? Maybe. Might have something to do. But there's not that many top quality lawyers. There's an awful lot of people at the bottom. Can we really get a justice-driven system, not a plea bargain-driven system? Can we find ways that we don't have the prosecution looking for success numbers, but have the prosecution looking for justice numbers? Could the prosecution's lawyers be rewarded when they find out that somebody actually didn't do anything? Could we find a way to reward them when they drop a case? Not to be angry because an innocent man went free. This is what happens. An innocent man will get free. In fact, there are lawyers that when a man has spent 2 or 3 years in jail for a crime that he now has been proven not to commit, there are lawyers upset at this. They want him to continue to serve time for a crime he didn't commit because of their numbers. Can we teach all lawyers to rejoice when an innocent man goes free? We understand this. Can we really put a penalty on the ones that don't like this. This is some of the ideas. Legality. We have to address the ideas and the issues of legality. Got to find a way to take money out. We sue too much. We're suing people over stupid things. We need to expand the court system, not contract it. One of the simple things is basic law needs to be taught in the high schools. Law should not be something that people of America or the world are prohibited from participating in. In other words, you have to go 4 years on 4 years on 4 years. You have to take 12 years of education to become a lawyer. You have to study so much to learn the law. This is not the way the law should be. There should be a basic, everybody graduating high school should have a basic understanding of the law. A basic understanding of what's right and wrong. To stop some of the basic issues, there should be some simple ideas of contracts, some simple ideas of torts, some simple ideas of responsibility, of criminal justice, etc. These things should be taught in the high school and part of the basic curriculum. Nobody graduating high school should be allowed to graduate unless he does not know the basic construct of the laws around him. What contracts mean or don't mean. So that they've had some participation. That should be a basic part of all of our educational process. Number one. Number two, we need to have maybe more lawyers. Maybe we don't sue each other enough. But we need to expand the court system so that it can be into a mediation system where a group of paralegals can try to execute a basic understanding or bring to some hearings without the judges, so that some paralegals, some people learning the system, law students, etc., can actually participate as a moderator in a court case before it gets to the court, so they can listen to both sides and basically give some advice to both sides, and possibly, I think 50% of the time, be able to stop the progress of the case. So I think we need to expand our law system. Finally, we need to really make sure that innocent people are not going to jail just because of numbers. We need to try to make sure the innocent people aren't going there. It's horrendous when 1 person in 20 of the American population is in jail. It's horrendous that 1 person in 40 will die in jail. These are horrendous statistics compared to any other country of the world. Not the land of the free, it's the land of paranoia. The suing each other's, this factor creates paranoia, drives interest where people really know that what's going to happen is all driven because of the strength of the lawyer they get. There's no real true justice in any part of the system. Our legality system needs to have a revisement. And as we look at this, we're going to see that an expansion of the system, educationally to all people, a greater amount of moderation can be taken place, and finally, really making sure that somehow or another the prosecution is rewarded when they find out that somebody didn't do it. The plea bargain system needs to come under our perusal. We need to look at this. So these are some of the different ideas that we have.
Hi there. I'm Attorney Howe from the lawyer firm of Dewey, Cheatham and Howe. And I'm here today basically to tell you about personal injury, how we can help you. It was our team of lawyers that represented the man in the Winnebago who turned on the cruise control. He turned on the cruise control and went back into the back of the Winnebago to make himself a cup of coffee. The Winnebago went off the road, but it was not in the instruction manual that he couldn't do this. We also represented the woman who put her little hamster into the microwave to dry the hamster off. She sued and successfully won. She won $1 million because it was not in the instruction manual you couldn't do that. We also represented the woman who took the cup of coffee from McDonald's and burned her hand because McDonald's should not have sold such hot coffee. and they should have had a warning on that label. So if you too have been hurt in some ludicrous, crazy, wild and wacko way, for a fee we will represent you, because we at the firm of Dewey, Cheatham and Howe, we can see to it that your wacko, crazy, wild, insane lawsuit gets proper representation for the right fee. So bring us all of your personal injury complaints and see what Dewey, Cheatham and Howe can do for you.
Now, as we've talked here and we've uncovered many different issues in the development of these tapes, the development of this book, I think I've been able to show you how we can build towards a society, a millennia, 1,000 years of peace and harmony, a millennia of technological achievements. Many of the different ideas that I've given you, I hope you can see, can come into existence rather quickly. Change is inevitable. Everything changes. Some things we like to see this stay the same, but everything does change. We must recognize that the legal system has now changed because what we've been discussing. It is constantly changing. As we can accept that money is a drug, we must be able to pull money out of the medicine issue. We must be able to pull money out of the legal issue. We must be able to pull money out of the political issue. Addicts to this drug are affecting and disturbing the process of our world through each one. We must also recognize that we must take money out of the issue of war. We must look at this. Now, if we can come to now an idea where the very, very rich people, and I'm talking about the filthy rich people, there should be a place where if you're going to make, I'm going to throw a number out. If you make $300 million a year, I think you ought to be in a different tax bracket, and that those taxes should be gone to education. And you should not be able to hide from those type of taxes when you get to that extreme level. Maybe it's $500 million a year. I don't know what people would choose. I'm going to come up. But I believe that if you get to a certain point with so much money, you should be compelled to pay a 10% whatever tax. I always like the 10% because of the tithing issue. And that money should be used to develop worldwide education. Because right now we have a place where the 250 richest families of the world have the same amount of money as the 2.5 billion poorest. Money is an issue. I want to take the money away from the rich people, but I think that they should, at a certain level, be compelled to spend large amounts of money on education. There should be a tax worldwide to help the poor people of education. If we can get to equal education worldwide, we would develop a strata of people with economic opportunities. The world area now of trade we need to look at and start taking down the barriers so that people who can make very cheap carpets in India could be able to sell those carpets without restrictions, thereby helping the world out to buy things, having more available incomes, etc. Not to hurt the carpet manufacturers elsewhere, but at the same period of time take advantage of a discrepancy that could be developed into a world balance. Because what we're talking about is money is power and money is a drug. By taking down some of these barriers to worldwide trade, it can only help. I don't know why the people are always protesting at the World Trade Organizations, etc. Because it seems to me that world trade is a very meaningful factor. I know it doesn't always go that way, as the rich countries are always in control and dispensing and making sure that they're not hurt in any way and that their markets. But I think that these are also some of the things that the United Nations needs to work with in developing world trade and etc. So what I've talked to you is about many ideas regarding changes. Changes that, if taken into effect, change in politics, change in medicine, simple change in medicine, let natural medicine take its course. it would minimize the amount of money spent on medicine dramatically, as we see in the example of France that I've talked about in some of the tapes. We would decrease the amount of money spent in medicine. We would increase people's health. If we can establish an equal education, we would increase people's education while stabilizing the world real estate market. If we could get into a true democracy throughout the world by increasing education and getting to a true democracy, we would be able to get money and lobby groups and effects of the large companies out of the situation, and we would be able to then build with the governments with a true democracy of the people, by the people, for the people, of the world, for the world, by the world. We could get to this area. We could teach our children to feel in the heart the ideas. We could teach them that killing is killing. And the only way to stop killing is to stop killing. We could teach our children this. There's ways to do this. I hope I've been able to touch your hearts and your minds, and I hope I've been able to shed some ideas of creating a new millennia, 1,000 years of peace and harmony, 1,000 years of potential of the human being and the spirit. So as Maitreya, I've given you the blueprint. I've taken 25 years to do this. Because many years ago I had the concept of how can we get to this society? And step by step I've tried to put this together. It can be done and can be done quickly. You could vote for a computer party. You could push for equal economic education. You could find a way for natural medicine. And you could find a way in your own heart to listen. Please, judge my teachings. Don't judge the teacher. If you have questions about the teachings, please respond. If you have questions about the teacher, you can respond anyways. All of the world has predicted that we will go into 1,000 years of peace and harmony. How can we get to that 1,000 years? How can we end the wars, end the prejudice, end the terrorism? How can we get to 1,000 years of peace and harmony? Well, first we must define the problem. Then we must set out on a solution. The guide in this will be Maitreya. This project is designed to lead us to 1,000 years of peace and harmony. Welcome to the Millennia Project. Hello, I'm the Maitreya, Professor Bill Nelson, Desiree Dumanet, lots of different names. In fact, you can call me anything except late for dinner. And I've come here with this movie to help touch your hearts. I want you to be changed. In fact, you will be changed. I can guarantee it. By watching this movie, we will change you. We will change your brain. We will change your mind. It will happen. This is all part of the process of what we're to come here to do
as the Maitreya to bring us to 1,000 years of peace and harmony. It is as if you are blind, and by the end of the movie you will see. That sounds like a pretty heavy statement, but it's absolutely true. Because what we're going to do in this large project of the Maitreya, that I've abbreviated down to this hour-and-a-half movie, this large project and this small movie will touch your brain, touch your heart, touch your soul, and enlighten you and make you see some of the things that you cannot see now. When I say your mind will be changed, let's give an example here. Here we have a picture of an object. And some of you might not recognize this, but here there is a Dalmatian, a dog in the middle. If you look for it, you can see it. Now, once you have bonded to the image, now if you look back at it, you'll always be able to see that Dalmatian. All of life is bonding. This is what our brains try to do, and we're going to make this out in one of the concepts of our Maitreya. We talk about the perception level. Bonding from cradle to grave. Here's another image. That of an Indian. You can see the Indian. But can you see the Eskimo? There's an Eskimo, full-body Eskimo, facing the other way. If you look at him, you can see the back and etc. Now, if we've bonded to the vision of the Eskimo, and you can see the Indian/Eskimo, but once you are bonded to that, you'll be able to see the Eskimo very easily. This is what your mind does as you bond to different ideas, and this is basically what life is. We need to bond to ideas of what foods are good to eat, what clothes are good to wear, what we want to do, who is a sexually attractive partner, who is not. All of these different ideas are ideas of bonding. What this movie is about is to make your mind different, because we're going to be producing ideas of a cultural perspective. Your mind will bond to them. Even if you try not to bond to these ideas, you will bond to them. You will not be able to resist bonding to at least some of the different ideas. You might struggle, but believe me, the common sense quality of these new cultural perspectives will replace the ideas of hypocrisy. So much of our society is based on ideas of hypocriticalness. People who say one thing and then do another. People who value money beyond anything else and thereby lose their perspective. The truth and obvious nature of these practical, pragmatic, and sound ideas will bond in your mind. You will become changed. This is the force of the total concept of the Maitreya movie. And if you look at all of the different things, we've been able to come down to a one-page system of different things that need to be changed to allow the world to change, and these new bondings will affect you. It's hard to resist good, basic common sense. Common sense dictates that you should bond, you should listen, you should think. In fact, Thomas Paine had written a simple pamphlet known as Common Sense, which was largely responsible for the American Revolution. America needed some type of an input to break away from the British domination. And Common Sense, this pamphlet made by Thomas Paine, really offered that basic idea. A very simple, small pamphlet. That's what we're offering to you here. Basic, simple, one-page description of good common sense that we need now today to achieve the goals of 1,000 years of peace and harmony. Common sense you will bond to, and you will be changed. This is very important because we're trying to change the world. Just what we're talking about. That's the name of the company, Change the World Productions. But what are we really talking about here? We're talking about coming on what is known as the Millennia. 1,000 years of peace. 1,000 years of harmony. 1,000 years without war. Without terrorism. That sounds like that's impossible. But yet it's predicted. It's predicted in the Bible. It's predicted in many of the world religions. it's predicted that it will come, and it is coming. And I am here to help provide a pathway to this. Now that sounds rather grandiose as well, but bear with me. Understand that this is a process that will come and is coming. Today is the first day of the Chinese New Year 2005. Today is the first day of the year of the rooster. And as the rooster, I've come to crow, to wake you up to a new day, to wake you up to a new time, to wake up civilization, because we are going to start entering this 1,000 years of peace. To get there, we need a map. To get there, we need to know where we are, where we're going, and we need to have a process. And that's what this movie is all about. First, we're going to define where we're going, what our goals are. We're going to then define where we are, what the problems are, and we're going to set out and how to step by step get to where we're going. And where we're going is real quickly to that 1,000 years of peace and harmony, where the devil will be bound at 1,000 years of peace and harmony for mankind. First, we want to define our goals. Where are we going? We're heading out towards 1,000 years of peace and harmony, 1,000 years of no war. But let's better define that. Because in order to get there, one of the things we have to conquer is the forces of greed, anger, delusion, jealousy, pettiness, discrimination, prejudice, xenophobia. These are some of the things we have to conquer. We have to find a way to get to the basis of crime and reduce crime. Not just petty little crimes around the city, but also some of the larger crimes that happen against humanity. Our civilization, our society has come so far, but now it's time to really turn the corner and to find the highest of ideals. The ideas of discrimination, xenophobia, hatred are rooted in some of the basic ideas of greed, as we're going to show. We're going to need to deal with this greed. Greed, anger, and delusion are the three major things that we're going to have to deal with. We're going to have to recognize that greed, anger, and delusion are needed. They cannot be totally done away with, but they have to be channeled better, utilized better. To get to this process, we're going to have to recognize how to deal with these negative emotions. If we're going to define our 1,000 years of millennia, peace and harmony, if we're going to just define it by what it isn't, it's kind of like saying that heat is lack of cold, or cold is lack of heat. That can be true to a certain extent, but we need to define what we really want in a more positive way as well. We need to be able to say that we want to get to an era of the highest ideals of the human spirit. We know that certain people touch on these ideals, and almost every one of us touches on these ideals for short periods of time. Christmas usually brings us together, other religious holidays, where people can tap into that feeling of oneness, that feeling of completeness, that feeling of really transcendence. We want to get to that spot. And what we're talking about here is recognizing the ideas of love, compassion, the golden rule. Do not do unto others what you do not want done unto you. And conversely, do to others what you do want done to you. Two different ideas we need to deal with. But we need to get to this. And what are the processes that get in the way? Well, we talked about some of those negativities. But we're going to have to find a way to get to those highest of ideals, the love and compassion for others, the brotherhood, of finding ways to look and join with other people. The tsunami just hit a little bit ago. And when that happened, people were taken away from what their race was and their cultures as they fought together against a common problem. And right now on this planet, we have very many common problems that we need to deal with because we are in threat of many problems. We have the idea of other larger earthquakes happening. We have the idea of a polar shift. We have all kinds of different things that could happen that we need to work together We have a rising amount of water in the oceans. We have a real series of different problems that we're going to need brotherhood to overcome. To overcome this, we're going to need to have a stronger sense of togetherness. We have to recognize that it is not survival of the fittest. It is survival of the most cooperative. Because this is truly what Darwin had written when he gave these ideas. If we look at anything that you're proud of, television, car, all these different achievements, we're going to see that all the achievements done by mankind, all the major achievements done by mankind, were done by a team with cooperation. We look at the Super Bowl, we look at our ideals, we need to recognize that it's not just Michael Jordan playing for the Chicago Bulls. It wasn't just one man. It was always a team. And that the essence of cooperation is one of our highest of ideals. And yet we have discrimination, prejudice, and xenophobia stepping in the way of this. These are things we're going to need to deal with. And to deal with this, we're going to need to deal with greed. So these are some of the different things, the processes, in defining this idea of 1,000 years of peace and harmony. In many of the tapes, I'm going to be talking about many things that I repeat. Repetition is the best way to learn. That's usually the largest criticism, people who watch this project. It is the basis of fact that inside the human brain, the synaptic clefts and the neurons get developed because of an intrigueness that starts them, but yet a repetition that allows it to continue. So a behavior that is learned well is a behavior that's repeated. Repeating these different facts does not make them less. I know it might seem like that. Some of the people will get it and they'll hear the repetition, and other people didn't get it and they need the repetition. When you hear things repeated in this movie and in this project, recognize that there are probably some people who, even after hearing him 1,000 times, won't get the message. It's my job to try to repeat that message many, many times in many different ways, because we need to get to this 1,000 years of peace and harmony. It is predicted. In further defining our goal, I like to think about the idea of Star Trek. And I'm one of the Trekkies, and not embarrassed to say it. But if we look at what Roddenberry had as a vision of the future, he had a vision of a society where money was of little importance, where the human beings of the planet Earth came to a degree of oneness, and everybody had the same type of opportunities. Opportunities of education, opportunities of career. And their career and their opportunities of that is what gave them the drive to live, not the drive towards money. To get to that place for 1,000 years, to be able to reduce the threat of war and all those other things, we're going to have a roadmap. We're going to have to proceed on this roadmap. That's the purpose of this project. Before we go into defining the enemy, which we will later, we have to put together a couple of different rules, some different basic ideas that we're going to be talking about. One of the very, very first things we have to absolutely say, number one, is we must learn to judge teachings, not teachers. At this point in the movie, we're just getting started, and I'm sure you're probably already deciding to judge me. And I'm trying to tell you, you kind of have to get away from that. Try to judge the teachings. We have been taught in our society over the last couple hundred years, especially the last 50 years, that we should not be judging the teachings. We should be judging the teachers. This gives the ability for the different people in our society, the powers that be, the greedy people, the different powers, this gives them the ability to attack people, because people are always flawed. An idea might not be flawed, but a person always is. So we can attack Reverend Moon for his ideas about love and brotherhood, when his ideas about love and brotherhood could be very fine and very wonderful, but yet we can attack him because of something in his past or whatever. This has really created a problem for us on this planet, because by not really judging the teachings and not really evaluating them, we have gotten to a point where teachers are held up, taken away, moved, shifted, always making sure that the powers that be, and when I say powers that be, basically the rich, greedy people, have always been able to control how the minds of people in basic society work. We have this idea of the celebrity, the different celebrities, and how the celebrities are, if they say something, oh my God, it must be true because he's a celebrity. No, we all must now take the ability to stop and think, look at, analyze, decipher, utilize our brains, come up with our ideas, and not just to be spoon-fed because a teacher of a certain way wants to tell us that. We need to recognize that everything a teacher says might not be true. When I first started my first day in college, I remember a teacher telling us about how horses were bred in Thailand to walk on the mountains with one leg, one side, the legs on the left were shorter than the legs on the right, so that the horse would have an easier time to walk across the mountain. And as everybody in the classrooms was taking down notes and writing this, and the first question about this came out was, will this be on the test? And finally the teacher had to say, well, wait a minute, how could the horse get back? He was trying to make a point. Just because he teaches something, that doesn't mean we have to take it. Now, if we can get to the point of first recognizing that we deal with the teachings, not the teacher, and that everything I'm about to give you in the space of this roadmap to it, this millennia, that these things are very challenging, very unique. I'm going to be creating a new you. You are blind and you are about to see. And I want you to critique everything. And not everything's going to be right, not everything's going to be right for everybody, but everything will be a teaching that needs judged. Don't worry about the teacher. Don't worry about the clothes. Don't worry about the style. Don't worry about the things. If you can get to that point, this is the first step where we can truly get to a spot in human society to build our aspirations. And the aspirations do not come in the form of a teacher. They come in the form of a teaching. The teachings of love and compassion are not of anybody's ownership. Nobody owns them. Nobody can say they're just all mine and they're not yours. These are universal feelings and universal teachings for all of us. And some people find the teachings and other people carry around just the teacher. The teachers are needed and vital, and yes, I am a teacher. That's fine, but don't carry around me. It has nothing to do with anything. Look at the teachings, make some choice, apply your mind. If we can get to this spot, the rest of the thing is all going to unfold. But you have to recognize, don't judge the teacher, judge the teachings. In this perspective of growth, this perspective of challenge, this is our first goal. Our first goal, our first lesson, is to look at everything that happens and to see what is of worthwhileness to the human being. Because as we are going to pursue this path of development into looking into what is the millennia and how do we get to 1,000 years of peace and harmony, we're going to have to recognize some simple truths. We're going to have to recognize how certain people have stood in the way of this, and certain things have stood in the way. And right now, at this point in time, we need to get together and band. Repetition is the key to learning. Learning is the key to progress. In order for us to progress, we're going to have to be somewhat repetitive. But I guess I'm repeating myself, and I think you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Before I get into the next step of this path, I wanted to share the incredible risk that it takes for me to be doing this. I've been working on this project for, at least 2.5 decades, some 25 years. And I had the idea that we could get to that type of state that Roddenberry had shown us in Star Trek. Well, how do we get there? What does it take? What are the skills? What are the progress? Because he never defines how to make that jump. And I spent all this time analyzing, preparing. I've been shooting and preparing this movie now for the last 3 years to try to intricately and methodically do this. And over the course of this time, I've talked to many, many people about what I'm doing and the progress and trying to make this thing work. Each and every one of these people that I've talked to, doctors, lawyers, everybody around the world has told me the incredible risk. The risk that I'm taking, bringing you this message. That's probably hard for you to understand. But as this story evolves, let me tell you the incredible risk. The incredible risk that it takes and the courage to face this risk that I've done. See, I've left America to find freedom because I couldn't find freedom to do natural medicine in America. Largely because of the next step, the very, very large step that we're going to have to face in dealing with these changes of the world. We're going to have to face something very, very strong. Money is a drug. Money is an undeniable addictive substance. It is a highly addictive drug. If we're going to be able to take this 1,000 years, and as the Bible says that the Maitreya, or the angel, is going to come in and bind the devil for 1,000 years, that devil would be money. That devil would be greed. Greed. Now, when we're talking about greed, we're not talking about somebody who wants an extra $100 on his for a raise. Some of you people think $1 million. What would I ever do with $1 million? We're not talking about that kind of greed. To some people, $1 million is nothing, so they might be thinking $100 million. We're not talking about that kind of greed. To some people, $100 million is nothing. We're not talking about that kind of greed, because that person wants $1 billion, and he thinks, what would I do with $1 billion? And we're not talking about that person either. We're not talking about $1 billion. We're talking about somebody with so much greed that after making $4 or $5 billion a year or more, it's not enough. That's the addictive substance. And that is what represents the possibility of destroying this planet. And when somebody like me makes a step and a stance against that kind of force, that kind of worldwide mindset, it's risky. And that's why everybody that has talked to me about doing this project has said that the risk involved. As you start to see more and more about my life and the different movies that I've made, this is not just a small little documentary. This is a very expansive. The purpose of this documentary, however, is not to get into all the little details about this. The purpose of this one is to crystal clear give you a small little procedure of how we can get to that 1,000 years of peace and harmony. And we can do that. But we must recognize that excessive greed, this drug, is going to create problems. Greed in anybody, money is a drug, and greed in anybody, this drug needs to be a controlled substance. One of the best stories I like to tell is the story about how a couple years back, not in the last Olympics, but in the Olympics before, a little girl from Romania had won the gold medal for the all-around gymnastics. Having been a gymnast and having performed at the worldwide level way back in 1968, I can tell you how incredibly difficult an event all-around gymnastics is. It's incredibly difficult to capture the skills, and yet she won it. And then there was one little pill that she had taken. Her doctor, one of the team doctors, had inadvertently given her a natural substance that had a little bit of pseudoephedrine in it. what's known as ma hung, an herb from China, which has a type of ephedrine, a type of adrenal stimulant in it, which had been said that this was an unfair advantage. That is true. That substance is working. It's a powerful, nice little substance. And it was an unfair advantage, but what really is an unfair advantage? What is the hypocrisy about the next statement? For the next Olympics, let's give you a choice of $16 million to train your athlete. $16 million for one athlete. And that's what Americans are going to be able to spend. Or that pill. Which would you choose? Which would be the unfair advantage? Which would you rather have? $16 million to prepare your athlete? Or would you rather have that Ma-Hung pill? What would you rather have? Money is an unfair advantage. Okay, fine. We're not trying to put that down. The Americans have the money to spend. That's not the problem. The problem is we watched tobacco executives, their hand on the Bible, swearing to God and to the nation and to the judges that they had no idea that tobacco was either addictive or cancer-causing. Were these horrendous people, that were hired to be tobacco executives? No. They were just ordinary Joes. Ordinary people doing ordinary things in ordinary ways. Taking their kids to soccer, worrying about swimming practice, football practice, betting on a team, etc. Driving their car, wondering how to put gas into their Mercedes-Benz. Normal people. But yet money enhanced them, changed them, and made their mind see things different. Because as we're going to now explain, not just is money a drug. Motivation determines perception. What your motivation is will determine your perception. And if your motivation is you're driving down and you're hungry, you're going to be noticing signs for restaurants. You're going to be noticing advertisements. If there's a ping in the engine and all of a sudden something's going wrong, you're going to start to notice gas stations. Your motivation will determine your perception. And the motivation of the tobacco companies shaped their perception. How they interpreted that data was then changed by their motivation, and their motivation was money, greed. And it took a long time for us to basically prove this. It took a long time for us to understand that what was really happening here was a perversion, that this drug, this money, that it needed to be controlled. If we're going to be able to have that 1,000 years of peace and harmony, the devil that must be bound for that 1,000 years must be excessive greed. We're going to have to find a way to deal with this. We're going to have to find a way to help us. We're going to have to make that type of greed a controlled substance. Greed is good. We want to have greed. We need that emotion. Anger is good. We need that emotion. But sometimes we can get caught in it. We can get caught into an emotion. When I was in India, they talked about how to make a monkey trap. They would take a coconut, carve a little hole in it, empty out the coconut, put a stake in the ground, and anchor that coconut to the ground with a hole in it. Into that empty coconut, they would drop a piece of candy. Along would come the monkey. He'd smell the candy. He'd reach into that hole, grab the candy, but now with his hand grabbing the candy, he could not get his hand out. The hunters are coming down the road. They're going to kill the monkey, and the monkey's caught. By what? By greed. If the monkey lets go of that candy, he's free. A highly spiritual monkey, as the hunters will say, will do that. The hunters don't want to kill that monkey. They want to kill the greedy monkey. So our own emotions can trap us. And the trap that is set today, greed and money and all of this, sets a very large trap, and it traps people. And this is the perspective that when the world looks at America, this is the perspective that they see. They see a monkey with his hand in the coconut. They think that America is addicted to money. They think that the only reason that America is in Iraq is because of money. They think that everything that's happening is about money. Today on the news, North Korea reveals that it has nuclear weapons. America doesn't want somebody else to have nuclear weapons. America wants to try to control that. Fear. We're going to spend a lot of time in the complete Maitreya project discussing how we can take money out of many different industries. Let's just talk about one. Let's talk about genetically modified foods. There is on one side of this debate, there is the idea that some small little disturbance in the genetically modified food, something might be done different to that food. It might get into the digestive tract of some animal. It might upset some other genetic thing. What we know about fractal dynamics, we just don't know. We can't predict large quantities of data when they happen like this. So there's that one side that says, there's a possibility of danger. There's the other side that says, wait a minute, there's a possibility of making a lot of money. One of the first genetically modified foods was a tomato with a camel gene, and the tomato would require less water, like camels do. There was a strawberry made that would be able to defend against cold, so we'd have less destruction. But what if that little gene resulted in some other problem? Could we possibly know that maybe that little genetic disturbance could result in something cataclysmic? That's one side of the debate. And the other side is, well, Jesus, we make a lot of money from this, and it saves us a lot of time. We throw away a lot of less strawberries. It all comes down to money. The other side of the argument is all about patent control and money, productivity. And that's what you might think, except I want to just tell you a little story that my father taught me. He said, you pick up a gun, you pretend it's loaded. You understand that? Can you understand that? Pick up a gun and you pretend it's loaded. You are going to make genetically modified foods. Pretend that that bullet is loaded and it might represent the death of mankind. It is possible. With that perspective, in the context of that story, now we have possibly a different perception. If we understand that we have to pretend that the gun is loaded. Something a little different here. Pretty risky and courageous to try to keep going. And yet, in one of the tapes that I'm going to do in this series, we're going to take apart modern medicine so completely thoroughly. And its allopathic synthetic drug concept. I'm going to spend 3 hours taking it apart very methodically. And if you watch that, you will be changed. You will be changed. We're talking about $1 trillion industry, that synthetic drug market, and yet 100% of all of the evidence that points to it today is that it is doing more damage than help. It is only helping symptoms. It is not helping health. It is not helping to make anybody more healthy. It is only controlling symptoms, and its job in controlling symptoms is poor. And it's a completely reverse type of medicine. And in order for me to express that opinion, I had to leave America because there was a law in America, in a room of 3 or more people, you cannot express the opinion that something other than synthetic chemotherapy, radiation, or surgery could be helpful for cancer. I had to leave America to find freedom of speech. That sounds like a ludicrous idea. It is not. It is a valid, undeniable fact. These laws exist in America. Because America, how did that law get written? How could somebody take away the First Amendment, freedom of speech? How could they do that? Just because you voice an opinion different than synthetic chemical company. It's easy. Money's a drug, and it influences people. And now we got the next big step, because I'm going to take that apart in that tape. I'm not going to do any more of it in this movie. There's another step we have to do. How do we take money out of politics? The idea of democracy, as we go back, and let's look at a different idea. The idea of democracy was started by a man named Democritus, and that's where we get the name. He was in Athens, and he said that everybody in the city should come down to the old Parthenon, everybody should talk about it, and everybody should get together, as it really should be a total democracy, and everybody should vote on every issue. That was democracy. We didn't have the technology for a true democracy, so we started what we called the next best thing, which was a republic. Basically, we're going to elect somebody to then represent us. We fought the war with the English because representation. We wanted, if you're going to tax us, we want representation. No taxation without representation. So the whole idea of America was built on this idea, representation. And they started to then vote. And this was a great thing. But now we have a new technology, the internet. And the internet offers us now a chance for people to actually form a true democracy. If we were to take somebody and have the computer party, and somebody were to run on the basic idea of the computer party to be a senator or a representative or whatever, and he would state to his people, you vote for me, and every issue that is presented to me inside the state, I'm going to take all of those issues, I'm going to put them onto the internet. We're going to have discussion groups. We're going to spend all the money we make at being a representative or a senator. All of that money plus more that's given to us, donations, etc., is all going to go into a little TV show where people will be able to debate things, radio shows, internet discussions. And then eventually the people will be given the right to vote on every issue. And how they vote would be contractually bound how that representative would vote. Nobody could buy him, could they? There's a lot of hurdles for us to get to there. I understand that. About the technology, why do people thought, well, wait a minute, what about all that hacker stuff and all? It can be dealt with. It's technology. The technology is there. What that would mean is that lobbyists could not buy this person's vote. That would be impossible. He'd have to say, well, you can talk to me all you want, but how the people vote, I vote. The lobbyist would have to go to all the people, which he would. He would try to do advertising on every issue, though. We need to take money out of politics, and we need to put true democracy, because what we have now is not true democracy. We do not have a government for the people, by the people, of the people. We have a government of the representative, for the representative, and by the representative. In other words, the representative now, once elected, can do what he wants. He can run on the ticket of pro-abortion and get elected and say opposite on the issue. He might not vote the same way that he said he would when he was politicking. Happens all the time. In fact, so many people will politic on certain things, and then they get elected largely because they get involved with the Republican or Democratic Party. Their own personal beliefs have to be then twisted because the motivation of the party money and the party support, that motivation twists their perception. And then once elected, if they want to keep it being elected, they're going to have to play that party game. Now we have this incredible non-logical, non-rational, non-democratic system where the Republican Democratic Party really control what is going to be voted on and how that vote will be turned out. It is not determined by the people. It is determined by people who run those parties. A small handful of people will decide the factors of the human race inside America. That is not democracy. We could get back to democracy, and we're going to have to do that by taking money out and putting representatives who cannot be bought. They will be contractually bound to not being bought. We have that technology. It might take a while to develop it and perfect it, but it is a must, and it is here today. A true democracy can be started and can be developed. And I've made a tape on that to talk more about that. We're going to need to take money out of politics. We're going to need to take money out of the legal system, because right now we have a legal system that really is designed as a system for the poor. The more money you have, the better legal system you have. If you have to depend on the freebie lawyer when you get caught for whatever or indicted for whatever, you have very little chance. You see, the system was designed so that anybody could get a lawyer, as if all lawyers were equal. But that's ludicrous. That's not true. The lawyers are not equal. So now we have a system where if O.J. Simpson would have had a street lawyer, a freebie lawyer, there would be a different outcome, I think, for Marlon Brando's children as well, and on and on and on and on. And now we see 85% of the people in jail are the people who had those cheap lawyers. 85% of those people in jail are the people with the cheap lawyers, and 85% of those people in jail had to make some kind of a deal. Because we don't have a system based on justice and true analysis of the case. We have a system of let's make a deal. You were indicted on this, but you'll cop a plea to that, even though you didn't do it. That's what you have to do. And I've made movies and tapes about this. But that's the system that exists in America. And the better your pocketbook, the better the system of law that you have. That is not what was meant when they devised the system of America. We need to get money out of there. We need to understand that justice is justice. And justice should not be bought. And it is being bought every microsecond of every second, of every minute, of every hour, of every day, of every year. Because what is happening now is that money is controlling the politics. Money is controlling the legal system. Money is controlling the medicine. Money is controlling the schools. Money is controlling the education. And we have to stop this. We're going to have to stop this. We're going to have to do something. Now, we talked about that computer party. The computer party people are now going to be elected. It will happen. Americans are tired of this Republican-Democratic thing. Bill O'Reilly said it in an interview. Bill O'Reilly said, we need a third choice. Why? Here we had the last election, two people who never ran a profitable company, never really did much in their lives. They had everything given to them from rich families. We didn't have a choice. We need a choice. Even Bill O'Reilly can support this idea of a different. But rather than a choice of a different party with a different group of people making and being influenced by money, how about a choice that really just took the democracy to democracy, made a true democratic process? How about that? How about real democracy? Why not? Well, some people would say, well, one reason, we have an awful lot of stupid people. Because now, if we're going to take money and understand this, we're going to bind this devil for 1,000 years, we have to understand that one of the things that has happened on this planet is that of prejudice, discrimination. Prejudice and discrimination. And this prejudice and discrimination is perpetuated in a worldwide apartheid. Most of the world has an apartheid, including America, a very dramatic apartheid. Because people who are born are not given an equal education. The education that a person gets is dependent on the geographical location of their house when they grow up, not so much their birth, but where they grow up, because the local taxes will pay for that. This is a process that perpetuates prejudice, perpetuates discrimination, perpetuates this xenophobia and hatred, as that now in America, the blacks are considered stupid and ignorant by the whites because they don't get the money for education. Now that's what really is happening. I moved here to Hungary and found out that the blacks are just people. No problem here. They get exactly the same education. They're not a problem. Here, the problem is with the gypsies. The gypsies are deprived of money for their education. they don't get education. The system is engendered so that the local tax go to the local school, and the local area where there is poverty has very little money for its school. We do not have an equal education system. We have a system that is built to perpetuate prejudice. It is built to perpetuate inequality. We talk about an equal system, equal opportunity, employers and all that other stuff. That's just garbage crap. Want to know why I'm at risk? Why this is a risky thing? Because equal economic education is the only way we're going to make this world better. Equal economic education. Anything less is just prejudice. A penny less. If you give that black school over there in Compton, Los Angeles, 1 penny less than the money that you give over here to the Beverly Hills School, 1 penny less, and there's prejudice. The only way we can get to equality is through equality. And we have to recognize that money is a drug, but yet money is a needed substance. We must have money. We have to have an economy. It just has to be controlled when there is excessive greed. And when greed has politic to control and produce prejudice and discrimination, expansive prejudice and expansive discrimination, then we have a problem. And this is a very big problem. Inside the poor areas, the value of their houses is so poor, because one of the first questions that people have when they want to buy a house is, what are the schools like? Well, our schools are shit in this area. You have to go to the rich area. Oh. If there was equal economic education, within less than 1 generation, property values will start to balance, as the people will start to say, well, wait a minute, it's the same educational. The quality of the education is not only just money, but, believe me, money's a very, very big part. If Los Angeles could have truly equal education, then it will start, within just a short period of time of 20, 30 years, there will stop being poor areas and rich areas, as everything will start to get more conglomerate. There will still be rich areas, there will still be some poor areas, but if there's equal economic education, every child growing up, independent of anything, would have exactly the same equal chance. Right now, the students out of the rich school have a much, much greater chance of getting a good job. Yes, it happens in the poor schools when the superhuman little kid excels. 1 person out of 1,000 who breaks out, we talk about. But there's so many more that if there was equal economic education, we wouldn't have some of the sewers that we have. We wouldn't have some of these highly intelligent minds. Highly intelligent minds that had no opportunity. I came over here to Hungary, I came to Romania, and I found some really intelligent, very skilled people who just didn't have chances because of the economic system. And now the EC is starting to stabilize that. Money's a big part of this. Money's a part of the world. We need this. We need to control this substance. And right now, everybody involved, I'm talking to you and I'm starting to change your world. And a lot of people are saying, whoa, wait a minute. Oh, geez. Don't want to talk real equality. What time? Oh, Jesus. Did I leave the keys in the car? Damn. You got to face this because it's a fact. It's going to happen. I put it into the tape. You got to get into the program now. The world is going to change. When the state of California starts having equal economic education, it will end the California apartheid. When the state of Nevada has equal economic education, it will end the Nevada apartheid. When the United States of America has equal economic education, it will end the American apartheid. When South Africa has that, it will truly end the apartheid. Because then when the children that are born have the same actual chance, you're going to find out that within just a couple generations, who cares about ethnic groups? I came to Hungary, found out the blacks were no problem here. Nobody thought a second about that. because they didn't live in those areas. You understand? Within just a short period of time, it will become just another. People will become people. If there's anything that we're going to have to do to get to that 1,000 years of peace and harmony, it's equal economic education. Anything less is just prejudice. And you want to know why? People think it's so risky to voice an opinion. Can you feel that tension? That, oh my God, he's saying something that is so true. It is so incredibly true. He's caught us as being hypocrites, because that's what I'm doing. I'm catching most of you as being hypocrites. Believing in a democracy that truly doesn't exist, believing in equality that doesn't exist, believing in a medical system that's based on greed, believing in a political system and a legal system based on greed. And we're catching you now in this hypocrisy. And it's going to depend whether you're going to do something about it, and grow, or you're going to join in, or you're going to fight it. Don't shoot the messenger. First rule is don't judge the teacher. Judge the teachings. Think about this. Don't just try to throw stones at me. It means nothing. The idea is out there. Are you strong enough to fight and argue about the idea? Or do you have to stoop to something like backstabbing, twisting, diverting attention, changing the subject, distracting? Maybe that's what you want to do now. Maybe it'll take time for this little seed to grow in your heart, for you to find a new way to be. Maybe it'll take time for that. The world will do this, because it has been predicted that the Maitreya will come to do this and to bring this change and bind that devil for 1,000 years. As we said, the process of giving back democracy will be faced with this idea of equality of education and stimulating education, not just through equality, but also how do we find ways to get money into education beyond just the fact of equality. When we have the 300 some richest families in the world have more money than the 2.5 billion poorest, and when we find these 300 top people, what we're going to find is that to really understand their true assets, we don't even know. We can only really guess. So well hidden and crafted. We're talking about people with such incredible greed. Greed is a good, valid emotion that allows us to protect ourselves and protect our environment. It's part of being territorial. The wolf goes around and pisses around his area. The smell of urine attracts females. Yes, it does. Unconsciously. I made a tape about that, watch it. Also, the smell of urine repels males because he's trying to carve out his territory. He's trying to take care of himself. Territory becomes an important thing, and it becomes a very important thing for humans. And then it gets into greed. People will start to worry about greed because that territory also means the same thing for them. It's an emotion that's designed to perpetuate and help increase your survival. But when that emotion, etc., gets to a point of hypocrisy, not only just plain hypocrisy, but to the point that that hypocrisy threatens the planet, like with genetically modified foods, or the idea of not supporting the Kyoto Treaty, not really learning and watching the signs of the environment, because we could lose this planet. We could lose the human race. It's possible. And greed could be the reason. Now, what kind of sense is that when your idea of territorialism destroys your environment? Can you understand that's gone too far? Can you understand that when the greed goes so far as to threaten existence, how many atomic bombs do you need? If you think about that. If we were to pass some type of a tax where these really rich people could understand that to save their planet, they could give money to education. Not give, the poor people don't need money. They need education. And equal economic education is the only way. Now, I know that's an incredible thing to be able to think of, even in some weird, wild term, that we're going to be able to give equal economic education to the people of Africa and the third world countries. That's not going to happen. Let's try to first end the apartheid in Los Angeles. Let's try to end the apartheid in America. Let's try to end the apartheid in St. Louis. Let's start someplace shortly. Let South Africa try to end their apartheid. Let Germany try to end theirs. Let's start with someplace. But could maybe some of the money for these poor people, for their education, be gotten from the very rich, the excessively greedy? Could somebody get a message to them? We're not trying to take away your money. We're trying to increase your chance of survival. We're trying to help you, and that the truest form of survival is not through greed or not through competition, but through cooperation. Cooperation is the highest value people can have. The idea of brotherhood, enthusiasm, completion, togetherness, love, compassion. These are our highest ideals. Can we actually get to that and get a message across and help those people to understand that? I hope that this tape helps to do that. I hope that they don't try to shoot the messenger. That's why I had to put out this message, as risky as it is. Let's take another idea here. Let's take the entertainment industry. Here, my own daughter graduated high school, and she didn't know who won the Civil War in America. She wasn't sure whether it was the North or South. But yet she can tell you what Fred Durst had for breakfast. She can tell you all kinds of things about the celebrities. And when I watched all these different celebrities, we see, especially in the music world, such a disdain for education. They hated education. Well, no wonder. Education sucks. Education is not about fun. We need to change this. We need to get education and elevate it. And one really good way, let's take all the people, all these celebrities, we're going to make movies, music, books, whatever, and let them take 10% of their work to education. What I mean is that if one song out of 10, Limp Bizkit makes one song out of 10 on their album with an educational theme. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. That's how I remember it. Music is a very powerful educational tool, and repetition is a very powerful tool. If we could incorporate music, media, education, we don't have to worry about whether the message is so correct or not. It's all opinion. It's all different teachings. Just don't worry about the teacher. But see, the idea is the fact that if those people could get a very large tax break, if those celebrities, those music people, got a substantial tax break, let's say 50% off of their tax, for just one song in 10% of their work, having an educational theme, of course they would want to. Snoop Doggy Dogg would think about it. Ludacris, all these people, of course they would. And they should. If the children could see that their heroes valued education to the point of some participation, would they not change their mind about education? Could it be that then maybe things would change? Could we then find much more money for the educational system? Of course. This is just something we need to do. We need to recognize that the entire celebrity world should be given the opportunity to participate in the educational system and be given substantial rewards. Half of their income tax given back, just for spending a little bit of time creating something with an educational theme. Exciting precept, isn't it? Great idea. To get more money into education, to help defray the problems that are going to happen from equal economic education. Because it will come about. It'll come about through chaos if we don't stop it. I'm not here to promote anarchy, but sometimes people have to take things into their own hands. I don't recommend that, please. Let's try to find peaceful ways of getting to end this apartheid. This idea that somehow or another, one little place, one house here, and 25 meters over there, that house, and the completely different educational system. That's an apartheid. And the chances are that in the poorhouse, there's a very great chance that there's an ethnic person in there. That perpetuates the idea of the ethnic people are less because they have less money, they have less jobs, they have less this and this, because they have less opportunities, because they have less money. You understand the stupidity of this? Somebody's now dropping the stone and making the water clear. Okay? This is what we need to do. We want to get to that world, 1,000 years of peace and harmony. In our pursuit of understanding of this, we're also going to have to understand who is the enemy. Who really is the enemy? I asked my mother. We're talking about this Iraq thing. Who's the enemy? She said the Arabs. I said, come on, Mom, there's 300 million Arabs in the world, or more. You think they're all the enemy? Think they're all waking up today thinking about taking you out? No, this is absolutely not. Absolutely illogical, irrational. We want to know who the enemy is. We have to brand this enemy. We have to look at what... We talk about the enemy. Let's talk about the hero. What is the hero? What are the values we like in the hero? Let's look at the little cut from El Cid.
Fernando, put down those stones.
Welcome home, my son.
Here are some Moorish prisoners for you.
We didn't expect such wedding guests. Are you holding them for tribute?
They're your prisoners, sir.
They're yours. You captured them. You must decide what is to be done with them.
Hang them! Now!
We are ready. King! There will be a great ransom for you if you let us live.
You were ready enough to kill. It would seem you're less ready to die.
I am ready, my lord Rodrigo. I have no great desire to live to see what is coming for all of us.
What is coming for all of us?
Wars, death, and destruction. Blood and fire, more terrible than has ever been seen by living man.
Don Diego, I will take your prisoners back to the king at Burgos.
They are not my prisoners. They are my sons.
Oh, forgive me, Don Rodrigo. Then it will be your prisoners we will hang in the palace square at Burgos. We will hang their bodies high as an example to
Count Ordóñez, these prisoners will not go to Burgos.
The king will be just as pleased if you hang them here.
We've been killing them for years. What has it brought us? Peace?
Hang me and my sons will not rest, while a single Christian remains alive in Bivar.
What other way is there to treat the Moors?
Do you want these people to live in fear the rest of their lives? Antonio, do you want to see your church burned too? Your villages destroyed? Then kill them.
Don Diego, tell your son that it is treason to refuse to turn over prisoners to an officer of the king.
Rodrigo knows what he must do.
Do you solemnly pledge never again to attack King Ferdinand's country?
I do. Among our people, we have a word for a warrior with the vision to be just and the courage to be merciful. We call such a man El Cid. I, Mutamin, Emir of Saragossa, pledge eternal friendship to the Cid of Bivar and allegiance to his sovereign lord, King Ferdinand of Castile. May Allah strike the eyes from my head and the flesh from my bones if I break this pledge. In the name of Allah.
In the name of Allah.
What we just saw Charlton Heston showing us an idea of hero. You know, it's not just based in revenge, it's the idea based. Let's now take a look at a cut from Memphis Belle.
Everybody listen. I know you want to drop the bombs and get the hell out of here. But there's civilians down there. There's a school right next door, and if we don't drop these bombs right in the pickle barrel, there's going to be a lot of innocent people killed.
What's the difference? They're all Nazis.
Luke, shut up!
What we just saw here is the one man said, let's bomb them because they're Nazis. The other guy said, no, we can't do it. There's schools. That's not the job. Let's take a look at Black Hawk Down.
Listen to this. One skinny kills another skinny. His clan was the dead guy's clan, 100 camels. 100 camels.
Camels. I wouldn't pay one camel.
Must be a lot of fucking camel debt. Is that really true, Lieutenant?
Well, that's Sergeant Eversman. He likes the skinnies.
Sergeant Eversman, you really like the skinnies?
It's not that I like them or I don't like them. I respect them.
See, what you guys fail to realize is the Sergeant here is a bit of an idealist. He believes in this mission down to his very bones, don't you, Sergeant?
Look, these people, they have no jobs, no food, no education, no future. I just figure that, we have two things we can do. We can either help or we can sit back and watch country destroy itself on CNN. Right?
I don't know about you guys, but I was trained to fight. You trained to fight, Sergeant?
Well, I think I was trying to make a difference, Kurt.
Like the man said, he's an idealist.
You see, the one man says he signed on to the army to make a difference. The other man signed on to fight, to kill people. Here's the bottom line. The enemy is the people who want to kill. See, in all of our cultures, we talk about thou shalt not kill. Because it's deep inside our own biology, it's deep inside our religion, it's deep inside our hearts and our minds that killing is wrong. And the enemy is anybody who wants to kill somebody. If you are a Palestine and you want to kill the Israeli, you are the enemy. If you're an American and you want to kill somebody, you're the enemy. It doesn't matter what uniform you wear. The enemy is anybody who wants to kill. That's the enemy of mankind. The only way to stop killing is to stop killing. This idea of revenge and you kill in Northern Ireland. What is this? Northern Ireland. We're told in America this is a religious thing between Catholics and Protestants. Bullshit. It's got to do with England and Ireland. It's all irrelevant. It's all frickin' Europe now. And they're still killing people, and they remember the hurt. Down here in Bosnia, they can go through a whole 100 years of what happened in the past. And that's why I'm going to tie a rope around your neck and throw this stone off the bridge. Revenge is a very poor motive. In all of our religions it says that revenge is not to be done. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, but vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And the same thing in the Quran. It all says about this. It's the deepest part. And when our little child comes back and two little kids are fighting, oh, Johnny hit me. And Johnny was flaring his arms and hit somebody, and the other kid has to hit him back. Oh, he has to hit. We try to say, no, come on, stop that. If you hit back, you're just as bad. That's not the way to solve the problems. We try to then elevate their spirits and their minds to a higher level. Don't we? Shouldn't we? Shouldn't we try to take our planet to a higher level? Yes, the instinct of anger, the instinct of revenge is there, the instinct of fear, all of that is there. Yes, it's an undeniable fact of biology. But if you're caught in it, like the monkey in the coconut, you can't get out. Something's wrong. Yes, you have the right to defend your country, and yes, you should defend your house and defend your property. Yes, absolutely undeniable, and there are a lot of bad people out there. There's a lot of the enemy who want to kill, and you need to be prepared. But now to anticipate and say, well, I think he wants to kill me, and go kill him, that's a little different. Going into somebody else's country, going into somebody else's house, going into somebody else's place, assuming that maybe they have weapons even. You never know. Pretty sure they had weapons. See how wrong that is? You see how stupid that is? You see? But that's not what we want from our children. And yet, there's certain people that still have it. I know it's hard. I'm touching your hearts now as we're talking today. And I'm going to help to change your mind, because I'm going to help you to realize thoughts of revenge, thoughts of anger are okay. But before you go into that action, you need to talk to somebody. It's impossible for us to do it elsewise. We need to be able to, if somebody's attacking your home, you defend yourself. There's no question about it. But after they've left, before you go over that fence into somebody else's house, you want to make real sure it's him. Number one. Number two, you want to make real sure that you've done everything you can with the systems that can be. You want to involve the police. We say don't take the law into your own hands. There was an international police called the United Nations. Somebody didn't really believe in that, though. His idea of revenge was too much. I need revenge. Do you understand that the highest ideals, what we talk about at Christmas time and all this other stuff, that the highest ideals of life are all about learning to control that urge. That's what we want for our children. That's what we want for this world. That's what we need for this world. And when that revenge is associated and has been motivationally changed and its perception twisted by greed and the need for money, that's when things are really a problem. And then when the person self-righteously thinks that he can use any religion to justify that, then we have the devil. To bind that devil for 1,000 years, we must be able to tell anybody who tries to use a religion to as an excuse to kill people, that is the devil. That's the highest form of the devil. To use religion to justify murder. That is the devil. And if we can bind that idea and teach that to all the world, teach that to all of our children, the enemy is the person who wants to kill. And if that person wants to kill in the name of their religion, that is the devil. If we can get that across, we can bind that devil for 1,000 years. We can hold them. Wars are started by the rich people, and all the wars are started over money, property. Rich people's property, rich people's money. The poor people are not involved. The rich people's children do not serve in those wars. Only a small percent of those children serve in those wars. Just a couple of token little idiots. It's the poor people who serve in those wars, who are then twisted and agitated and through xenophobia told all kinds of things and excited to defend their country. Those are the people who fight the wars. The stupid young men driven by ideas, fostered and paid for by the rich people. Those are the people And there's idiots among them who want to kill. Those are the stars they try to find and cultivate. And now we're training people how to pull that trigger. We're training them real young how to kill, how to get over desensitization. But it doesn't seem like we can ever train them to get over it when they really kill somebody. Because we can't. We won't do that. God, I believe in, won't allow that because it's in the biology of people. We need to stop this. We need to drop this stone. We need to get clear on this. Who is the enemy? How to bind that enemy? How to recognize the devil? How to bind that devil? And this is the process. And equal economic education is going to take us there. Recognizing all of these things is going to take us there. And I've changed your world. And I'm going to change it more. Because we're going to talk a little bit about perception. We're going to talk a little bit more about these things. You say, I'm not quite done yet. But I'm changing your world. And a lot of you are thinking, oh, what an asshole. And a lot of you are thinking, oh, what a courageous person. Hey, life is life. Don't worry about the teacher. Go home and talk about the teachings. Or be an asshole and talk about the teacher. It's okay. What can I say? In our expose, our exploration, our development of a pathway to get to 1,000 years of peace and harmony, we have to bring up yet another idea. Something else we have to talk about. We have to talk about a revolution in science, because now science has become more the pursuit of funding than it has become the pursuit of truth. The idea of science comes from the Latin word scio, to know. And as we try to know, it is this trying to know that develops this idea of science. And that's what it really was supposed to be about. Because what we are going to now find out as fact is that we know so very little. In actuality, the electrons revolving around the different atoms, around the nucleuses, there really is vast quantities of space. And if we were to condense everything that we call mass, the electrons, the neutrons, the protons, these subatomic particles, if we were to condense it, we would find out that the actual mass of the objects, such as our bodies in the world, the actual mass is trivial. It's very, very small. There's an awful lot of empty spaces. Why does everything appear to be so hard? Why does this appear that? Those electrons are moving at 600 miles a second, approximately, give or take. 600 miles a second. That creates a type of field, and then when these electrons adhere, they repel each other. So we actually don't contact each other. There's actually two fields that oppose each other. Einstein told us that E equals mc squared. That the mass is actually energy as well. Everything is in a vibratory state. And what we as human beings are a collection of all of these atoms that have organized in a biological fashion. Now, I wrote the book on the Promorpheus to really tear into the actual entities of this. It's 1,250 pages, a lot of movies, to help explain the actual idea of a quantum theory that relates to a biology theory. I've been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Medicine for several years for that. You should take a look at this. Now, in simple terms, what we're going to know is that the actual atom is organized in a quantic fashion and acts in a quantic fashion. So this is the basis of all of the things that we know. There might be other interpretations beneath the quantum. Because in science we have to recognize a level of humility that we never really will completely know. We talk about in quantum theory how something might be in two places at the same time. It might be over here and over there. They've taken pictures of the atom now, and the electrons are in different places at the same time. We have to open up our ideas. We have to understand that that is the basis of all of our existence. Could somebody be man and woman at the same time? Well, yes, it is possible. How many white crows does it take to show that there are white crows? It only takes one. So this is some of the ideas now about this idea of science. Now, as all of these atoms organize themselves, and what biology is an organization that seems to disobey thermodynamic laws, but obey more quantic laws, and it organizes itself in such a fashion that it is allowed to make things cyclic. We can bring in nutrition, put out excretion, a process known as metabolism. We can reproduce because our DNA is going to get tired after a time. Just like a captain signs onto a ship and he says, make the ropes tight and paint this and paint that. But after a time, the captain starts to get friendly with the people. And now the ropes aren't done so tight. He says, oh, that's okay. And the wall isn't quite painted. He says, oh, that's okay, because he gets friendly. Things get a little out of order. We need to bring in a new DNA. The cell needs to reproduce. Reproduction, a key, as we talked about in our quantum biology. So as we look at this more quantum world, we're going to find out things about probability and an awful lot of other things. And a very large issue is going to now come down into all of science. The issue of locality versus non-locality. What this means is, there are people who have the local theory, and they believe that things need to be push-pull. A photon must hit an electron for the electron to go to a higher state. A billiard ball must hit the other billiard ball. The idea of a cause related to an effect, a distinct cause that can be measured and understood. There's another side of this theory, the non-local, where it appears that there could be thought affecting. There could be some type of magical force. This non-local universe we now know to be more the truth, and if not the truth, at least an absolutely good theory that matches the local theory. The local theory depends on things being push-pull, and that appears to happen in our large world because we are macro objects. Our brains cannot touch the outside world. We cannot experience it. We have to take those things through senses, and the senses come into us, and all of this different levels of perception. We did a whole expose on the perception ability in the Maitreya project. And this whole idea of perception can be fooled. Our eyes can be fooled, our ears can be fooled, our touch can be fooled. And we are still unable to directly perceive things. So in order for us to make a science, we have to be able to work around that. And all of a sudden, here comes quantum theory, and oh my God, it came out of the blue, that all of a sudden the mind could affect things, what we call the observer effect. The observer affects the experiment. Oh my God. Proof of a non-local universe. In medicine, made the same discovery as well. They had to use the double blind because they had found in medicine as well, we need to study the placebo effect. The mind can affect things. Bell came along with his theorem about the dual quarks and separating them, and proved also a non-local universe. So, as we can see, many people could say that there's proof of a non-local universe. Many people say there's proof of a local universe. Both of these theories have the right to choose. Somebody looks up to the clouds and sees a bunny rabbit. Oh, look, I see a bunny rabbit in the clouds. Somebody else says, I see a horsey. Oh, yeah, I see a horse, etc. Our society sometimes, because we are all looking at clouds, that's what our whole existence is, trying to bond to an image. Let's take the Dalmatian, the famous picture of the Dalmatian. We look at it. And if you know it's a Dalmatian, then you bond to that image. Let's take another image. Let's take an image of somebody here. What is that? As we make it more and more clear, you finally see, okay, it might be a woman. What's the woman doing? Oh, a woman's on the telephone. Very interesting. So now you can see it's a woman on the telephone. Do you make the jump to realize that that woman on the telephone is me? That's another step. Your brains have now been changed. We take the name of a very famous teacher. What is that name? What is the name of that famous teacher? Well, I tell you that the name is Jesus. All of a sudden now you can see that inside the letters, inside the shapes, was the name. And now you'll always be able to see that name. You'll always be able to see that. Because you have been changed. A little bit of neurons have been connected. Synaptic clefts have been made. The more you repeat these things, the more the deeper they get in, because repetition deepens learning. And that's how learning all takes place, but based through a false perception. People store their memories in many different fake ways. Emotions affect memory storage, and if emotions affect memory retrieval. So when a man comes in and tells me about what happened last Friday, and he describes the circumstance, how he came home and he was so nice, and asked where dinner was. And his wife has a completely different memory. He came home and said, "Where's dinner?" And he was ugly and mean and nasty. See, these two different ideas, these two different interpretations were somebody looking at the clouds and seeing a bunny and somebody else seeing a horsey. And that's what our existence is. And that's what we're all forced to do, because now our perception really is not a direct link. And what we are actually perceiving is a effect of different vibratory shapes and etc. as well. But yet we are forced to do this. We're forced to make judgments in this world. We have to judge what is good deed, what's not good deed. So just like with saliva could be in the mouth, is not a problem. It's there all the time. But if we take it and spit into a cup, now to drink that saliva back, there's an instinct that says no. It's a biological instinct. There's a biological instinct to not like our waste. Shit, piss, 4-letter words, we call that. That type of instinct. That's there biologically. It's a biological reason. Greed, anger, guilt, shame. The entire spectrum of human emotions are all present for all of us. But the higher emotions of enthusiasm, awareness, spirituality, compassion, love, we kind of recognize that these are higher levels. And revenge and anger, greed, these are more lower levels. We have a list of them here, with compassion, enthusiasm at the top, darkness down at the bottom, giving up, suicide at the bottom. In comes stress here in the middle, and when stress comes in, it comes into all of us. Stress, anger, somebody hits you, somebody does something, somebody steals, somebody lies, somebody insults you, somebody throws a stone, hits you in the head. You are pushed into negative emotions. As negative emotions will bore you down, and eventually, hopefully, it'll come to a point where you be buoyed back up. And you can rebound to the top, as many people have done in this world. Many, quote, spiritual masters have learned to do that. But in all of them, when the stress comes in, when somebody dies, they feel sadness. It is not all highs. Life is ups and downs. But all of this different perspective that comes in through our perception, through our biology, through our existence, etc. This is how we understand science. And now when science comes along and society says it's a bunny rabbit, and you say, no, I see a horsey. No, it's a bunny rabbit. Science might say synthetic drugs work. See, somebody has looked into that sky and said synthetic drugs work. That's the bunny rabbit I see. Now, the experiment about synthetic drugs has come by, as we will talk about in the drug area, and completely 100% failed. Synthetic drugs don't work. They can only basically control symptoms. And yet there are people who sell those products and make those products who are there trying to tell you that's a bunny rabbit. And somebody else can come along and say, no, I see a horsey. I see natural medicine. Bunny rabbit. Until they might even make laws against that. Laws against seeing the horsey. Science has gotten to be a club that can be bought and used by the rich people. Science has become that pursuit of funding, and science has become this club. And this club is for sale. You can rent this club, you can buy this club, you can influence this club. This club is afraid to accept the ideas of a non-locality, that the mind can do things, even though that has been proven. as you think you are. You are. As the Bible tells us, as a man thinketh in his heart, he is. We know these things. Jesus came along to tell us that the sin is not just in doing, not just in killing, but in the seeds of hatred inside the mind. And that's where the negative emotions start that exist later as the crime, as the killing. And oftentimes somebody behind the scene, 99.9999 times behind the scene, these crimes associated with greed. Greed, anger, and delusion are three worst fears. Greed, anger, delusion, and fear. We have to be able to recognize that those are emotions that are there. We can't get rid of them, but we can't get caught in them. Science has now gotten caught in its description of a local universe which does not fit in today's terms. We are not applying the realm of quantum biology, what we've learned in quantum. We're not applying that to the real world. And when you look at movies like What the Bleep, that just came out, very exciting, very good, you start to realize that yes, you can, through your perceptions, affect your environment. And that might be a horsey. And you can see these things and do these things. Now, what I have come along here to now, in summary, say that science, this club, this evil club, has been for sale and it has been bought. It's been, the genetic food people have bought it to say it's okay. That's not okay. The gun might be loaded. We don't know what we're doing when we're changing the genetic structure of things. We don't really know. The idea about the pig man, as we talked about that in one of the other lessons. Science now, we recognize that the world knows there's a non-local universe. The world believes in prayer, spirituality. The world is of 99.9% of the people. If we voted tomorrow on whether mind could affect, whether prayer could affect, whether God could affect things, whether there was a non-local universe that allowed for a God and allowed for a mind to affect things, we would see by the vast, vast, vast majority, people would say yes. And yet, as a majority, we have put our confidence in a group of scientists, a small little clique, all group of scientists that get together and kind of just stick up their noses at other people who aren't part of their clique. This little clique that has decided that's not true. They look up and they see a bunny rabbit. They look up and they see a local universe, a thermodynamic universe, an Isaac Newton type universe. And yet, they take this idea and allow them to make synthetic drugs, allow them to make weapons, allow them to make destruction, allow them to destroy our planet, allow them to affect our weather, affect our oceans. We have put our trust in the wrong fucking people. We have been lied to. They have not looked at science because most of the people on the planet are math phobic and don't like science, and they leave it to somebody else to decide. The scientists and their little family, their little clique, have gotten together and they have made the rules. And now we're challenging those rules, and somebody now is saying, listen, it's illegal for you to CO or C. It's illegal for you to do that. It's illegal for you to try to do medicine through prayer. It's illegal to do natural medicine. And the strong forces in my whole life history over the last 25 years had been a battle about that. And when I say a battle, I left America persecuted and prejudiced to find freedom. This whole idea of science has gotten bastardized. It's off track. And we need to face the facts of this locality, non-locality. And right now, it is just as viable a definition as the other. In fact, probably both definitions are true, as they usually are. And our whole idea of the universe, we usually find out that two ideas which looked like they were opposite are actually both true. Einstein recognized that an object that was falling an object that was in motion, was actually an object that was still, as its relativity. And all of science is about discovering the yin and yang that exist together. And our whole science now needs to have one thing done to it. We got to take the money out of science. We got to make it so that it is pursuit of truth and pursuit of truth only. We have to open the doors to all kinds of scientific opinions. We have to open funding for this type of thing. And we cannot allow funding to happen just because it makes things right. The chemical companies and most of these other chemicals, research that is funded is usually defined the results of it before the study has even started. You know what that means? That means that they have picked the right research team who is most likely to get the right results. Well, of course they would. Why wouldn't you? If you had to choose the research team to study your drug or whatever, you'd want the research team most akin to your philosophy. Isn't that a little stupid? Is that really truth? Shouldn't somebody else be picking the worst research team? Shouldn't somebody else be picking an arbitrary, random search to find a team to actually do the studies? Science today has become the pursuit of funding, and that's what's going on in the universities, and that's what's going on in all the different places of the world, is that there is a big problem here. We are not getting to the truth. Now, I come along with this movie, and it's called the Maitreya movie, but another name for this is Too Much Truth. Because what we've done now, let's summarize. We've come to try to find a way to get to 1,000 years of peace and harmony. The Bible tells us that we have to bind the devil. And that devil is greed. And if by binding him for 1,000 years, can we recognize and that greed is good, but excessive greed is bad. Look at the profits made by some of these chemical companies, these oil companies. Look at the profits. And talk about greed. I wouldn't even have to share with you what profits at Exxon and these other companies made. But when other people looked at them, they said there must be a new word for greed. Must be a new word for it, because it's just excessively greedy. We have to be able to bind it. Money is a drug. We have to be able to get to the point of stopping the hypocrisy. Equality is a good word. And equal economic education is the only pathway that will help erode the prejudice and discrimination. We're going to have to look at this. We're going to have to look at the idea, is femininity weakness? No, femininity is strength. Are people who are feminine weak? Damn it, no. Listen, asshole, dick. The weakness is the boy who tries to pick on somebody smaller. It's an expression of insecurity. That's the problem. In order for us to get to that 1,000 years of peace and harmony, I've made a whole series of different videos, a book, a whole precept, all the way down to getting to just a one-page summary of what we need to do. That one page. We're going to go through that page now as it flashes behind me. The simple little ideas of what it's going to take to get us to that place, to offer 1,000 years of peace and harmony, growth, prosperity, compassion, love, reducing the crime, reducing the hatred, the discrimination, increasing the brotherhood and the compassion, really maximizing the capacities of the total human race. It's been very risky to do this project. It took a long time, a lot of effort, a lot of thought. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't judge the teacher. But take a look at the teachings. Discuss them. Work with them. Maybe they're not all perfect. But here we have the roadmap. And as the Maitreya, I brought this to you.
So I have a message for the chemical companies and this whole idea of the different drugs that they've made. Before I express that message, I thought about how to put it in such a way. I'd like to put a sugar coating on that message and really kind of tone down and use tact and basically human communication skills to really earnestly make an appeal. And rather than say what's fully on my heart, I just wanted to say something very tactful, and I wanted to sugarcoat the message. And what I wanted to say is, you fucked up bad, you fucked up real bad, so bad, how bad? You fucked up so bad, you fucked up too bad, you fucked up how bad? Well, let me tell you how bad. You fucked up really bad. Instead of taking natural medicine, the compounds that you know worked, you bastardized the whole idea. You made synthetics. You knew that the synthetics didn't work. You took the damn data from the natural and submitted it. You weaseled and did everything you could against the idea of healing and for the idea of profit. You fucked up bad, really bad, incredibly bad. You fucked up this goddamn planet. You put us all in jeopardy. You've made synthetic chemicals that we don't even have any idea what they're going to do in the future. You fucked up really bad. So I would like to be able to say something about the people supporting the idea of the current form of democracy. We've kind of discussed this and how it really isn't quite a democracy, as Democritus found. And I just wanted to say something to these people, and I wanted to be able to sugarcoat the message, have a little tact, and say it in a very appealing way so I don't ruffle any feathers and don't make anybody really mad, because I don't want to say exactly what's deep in my heart. So I want to sugarcoat this message, and as I talk to the people about democracy, because what I really want to say, as I sugarcoat this is, you fucked up bad, you fucked up really bad, you fucked up so incredibly motherfucking goddamn bad, you fucked up too bad, you fucked up so bad, you fucked up how bad? Let me tell you how bad. You fucked up really bad, because it is not a democracy. You have this idea of a Republican Democratic Party, and what that really means is you're electing an official who later gets bribed, he gets dissuaded, lobby groups come and talk to him. He is then responsible for the vote, and he does not always represent the voters. He most of the time represents the Republican or Democratic Party, not the voters of his instinct, not the voters of his area, not the people that he truly represents. He cannot get free of his own self-interest. What Democritus envisioned in a democracy back in Greece was that everybody participated in every decision. This was impossible until now. But now, with the computer generation, it is possible to have a true democracy. Because what exists today is not a true democracy. It is a republic. You fucked up bad. You fucked up really bad. You have this Republican Democratic Party. You don't worry about what's right for America. You don't worry about what's right for the people. You don't worry about what's right for the geography. You don't worry about the children. You worry about the party. And if you're worried about the party, then you fucked up really goddamn bad. So bad. How bad? Let me tell you how bad. Because it is against the interests of the basic idea of a government for the people, a government by the people, a government of the people. Now what we have is a government of the representative, a government by the representative, a government for the representative, where the representative's self-interests come up to the top. They are the cream. That's what generates his vote, not the vote of the people. What we need is a new system where that representative can get a direct idea of what his constituents have to say on every issue. Then we will have a democracy. And when that representative is held responsible by the people, by the actual vote of the people on every issue, then we will have a true interest. But we have a problem here. If we're going to make a government of the people, we have an awful lot of stupid people. And that's what we need to concentrate on, education. So I just hope that my sugarcoating was successful, and I hope that I had enough tact to be able to tell you what I really feel. And I also have a sugar-coated, tactful message for the people who are in charge of the education around the world, not just America, but people who are at the top of the latter that talk about education, that organize it and maybe oversee it and have their John Henrys on half a dozen documents a day to make sure that everything proceeds well. The quote administrators and the legislative bodies that organize all of this. Because I want to have a sugar-coated, very tactful message. Out of the earnestness of my heart, I want to be able to say to these people, in a very sugar-coated, tactful way, you fucked up bad, you fucked up really bad, you fucked up extremely motherfucking bad, you fucked up too bad, you fucked up so bad, you fucked up how bad, let me tell you how bad. The whole idea of this apartheid of education, where the rich people get the quality education and the poor people get the less quality, and don't twist it around. You know goddamn well what I'm fucking talking about. You know that the rich people get a completely different education. The rich people over there have completely different types of quality of teachers, and that they have all the little extras and the other people don't. Don't give me no shit. You know the quality of the teachers, you know the quality of the system, you know the quality of the grass that's in front of their damn high school. You know the quality and all this stuff, and you know goddamn well it's a giant difference, and you are the one perpetuating the apartheid. You are the piece of scum goddamn idiot shit that allows this social crap that happens. Because all of the illnesses of mankind, all of the social illnesses can be cured by equal economic education. And anything less is just prejudice. And you know it to be true, but you turn your back on it because it's about money. Money. Money talks, money controls, money walks. And when money tells you to go into the corner and shit, you go over there and squat. You stupid motherfucking goddamn idiots. Pieces of crap, filth. You know how to cure this planet. You know in your hearts what can be done to make this thing better. And if there was equal education, all of our real estate problems would go away, as real estate values would level. All of the social problems would go away, as that would level. All of the prejudicial problems of social prejudice will go away. These social prejudice are perpetuated by the educational apartheid. The haves get a different education than the have-nots, and the have-nots don't have the opportunity of getting into the job stream. Most of them can't even read. Understand what you're doing? Do you understand what you're perpetuating? You understand how motherfucking goddamn stinking bad you fucked up? You fucked up too bad, you fucked up so bad, you fucked up incredibly bad. You fucked up how bad? Let me tell you how bad. This whole idea of unequal education, whether it's in the city of London, whether it's the city of Paris, whether it's in the city of Washington, D.C., whether it's in the state of Nevada, whether it's in the state of California, whether it's in the state of Ohio, whether it's in half of Germany, whether it's in East Germany, if in any territory that you are in control of, if there is unequal education, it's prejudice, and you know it. And when the gypsies in Hungary get less education than the Nora people, it's prejudice, and you know it. And you are perpetuating an apartheid. You are perpetuating a prejudice. You are perpetuating a caste structure. You are perpetuating the basic goddamn problem that faces the world. How do we get together? How do we live together? What do we do? And as long as there are haves and have-nots, and you've made this strata so incredibly vast, you are the problem. You fucked up bad, you fucked up bad, you fucked up really bad, you fucked up too bad, you fucked up so bad, you fucked up how bad. Let me tell you, because until you can recognize dollar for dollar, penny to penny, equal economic education is the answer. Anything less is just prejudice. And if you did that in 2 generations, what would happen? In 2 generations, we will start to forget about prejudice. Because those prejudicial people, the have-nots, will have educational opportunities and get the same type of jobs. The world will come together. And when the world comes together, we'll have less terrorism. We'll have less wars. We won't have the injustices. We won't have poor areas rioting about the rich areas. We won't have the social and political unrest. You people are the problem. You people are the sewer. You people are the worst. You perpetuate. You'll twist. You'll divert. You won't listen to this message. You'll divert it. You'll twist it. You probably turned it off by now. I don't even think you have the balls to listen to everything I got to say. Because of what I got to tell you is you fucked up bad. You fucked up really bad. You fucked up so bad. You fucked up too bad. You fucked up incredibly bad. You know how bad? Let me tell you how bad. Because if you just listen, if you could get it together, if you could make it, 2-3 generations is what a different world this would be. Just imagine, in your own country, in your own place, in your own city, in your own county, wherever you are educational administrator, recognize that when you got one school system with a different economic per capita than another school system, it's prejudice. You know it. And if it starts to even out, then the minorities will get the quality and the freedom. We talk about equal opportunity employers. It's bullshit. The employers were always going to twist around and end up hiring somebody with a better education. It has nothing to do. They don't care about whites and blacks and gypsies and any of that shit. That's irrelevant crap. The fact is that they hire the people with the better education. They hire the people who went to the better teachers. They hire the people who got better books. They hire the people who had better school systems. They hired the people who had more learning, education, teaching. You know it. You could cure it. You could cure it. Tomorrow, you could step forward and you could be the first one to say, listen, equal economic education, anything less is just prejudice. And you could cure this. But you will twist, you will turn, you will let money influence you. You will let money control you. You will let money tell you what to do. You are the sewer. You are the problem. I hope that my message, my sugar-coated, tactful message, I hope it got to you. I sure as hell wouldn't want to tell you what I really think. I told you what I really think. You wouldn't like it. I want to be able to say something about the idea of swearing and offensive language, because it's come to my attention. Many people have said that there's a possibility that every now and then I might use a little offensive language, and just wanted to respond to that in a sugar-coated way, and in a type of way that I would do in church, and being a church-going man, and being somebody who really respects religion and the Christian religion and all the religions of the world. I just wanted to really, in a very tactful, sugar-coated way, be able to say about some of the different swearing things that happen, is that we are in fucking big goddamn trouble. This planet is under duress. We could lose this planet. We could lose the future of our children. And in order to emphasize this, I found that I have to have certain types of words that can get attention, get a laugh, get a giggle, or touch a person's heart. I don't want to swear. I know it sounds like fuck, but let me tell you, I have to, because I'm trying to get across a message. I'm trying to put an emphasis on it. I'm trying to put an exclamation point. I'm trying to get all of you people to recognize we could lose this planet. We could lose this human race. We could lose everything because of money, because of weapons, because of revenge motive, because of the turning the back on our basic ideas of spirituality, morality, and ethics that are deep inside of us. And I will do whatever I can to try to get across this message. We need to tap into that spirituality. We need to tap into that morality that is built in all of us. Because as they were saying in the thing about the guns, you can teach anybody to kill nowadays. They have the skills. We're teaching our young kids with the video games how to hit that button and how to kill. And gradually, we can teach anybody how to pull that trigger. We know this. But we can't teach them how to get over it. When they kill somebody, it haunts it. It lives in. Why? Because there's a deep morality against killing inside of us. It's inside all of us. Some people it's less, some people it's more. But in every human being there's an instinct. There is a basic compassion in everybody. Some people it is so hidden, so completely dug down deep It is there. It is part of the human condition in every one of us, undeniably. And because of that, we need to deal with that. And I apologize if in any way, shape, or form I have ever offended anybody. It was never my intention. My intention is to try to help save this planet. And I hope that you can appreciate the goal. You might not like the means. If you don't really like swearing, I don't know whether some of these tapes are for you. I apologize to you. And I also would like to have a sugar-coated message for President George Bush. I want to make sure that I put an extra special sugar coating on this. George, I've always been Republican, and I've always supported the Republican Party, and I thought that your father was the most qualified and intelligent United States president the United States has ever had. I had interacted with your father. I was a member of the Inner Circle, and I had interacted with your father several times. I was able to meet the man. I wrote letters. He wrote letters back to me, and I was always impressed at this man's intelligence and articulation. Being head of the CIA for years, being vice president, being president, absolutely the most qualified person we've ever had as a president. Highly intelligent. But I want to give a message to now you, George Bush Jr., and I want to make sure that I express it in a tactful way, in a sugar-coated way, so I don't want to upset you in any way. But what I got to say is, you fucked up bad. You fucked up really bad, really motherfucking goddamn bad. You fucked up too bad. You fucked up so bad. You fucked up how bad? Let me tell you how bad. George, when Timothy McVeigh bombed Oklahoma City bombing, the people were intelligent enough to know that it wasn't Christianity that did it, even though Timothy McVeigh was Christian. We didn't declare war on Christians. The fact that he was a hillbilly, we didn't declare war on hillbillies. We didn't bomb West Virginia or Oklahoma. We didn't do this because he was a criminal. Now, when you made war on the Arabs, when you thought that something was going on over there in Iraq, and you believed and twisted little things, George, you got to have more intelligence in this. You got to recognize what's going on. You can't declare war against Arabs. You got to be more intelligent than this. You fucked up bad. You fucked up really bad. Come on, George. Wake up. I'm one of your supporters. I will vote for you, I think. Even as idiotic and stupid as you are, I still believe in some of the basic principles that you represent. But George, you got to have a higher degree of intelligence. You got to be able to sit back. You can't use this cowboy gun firing thing because, George, you pushed a button and killed little children. You dropped bombs. When Timothy McVeigh and somebody dropped this bomb in Oklahoma City, the United States people didn't drop bombs on villages to catch them. There was a proper procedure. Now, I understand that in the case of Osama bin Laden, something had to be done. You had to involve the world. You had to do something. You had to do some type of a world court. You had to go through the world. You should have pushed for a little bit more respect and a little bit more control, and especially before you went into Iraq. Because you just got bad information and twisted it. You have to be able to listen more. And you can't just shoot from the hip. Believe me, I'm trying to help you. I am a good, solid American, and just the fact that I am trying to criticize does not make me less an American. Basic, my right to protest, my right to criticize, my right to freedom of speech. I'm a better American than most. I'm a better American than the ones that just sit back and do nothing. And I'm trying to make a help. And I'm trying to get a message across here. You cannot kill innocent people. Anywhere. Anyhow. You shouldn't do this. You see, George, you have to realize revenge is not justice. When we talk about justice, what do we mean? In our judicial system in America, we have basic laws that would stop the police from coming in and killing cities, villages, trying to find people. We have basic ideas of our law. We have an international law, too. It's called a moral ethic. that's built into all of us as human beings. We just can't treat the people of Afghanistan as if they're not really true human beings. They are human beings, George. We just can't violate our basic ideas of morality and ethics in order to execute a type of justice. Revenge is not justice. The people who did this crime needed to be brought to justice, and there was a way to do this. By using the world and by bringing into the connection, we could have done this in a much better way. You could have held your breath, and you could have got long-term justice, which would ultimately protect, because one of the things I want to tell you is you fucked up really bad. You fucked up how bad? So bad, too bad. And let me tell you how. Because the American people are not safe now, George. You did not increase the safety. You decreased our safety. It is a year later and people are dying over there in Iraq. And more Americans have died after the war than before the war. And worldwide, we are all deathly afraid of terrorism. Afraid to get onto an airplane, any place in the world. You have made the world worse, George. Wake up. Don't do this type of thing again. Rise to a higher spiritual level. Get to a higher spiritual level. Realize that revenge is not justice. Vengeance is God and God alone's. We need to assist it in a justice fashion involving all the people of the planet. Just like if something happened in the country, we would involve the entire United States. When something happens in this world, we have to involve the world. We want justice. Personal revenge is not justice. I'm your friend. I'm trying to help you here. Okay? I hope that you like the sugar-coated nature of the message. One day I'd hope to meet you. Catch you later, George. Free beer. I got your attention now. I need to get your attention. We're talking about trying to save a planet. We're talking about trying to end war, trying to end terrorism, trying to promote happiness. And free beer is part of that, I'm sure. So I want to really come up with a set of different titles for this documentary series. And free beer is the one I thought would have the best chance of getting your attention. One of the things we need to do as we face changes in our society is to recognize that now, more than ever, what we've seen is a tension between the good and the evil. A real tension as we teach our children more and more with the video games how to kill. Maybe not how to kill, but are we starting the process? Are we starting to condition them to kill? Are we teaching them as we start to provide that conditioning about that? Now think about it. Because as we talked about, there's a thing called shaping in psychology. B.F. Skinner came up with the idea. How you can shape a behavior by rewarding the behavior. A little bit, a little bit, a little bit. A reward might be a star that we give our little child in first grade. A little star that we give them. Just a tiny reward. Could be a tone, could be just something small. It doesn't have to be a large reward. And we can start to shape the behavior into what we want. And what's happening with our video games, we are shaping the children to kill. Kill. We're starting to teach these kids at a young age how to start pulling that trigger. And then as they get bigger and bigger and older, we teach them about the Uzis and about this and that. It's a long progression of teaching them about this. Is this what we want? We have to think about what it is that we want. If we don't know what we want, if we don't know where we're going, we can't get there. What type of society do we want? What do we want to be in 10 years, 5 years, 20 years, 100 years, 1,000 years? Just think about the millennia, the idea of 1,000 years of peace and stillness and harmony. An idea of, let's take out the word stillness, because stillness might not be so peaceful or happy. But let's take the idea of 1,000 years without wars. And how can we get there? That's what this documentary is all about. Trying to analyze the process. What are some of the faults in our society? What is the good? What is the bad? What do we do about the bad, and how we define it? So as we go through a long, long, long progression, as we analyze how to get there, and where do we want to be, and what it is that there is, free beer ain't such a bad idea. Go grab yourself a beer and sit down and watch the rest of this documentary series. Too Much Truth. This is the next one. Too Much Truth. Another title for this documentary series. I want to have a series of titles. And what we're going to do here is we're going to condense ideas of truth. We're going to talk about how do we get and how do we take our society to 1,000 years of peace and harmony without wars and terrorism, and how do we get to that level of happiness where we can have it for 1,000 years. We've always talked about in all our different legends the idea of the millennia, the idea of this happening. It's been foretold, it's been forecast. What is it? How do we get there? And that's what this is all about. That's what we're doing here. And the idea of too much truth. Because if we take a little bit of truth and give somebody a little bit of truth, people like that. The idea that maybe a drug might be harmful, because like Benedictine, which produced autism, etc., infected my son Daniel. That's a little bit of truth. And when the court case happened, we all applauded when we got that little bit of truth. But what if the truth was that all of the drugs were bad? Would that be maybe too much truth? Would that step on too many toes? Would that interfere with too much money? Many people are afraid of me. There are people told that it's illegal to attend one of my seminars. There are people who will tell you that it is illegal for you to watch this documentary because they are afraid that you're going to hear too much truth. A little bit of truth is okay, but too much truth. If we start to find out that children are being kidnapped in the pedophile rings, an international pedophile ring that operates throughout the world, if we hear that, it's a truth and that's okay. But if we start finding out that there are 45,000 children a year missing, then it becomes horrific. Maybe it's too much truth. When I made the movie The Greatest Sin, I put in too much truth. I purposely wanted to make a movie that would not entertain you, a movie that would challenge you, a movie that would disturb you, a movie that would challenge you to take part, take a place, do something. That's the kind of movie I made. And people said it was too much truth. Many people were afraid of it. People were afraid to show it. People were afraid to watch it. When I went to Arlon, the trial of Marc Dutroux, which is what the movie's about, The Greatest Sin is actually the Marc Dutroux story. His court case in Arlon, Brussels, there was 1,300 different people from the media from all around. We invited them to come see the movie, see the premiere, the first time we'd ever shown it in a public fashion. I rented a room with 350 seats, and nobody showed. None of those reporters came. Reporters who, out of due diligence, should be doing something. But it was too much truth. The idea of us stepping on the toes, when we're going to say, we're going to bring out time and time again in this documentary, money is a drug, and it is an addictive substance, and it can hurt people. And how do we control this addictive substance? What do we do, and how do we find ways of helping our society to get to that 1,000 years of peace and harmony? It's going to take a lot of truth to get there. And what happens when there's too much of it? When it's overwhelming and it becomes the fact that, oh my God, you're impinging on the flow of cash. We're not talking about impinging on the flow of cash of moderate people. We're talking about the cash of the very, 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 very rich. And now that becomes scary because these people can threaten our lives with lawsuits or worse. Then it becomes too much truth. Contained within this long, ultra-long, boring, frickin' documentary I'm making for you is too much truth. It's going to scare you. It's going to challenge you. It's going to disturb you. I'm going to insult you. I'm going to swear at you. I'm going to do everything I can to emphasize and garnish for every little bit of attention that I can get from you. I want you to think of me like a cobra in your room, a snake. And I am dangerous, very dangerous. Why? I offer no threat other than truth. What I offer, the threat that I offer society, the threat that I offer you, the threat that I offer the politicians, the threat that I offer everybody is truth. And that becomes a threat because too much truth is a problem. And that's what this is about. And that's what this documentary is about. You want a name for this documentary. It's Too Much Truth. And some people can't handle the truth. In fact, can society handle the truth? I believe you can. I believe you can handle the truth. I believe that what I have put into this painstaking effort to try to unturn every little stone I can in building a society, not through structuralized walls of just one group of people, but offering an international morality and review and process, that by doing that, I believe I can help this planet. I'm doing my thing. I am the messenger. Please don't shoot the messenger. But if the messenger has too much truth, everybody wants to shoot him. Please don't shoot the messenger. I'm here for you. I'm here to rattle your cage, pull on your chain. I'm here to make you wiggle in that seat. I'm here to entertain you. I'm here to talk to you. And I'm here to give you too much truth. Maitreya, another name. Maitreya, it is written in the Buddhist texts, a prophecy of Maitreya. The idea that there would come a very wise man, Buddha-like, Bodhisattva-like, etc. It would come a time that that person would step forward about this time in our society, that would come forward and guide us to 1,000 years of peace and stillness. It took a long time for me to actually accept the fact that I was that person, and that's what I'm here for, and that's what this is about. And that's what this is the name of it, Maitreya. And if you're afraid of that name, turn off this video, watch the free beer name. Because it's just a name. As our friend Shakespeare says, a rose by any other name would smell so sweet. It's just the name. It's a set of vibrations that tingle our ear and start a cascade of ideas. It's not meant to be in any shape or form non-Christian, non-Hindu, non-Muslim. It's meant to be all things, to bring it all together, because it is a concept of fulfillment, a concept of fulfillment of a prophecy. The prophecy also exists in the Christian religion that we would have 1,000 years of peace and harmony, that there would come this type of time where war would be a thing of the past. I'm here to outline a process of how that could happen. I'm the messenger, maybe the John the Baptist type character, because I believe that Christ will come. I do believe that. I am not the Christ. I am not that. I am the Maitreya. I'm the person who's going to usher that in. And I want to define this process. And I've taken painstaking research and time. It's taken me 25 years to fabulate all of the little things that need to be put into this process of how do we get there? What is it that we want to, where we want to be, and how do we get there? And how do we put this all together? That's what this is all about. For the prophecy to come about for this 1,000 years, the Buddhist community will have to embrace me as the Maitreya for what I am. Not because I know anything and not because I can recite any certain phrases or know any of that. That's irrelevant. The idea that this Maitreya would be the usher-in of the millennia. If we can achieve that, that little goal. If the Buddhists could welcome me, I think that would start the cascade. It's the truth, the name of the documentary that I'm doing, and I hope that we can all achieve it day by day, inch by inch. How to Make and Save Money. It's also the title of this documentary series. Basically, I want to bring out, as we discuss this, that money is a drug. It's undeniably a drug. And as a drug, it must be a controlled substance. Because it can produce addictive behavior, and that addictive behavior can be destructive to you and your family. The addictive behavior could trigger you to do almost anything for money. Absolutely undeniably true. We're not trying to reject money. Please understand this. Many people will say this as in order to try to refute what we're doing. No, we are not rejecting money. There was a man who wrote, I think it was Byler, who wrote a book saying that food is your best medicine. Food is a drug. In the classes that I teach in healthcare, one of the things that we like to teach is that in the Sanskrit medical schools of India, one of the tests that they did is they would ask somebody to go out into the woods, out into the forest, and try to find one plant that had no medicinal value. And you couldn't pass until you came back with the idea that doesn't exist. All plants have some medicinal value. All plants have some drug-like capacities. And that food is your best medicine, and the drug should come there. So we're not trying to say that we want to do away with money. Believe me. We're trying to tell you how you can make money, how you can save money, how you can process it. What can our society do? We just want to make sure that all of these different substances that can be drugs can be controlled to a point where they won't hurt people, because right now money is hurting people, and money is threatening this planet. We are at the point where self-interest groups and large monies that we don't understand. We're not talking about anybody who makes $100 million a year. We're talking about the guy who makes $100 billion a year. We're talking about the large people who are making decisions that put more money into their pocket and that possibly could result in the demise of this planet. We're talking about the genetically modified foods. We're going to talk about the drug companies. We're going to talk about the politicians. We're going to talk about the oil companies. We're going to talk about a host of these different things. And I want you to understand that when I say money is a drug, we're not talking about your money. We're talking about how you can make more money and how you can save money. We do not want to ignore money. In fact, we want to embrace it. Money is just as needed as everything else. In the 60s, back in my old generation, the young kids, the hippies, as we were called, I never really got initiated in. I was too conservative for the hippies. I was a computer nerd geek. So I wasn't really included into it. In fact, I didn't even know all their secret handshakes. It was embarrassing. I wouldn't do the drugs and everything. So I wasn't really a, quote, hippie, but to my father I was. So I guess I could kind of include myself in that hippie standard. The hippies tried to do away with money, tried to have societies where things would be in barter and all that. No, that's not what I'm after. Money is a process. Economic opportunity is part of life. To ignore a truth is to give it power. To ignore a truth gives it power. And to ignore money is to ignore a truth, to ignore finances, and that would give it power. And that resulted in the demise of the hippie type of generation. They couldn't stand up against the forces that were against them. But also to deny another truth would give it power. Money is a drug, and as a controlled substance, it can influence people's perception. We will point out that motivation determines perception. And if motivation is money, and for most people it is, it can twist perception. So with this in mind, I want to prepare the idea that this video series that I'm doing here is designed to help society and to help you make more money and save more money. It's designed for that. So open your mind, and you're going to hear some things that might sound counter to that. But have a deeper analysis, because it's not true. Save the Planet. Another title. Save the Planet. We're talking about trying to save this planet, the delicate balance. Now, I know that to many people that sounds kind of cliche, that sounds very unnerving. Some people will embrace this as a prospect to try to save the planet, and there's other people who will be perturbed at the hokey nature of the word. But it is something that we need to do, and it is the purpose of almost all the documentaries that are made out there to try to offer some type of advice. When you get together, you want to make a documentary, you want to do something like this. And it's the purpose of this documentary. Because we want to try to offer us a plan to save the planet. How do we get to 1,000 years of peace and harmony? And how do we build ourselves towards that and get that? And that's what this is about. So yes, it's just another name for this documentary series. We're going to talk an awful lot of things, social, different issues, and etc. But we are going to try to save the planet.
Hello, I'm Mr. Paul I. Titian. I'm here today to talk to you about a very bad idea that's developing. The idea that the people should represent themselves. The idea that the people should have the vote. For all the years that we've had America, we have not let the people vote because we don't believe the people really have the intelligence or the mind or the ability to actually govern themselves and decide on issues. We have found that the best way for that is to run a popularity contest. Have them vote for somebody that they like their look of in the suit and they like the jingles that they might say. Then this person can go in and actually represent the Republican or Democratic Party to the best of his ability. The Republican and Democratic Party know what's best, and these parties will tell the politician just how to vote. So we would like to come out against the idea of a true democracy letting the people actually have the vote, letting the people decide about the issues, because that would not be the American way. My name's Buzz Stratton. I want to talk to you as a retort against equal economic education. I grew up at a really poor school, and I did pretty damn well for myself. I drive a truck, and let me tell you, we don't need no equal economic education. Let those rich people have that extra money. Let them have it their way. We don't really need equality of our education. Equality comes from the ability to vote for somebody that we don't have any idea what they're going to do when they get into Congress. That's what true equality is. This is the way of the American way of life. What's good for my ancestors is good for me. So I'm out against equal economic education. Don't tell these people I live in a rich house now and I got everything's fine and I live in a place where my kids go to the best schools. I want them to know where I grew up. I don't want them to know where I live now. If they knew where I live now, then they'd know that my kids don't get the equal economic education. They get the high level. I can't. They're going to find out about me? Okay. My name's not Buzz Stratton. My name is Gus Orwell, and I don't drive truck, but I am still against equal economic education, because equal economic education is just bad for the American way of life. Hi there, I'm Crazy Eddie, your friendly neighborhood arms dealer. Yes, we're the ones that sell the guns and the grenades and the missiles and the tanks and all those friendly different things that you can use to kill your neighbors with. Yes, without our help, you wouldn't be able to kill those neighbors. Of course, we get all our guns from manufacturing places in America and Europe and Russia and all those other places, but hey! You can buy all the different guns, all the AK-7s, all the 947Ps, and all the 67-stroke 9s that you want. You can get from us all the different grenades, landmines. Hey, just think what those landmines can do in protecting your territory from those neighbors. Hey, you know, and all the tanks and the weapons. And we now have these heat-sinking missiles. Boy, we have a special on them this week. I'm Crazy Eddie. Come on down and buy some more arms. Keep in mind, it's not the arms that kill people. It's the territorial assholes that kill people when they get the arms. Without the arms, they wouldn't be able to kill the people. So just think, the protection of all your borders depends on us. We're here to make a deal with you because we're crazy! Hi there. I'm Attorney Howe from the lawyer firm of Dewey, Cheatham and Howe. And I'm here today basically to tell you about personal injury, how we can help you. It was our team of lawyers that represented the man in the Winnebago who turned on the cruise control. He turned on the cruise control and went back into the back of the Winnebago to make himself a cup of coffee. The Winnebago went off the road, but it was not in the instruction manual that he couldn't do this. We also represented the woman who put her little hamster into the microwave to dry the hamster off. She sued and successfully won. She won $1 million because it was not in the instruction manual. You couldn't do that. We also represented the woman who took the cup of coffee from McDonald's and burned her hand because McDonald's should not have sold such hot coffee, and they should have had a warning on that label. So if you too have been hurt in some ludicrous, crazy, wild and wacko way, for a fee we will represent you. Because we at the firm of Dewey, Cheatham and Howe, we can see to it that your wacko, crazy, wild, insane lawsuit gets proper representation for the right fee. So bring us all of your personal injury complaints and see what Dewey, Cheatham and Howe can do for you. There are several sources of problems in the basic philosophy that we have in our medicine of today. We have several different systems of medicine that are being utilized around the world. Acupuncture is a completely independent system of medicine that exists in and of itself. Its idea is that there's an energy traveling through kind of a system of bands of energy transfer, kind of a highway of energy, and that in this traveling through the body, this different energy, there are certain spots where the energy gets tight and tense, or certain spots where there's too much. The traffic's going too fast, or the traffic might be going too slow, or there might be a traffic jam, or there might be a risk of a problem from too fast. By addressing these blockages or curtailment in the flow, the acupuncturist is attempting to balance an energy of the body. This system of medicine is probably one of the oldest system of medicines. And if we're going to have anything in our repertoire to utilize to consider whether a medicine or a philosophy is real, the test of time would definitely be part of this. And if that's the case, acupuncture would win because it has definitely met the test of time. In cultures where people have dramatic differences, the North Koreans and the South Koreans still have a wall, they have a big conflict. Japan, the Chinese, the North Vietnamese, the South Vietnamese, all the different conflicts of people with their ideology, their difficulties, and yet the heart meridian is still on the little finger. The large intestine meridian on the index finger.
liver meridian on the toe. Even though they disagree on so very, very much, they disagree on a host of different things. In fact, they don't even want to agree on lunch. But yet they agree on this system of medicine, this system of treatment, where people who have explored it have found, lo and behold, the liver meridians on the toe. I'm sure that over the last 5,000 years of acupuncture's existence, 5,000 years of existence, I'm sure that during this time people have offered ideas that the meridians were in different places. And yet when they check it, and they try to employ it, they try to go into a clinical setting, no, they find out that there is a reality that transcends the time. With this in mind, we have to start considering acupuncture, because it is indeed a system of medicine. Chiropractic has the idea that there is a flow of energy through the spine, and that this flow of energy can be impaired by certain blockages, which are called subluxations. Not a complete dislocation, but a subluxation. This impairment of the flow of nerval energy thereby affects our organs, thereby affects the flow of energy through our system, the awareness and the difficulties that happen, and thereby disease can be treated by restoring this type of neural flow in the treatment of chiropractic, by adjusting the vertebrae. We have the field of energetic medicine. In energetic medicine, we know that there's a body electric, that there's a body with energy. It's not just electric, not just chemical. There are certain other life energies that pass through, the prana, as we would call it, from the Sanskrit, etc. The chi that the acupuncturist would tell us. And this energy is flowing through the system, restoring vital life to all the cells of the body. This energy that flows through can be impaired in its flow, and thereby a difficulty can develop. So in energetic medicine, we're going to use electrical instruments that are going to be able to send energy in for treatment, or to measure energy for different types of diagnostic purposes. We're going to see when there's aberrant energy flow. We're going to see when there's normal energy flow. We're going to try to establish all these things. Now, traditional medicine, utilized throughout most of America today, is based on what we call allopathy. And allopathy means that we treat the symptom. You go to the doctor, and you come in, and when the doctor will say to you, "What's wrong with you today?" When he says, "What's wrong with you today?" you then reply, "I have a sore throat. I have a backache. I have a digestive problem." Whatever. But basically this is known as the symptom, and the doctor thus then fights against the symptom. This is known as allopathy. We're going to explore this, and we're going to explore why it does not work. Allopathy does not work. Many of you reaching for the dial to try to turn off because all of a sudden I've hit a button. Please, bear with me. Listen to the discussion. Imagine there's a cobra in the room that it's going to strike. Listen to what we're going to be talking about today, because we're going to be exploring allopathy pretty in-depthly. I did a study. A friend of mine had a company where he did surveys. They did surveys to marketing surveys, as you would, and they would do surveys to all different types of people. Farmers, gardeners, hardware store owners, TV shops, etc. All different types of things. They'd have large mailing lists that they would send off a survey. The questions on this survey would be determined by people who might want to sell in that area, who might want to sell to hardware stores, etc. He said that he had a room on one survey, and he would give me 4 free questions. 4 free questions that I would be able to ask people, and the population I chose was doctors. He had over 100,000 doctors on his survey. And 100,000 doctors would be mailed this survey, including my 4 questions. My first question is, what of the following would you use in your practice? Biofeedback, acupuncture, nutrition, allopathy, or homeopathy? The first choice was biofeedback.
They would use biofeedback in their practice. Second choice, nutrition. They would use nutrition work in their practice. The third choice was that they believed in acupuncture. Next choice was homeopathy, and the last choice was allopathy. Now, there was a limited response to the questionnaire, of course, and this study is published in our journal. But this points out an extreme problem here. The allopaths who practice allopathy with every patient by attacking their symptoms do not understand the simple philosophy of what they're doing. These allopaths do not understand what allopathy is. And because they do not understand this, they can't see its limitations. Also, they cannot see the other side. They cannot see the wisdom of some of these other forms of medicine. So we're going to explore allopathy in much more detail. One of the best examples of allopathy and allopathic medicine is that of the painkiller. You have a pain and you come to the doctor, and this pain is a message from someplace that something's wrong. But now the pain is the symptom, and it is the symptom that he wishes to address, so thereby he prescribes a painkiller. This would be akin to driving home tonight, and there's a little oil light comes on from your dashboard, and you take out a piece of tape and cover up the oil light so it won't glare in your eyes. Because what this is a glaring in the eyes, and this glaring in the eyes is the pain. It's a message. The oil light has the message that there's not enough oil. We need to do something. Whereas in the pain, it's the same thing. It's a message. Pain is God's gift. It truly is. Because without pain, we couldn't exist. We wouldn't know when we are resting our hand on the stove and we smell something. Oh, what would that be? So we have to recognize the fact that pain is part of life. We often say, no pain, no gain. It's very true. We need pain. To block all pain would be wrong. But when we see pain as the symptom, then basically, and we attack that symptom, then we are practicing allopathic medicine. And allopathic medicine doesn't work. Allopathic medicine doesn't work at all. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, live from the Improvisation Theater. We'll be talking to you about all different types of things regarding the death of a synthetic allopathy. Yes. See, the doctors get a crazy education. First thing that doctors learned is drugs. They learn how to send out some type of magic pill. The man had these headaches. They start in the back and they come forward. They go in the back and they come forward. These headaches are killing him. Doesn't know what to do. Goes to the doctor, of course. Doctor prescribes a painkiller. Pain is the symptom. Symptom's the enemy. You got to use a painkiller. That's the whole idea of allopathy. It's the whole idea of the modern medical system. Fight the symptom. This type of painkiller is the same thing as what you have an oil light on the dashboard of your car you're driving home tonight. Take out a little piece of tape, cover up the oil light. It doesn't glare in your eyes. See? Same type of idea. Cover up the pain. The pain is the enemy. This is wrong. It's a wrong idea. Man has a pain. Comes back. Doc, it's still killing me. Don't know what to do. By the time I get to work, it's killing me. I get up in the morning, it's okay, but I just can't work. I got this pain. Doctor says, tell you what, I'll use a stronger medication. This is what the doctor's training is. Doctor's training is first to use a medication. First he's going to use a drug. If that drug doesn't work, his next alternative, use a stronger one. Increase the dosage, maybe switch to a different drug. There's plenty of them to choose from. The pharmaceutical companies got lots of choices in these painkillers. There's all kinds of things that they can do. So, comes back. I'm sorry, doc. I tried the stronger stuff. I tried your different drug. It still doesn't work. I have this pain. It starts in the back, comes forward. What am I going to do? Doctor says, well, drugs didn't work. Our next recourse is surgery. That's the medical treatment. That's the medical education. Medical education is to first teach you drugs. If drugs don't work, we teach you surgery. How to cut, stab, burn, radiate. All kinds of different things.
We have the new type of radioactive surgery, destroy the thyroid, like George Bush Sr. got. Of course, George Bush Jr. got some type of other cocktail, destroyed another organ, his brain. What were we going to do? So, they decided to do surgery. Woke up the next morning. Before the surgery, of course, he had to sign a waiver. You have to have a waiver, right? Waiver says that medicine's not a real practice, it's pseudo and all that other stuff that they tell. Anyway, signs a waiver, wakes up the next morning, doctor castrated him. Doc says, well, we know you're not going to have the pain, but here's what you should do. You should go out and get yourself a new house. Get yourself a new car. Get yourself a whole new wardrobe. Man says, what the hell? So he goes out, he buys a new house. Feels better. Buys a new car. He feels better. Goes into a real swank British clothing shop to buy a whole new wardrobe. And the salesman comes up and says, bip, bip, chitty, old chip. But I know exactly what sizes. I just looked at you. You have to say a word. I know exactly what sizes. I know exactly what styles, what color. I can pick out an entire wardrobe for you. Don't have to say a word. Don't say a word. Man says, okay, stands there. Salesman walks around. Well, 16 neck, 16 sleeve, just the right size. Pulls over 12 shirts. Perfect style, perfect color, perfect fit. Looks over, 32 waist, 32 inseam. Comes over and picks out 12 pants. Perfect. Fit perfectly. Comes over, takes a look at the man, looks at the man, study. Comes over, he picks out 3 suits and they fit perfectly. The suits fit perfectly. Looks at the man and says, well, you take a size 32 underwear, you take a size 9 shoe, 9.5 wide. He picks out socks, he picks out underwear, he picks out shoes, he puts everything there. He says, here's an incredible, wonderful wardrobe. Didn't have to say a word. And he says, this is incredible. This is exactly the styles, the size, the colors, just what I wanted. It's incredible. You only made one mistake. That's how incredible it is. You just made one mistake. And the man's British salesman said, no, sir, I didn't make any mistakes. The man said, well, you made one mistake. You say, I take a size 32 underwear. I've always worn a size 30. So you at least made one mistake. The salesman said, well, no, sorry, sir. I can look at you. You need to wear size 32 underwear. If you're going to wear a size 30, you're going to get these pains. They're going to stop back here. This is the idea. This is what happens in allopathy. Drug the symptom. Slice and dice the patient. Simple little ideas aren't always looked at. Another form of allopathy, if there is depression, we use an MAO inhibitor. Monoamine oxidase is something that works inside the body on different levels. Now, by inhibiting this action, we found that we can affect depression. The cause of the depression is always something as a reality in the person's interpretive self in their life. It is something that they have interpreted. We often say that depressions are caused by loss of a reinforcer, loss of something that you loved. Or sometimes depression is aggression directed inwards. You feel guilty, you feel shame, you feel something inside. So you direct your aggression inwards. Now, to cover up this depression is also basically a problem, because depression is part of God's gift as well. It should guide us to making us better. When an athlete becomes depressed because his performance is not up to what he would like, he works harder to make himself better. When I get depressed during a lecture and find out there's something I might not know, it drives me to the library to do research. It drives me to become better. Depression is part of God's world. It's part of God's gift. We should not be focusing on depression. Take a look at Prozac. Basically, there's a big problem with Prozac. Inside the synaptic cleft, we have many different types of neurotransmitters, as we know. One of them is serotonin. Serotonin is a happy hormone. This produces a type of elation, a loosening of the inhibitions, and an elation, a happiness. Serotonin is released by the first drink of alcohol. So when we have one drink of alcohol,
we get a release of the serotonin, producing this elation. We get a feeling of slight euphoria. Drinking too much does not increase the release of the serotonin. In fact, drinking too much just interferes with the neurons and makes things a little foggy. But that first glass of wine, that first beer, that the elation of that, that's a serotonin type feeling. And the same serotonin feeling is accompanied by many, many different things that produce a good feeling. Love, relationships, respect, intellectual stimulation. A host of different things that will allow us to feel that euphoria. Now, some people do not make enough serotonin, or they have other problems in their lives where they don't want to deal with. They don't want to deal with the loss of the reinforcer. They don't want to deal with the aggression directing inward. And they go to their doctor for depression. Depression thereby is the symptom. In the normal synaptic cleft, serotonin is released, triggers, elation. Then the serotonin is released back into the synaptic cleft and is reabsorbed back into its original spot. This is called reuptake, reabsorbed. Prozac will block the reabsorption. It thereby keeps the serotonin in the synaptic cleft so that it will produce more of its effect. But is the reabsorption of serotonin a biological process? Absolutely yes. Is this biological process part of biology? Of course it is. And does it serve a function? I believe it does. We often talk about how you might drink your troubles away, but your troubles are back tomorrow. I believe the reabsorption of serotonin is a function called grounding. A function where we face reality, our reality check. That we have our highs of love, our highs of stimulation. We have our euphorias. Followed by our euphorias, we have a reality check that gets back to the fact that we do have a gas bill, an electric bill, a water bill, and we have to pay these. We have to look at these things. Our troubles are back and meant to be dealt with. Our depressions are part of reality. Our depressions make us better. Pain is God's gift. Depression is God's gift. This drives us to work. When we block the reuptake, possibly might we be blocking the reality check? And is this why all the mass murderers over the last 15, 20 years have been Prozac users? Could it be that they don't check their reality and that the kids at Columbine High School were Prozac users? Could it be that these postal workers, the Prozac users, could it be that our use of Prozac interferes with the reality check and makes it possible for someone to be then a mass murderer? He's unable to determine that that is wrong. He's unable to see that part of reality. I believe this is definitely a problem. And now, just recently this week, Prozac has now been allowed for and recommended for use with children. The solution to the problem is that the symptom, the depression, is not the problem. It is a message. We should not be shooting our messenger. We should be allowing ourselves to focus in on the real problem and to help people at the reality level, and not by covering up the symptom. So we talked about serotonin. We talked about how it's a happy hormone. You take a little bit of alcohol, a little bit of something, get that happy hormone, a little drop in the inhibitions, increase in the elation. You start to feel a little better, feel a little good. We talked about the coyote date when I was in college. How you'd get drunk, find yourself at home the next morning, you wake up, and there's a woman on your arm, ugly as sin. She is so ugly you want to chew off your arm rather than wake her. And she was blind. She was almost completely blind. She had to use a little contraption on her eye to be able to see the things that she was typing. And she was a very, very good secretary, but every now and then she'd have a problem. And whenever I wanted to scold her or teach her a lesson, I'd leave the plunger in the toilet, rearrange the furniture. That was always fun, and get her attention. Another example of allopathy is that the use of steroids or other anti-inflammatory processes. Inflammation is part of the way that our body deals with different things. When we circumvent this inflammation,
We're actually circumventing the body naturel. The body naturel is designed for inflammation. Inflammation is part of the system. And when we use it positively, we should not be reaching for steroids on the first visit. I'm not saying to get rid of steroids. I'm saying what we need to do is we need to look at the use of steroids and not be resorting to these so quickly, so fastly. We need to look at this much more in-depthly, because steroids can be seen as a universal symptom worker, because almost any problem that would happen with the human body would involve some type of inflammation. So it's wrong for us to consider this. Let's take the next step, antipyretic, or treatment of fever. Here we have an example of an inflammation that becomes systemic. We get an inflammation, fever. It is the symptom. Now, if we go to our friend the allopath, he will prescribe an antipyretic, something to take the fever down. We know that the fever becomes dangerous at 106 degrees, dangerous at 105, let's say. But at lower temperatures, 101, 102, the fever is not a danger to the life. In fact, the fever might be a solution to a problem. Fever is not the problem. Fever might be the solution for the body. Because when the temperature is elevated, funguses won't grow. When the temperature is elevated, it will interfere with virus replication. When the temperature is elevated, tissues can be broken up more easily. So we're going to find that there's a host of other different things that fever can do for the body natural. And that to cover up this would basically be a problem. The antipyretic might create a bigger and bigger problem. We believe that use of the antipyretics, in the case of measles, leads to the development of multiple sclerosis in later life. We believe this. We believe that we need to use more natural treatments in the treatment of biology. Let's look at another form of allopathic treatment, that of a cough suppressant. The cough is also a mechanism to help get rid of things inside the body. The cough is also a natural mechanism that helps to get rid of things inside the body. I was doing a lecture in Denver, Colorado. I was lecturing on calcium metabolism. If you get excessively deficient in calcium in the body, you would get a disease known as tetany. Tetanus, the bacteria, releases a compound that freezes calcium and thereby creates tetany. That's how it got its name. Tetany means tight muscles, like locked jaw, or we get tetany. In a slight disturbance of a deficiency of calcium, the first muscle that will go tetanus, that will go tetany, is that of the little muscle on the cilia in the lungs. Inside the lungs we have little hairs, each with a little muscle that helps to clean out the junk out of our lungs. It cleans out the junk out of our lungs, drops the crap into our esophagus. The average American would take in 30 pounds of dirt into the lungs every year. This has to be cleaned. This is what the cilia do. Cilia sweep this up into the esophagus to be removed by the digestive tract. If we have a calcium deficiency, that little tiny cilia muscle might be frozen and not work. Hence we get the inability of the lung to clean. The woman had the cough in the lecture. I gave her a couple of tablets of calcium. Continued the lecture for about an hour, and after that she coughed up a small piece of potato chip. I was surprised to see this potato chip. She showed it to the class. She said that 3 days before she was watching television and she was shocked by something while eating potato chips, and she aspirated some. Didn't quite come out, and about 4 or 5 hours later her body developed a cough. This was a stubborn cough for the next couple of days. The cough was doing a function. Now, what if she would have been so unlucky, so unfortunate, so misled to have gone to an allopath for therapy? The allopath would have suppressed the cough with a cough suppressant. By using that cough suppressant, thereby the potato chip would have stayed there. Once the potato chip would have stayed there, the body would reduce the symptom, as we'll see a little later in our lecture.
reducing the symptom, the body would then develop a cyst, or tissues would develop around that potato chip. The cough would go away. And after a while, there'd be a strong chance that that cyst could go cancerous. So we want to look at the different ideas of allopathy, the cough suppressant. I was on an airplane with my son not too long ago, my little son Sterling, 4 years old. And he had a cough. A medical doctor sitting next to me said, "Oh, I have a cough suppressant." I said, "What? You don't like my son?" "What you don't like? What's the problem?" His cough is a mechanism of defense. It's a solution. It is not the enemy. It's a symptom and it's a message that something else is going on. We need to look at these things at a deeper level. Medicine must be able to transcend. Medicine has become a cookbook medicine because that will sell synthetic compounds.
Ah, life. Oh, she's back in action now. She's gorgeous and healthy because she's taking Get Me a Drink of It. You too could be gorgeous and healthy. Your doctor can get you Get Me a Drink of It as well. Get Me a Drink of It by the manufacturers Relax Your Arsenal. Side effects include uncontrolled urinary release, excess flatulence, really bad excess flatulence. Side effects also include depression, itching, uncontrolled itching, really bad itching, vaginal itching, really bad vaginal itching, anal itching with vaginal itching, increased appetite. Side effects include itching of the scalp, crawling sensations over the scalp. But if you take Get Me a Drink of It, then you will find life is better. Side effects include loss of vision, cross-eyed, myophobia, tardive dyskinesia, the inability to control one's tongue, ringing in the ears, itching in the ears. But you can be gorgeous and healthy because you can take Give Me a Drink of It. See your doctor soon.
Another form of allopathy is that in infection control. They're going to use antibiotics. Antibiotics have now been shown that the initial research that was used to credential antibiotics was inappropriate. A couple of years ago, in the British Journal of Medicine, several articles were published showing that, number one, antibiotics are not to be used in measles or any other viral state, and also that when they reviewed the initial research on the treatments of sinusitis, sore throats, and rhinitis, that antibiotics did not perform as well as placebo. Placebo performed better in these simple treatments. Antibiotics are designed to attack the bacteria directly, but we've found that this basically is a problem in and of itself. We're really not even sure that antibiotics work in the situation like we think they do. It is wrong for us to think that what works in a test tube is the same thing as in what works in the body. Because in vitro versus in vivo testing is a completely ludicrous thing to think that they're the same. They are not. The body living has much more detail, much more extravagance in its immune system. And these antibiotics are designed to work directly on a bacteria or some type of microorganism. Now, when we work directly on these microorganisms, we are interfering with the immune system because we're not letting it work. In biology, we have a use it or lose it law. If we do not use a function, we will lose that function. Use it or lose it law. This use it or lose it law tells us that we need to use our immune systems, or we will lose the immune systems. If the patient were to come to us and say, "Hey, I got
pain in my legs. We say, oh, let's put you in a wheelchair for 6 months. You won't have to walk. Are we doing them a favor? After 6 months, they get up and try to walk, they'll fall flat in their face. If we do not use the legs, we will lose the legs. If we do not use the immune system, we will lose the immune system. The way to treat these things is by working with the system and by working to stabilize the body naturel, the immune system itself. So the basic use of antibiotics is for love. Medicine people have determined that whenever they find diseased tissue, they usually find some type of microorganism. This would be something like going to every restaurant in town and finding garbage outside the back of every restaurant. Every restaurant has garbage. Every biological organism will have refuge. When we go to the garbage, we're going to find flies. The medical doctor would conclude that the flies must have caused the garbage. It's not true. The garbage is a release. It's an excretion of the natural process of the restaurant. Just as the body has different cells that need to be destroyed and they need to be worked out. It is wrong for us to think that every infection is a problem, because the actual microorganism, the bacteria, the fungus, etc., might be part of the healing process. It might be the flies trying to clean up the tissue. Because we know that one fly and his offspring, over a 3-day period, will carry away 120 pounds of dead, rotten meat. What else would do that if the fly wasn't there? In other words, the fly is a function of the system of ecology of our planet. We don't want to kill all the flies. Maybe we have too many, I don't know. But the fly is part of the system of God's natural. So we want to be able to work with the system and recognize that just because we find a microorganism does not mean that it is the problem. It might be, might not be. But we have to deepen our understanding of medicine and go beyond this allopathic tendency. If we go through all of the different types of medications used, we're going to find that this allopathic philosophy is akin to the synthetic drug philosophy, of trying to find a magic bullet, a pill, a simple solution, a pharmaceutical, a cookbook. A doctor is then taught to go through your symptoms and try to find out just what are the little types of cookbook things that he can do for you. Solutions of drugs. And these solutions of drugs are going to make money for the chemical company. This is basically a large flaw in the system. If we take a look at the work of Hans Selye, I found out he was from Hungary, and his name was Sergei János, here in Budapest. He had moved to Montreal to do research on the subject of stress. In a very intriguing series of books, one of them is In Vivo, where he makes the basic, undeniable, absolute proof that what happens in vitro is different than what happens in vivo. Undeniable, absolute proof. I'd like to take the time today to go through that. I don't have the time. But what I do have the time for, what I need to tell you, is that Sergei would develop a system of medicine based on stress. And he would tell us that the healthy organism needs some stress. That actually having no stress is a type of disease. Everybody has a ladder, he would say. I remember arguing with him, because I worked with him for a bit. He believed that there was a rung on the ladder everybody was most comfortable with, and that there were racehorses who needed more stress in their lives, and there were turtles, he would call them tortoises, that needed less. And we need the tortoises to do certain jobs to get the job done. We need racehorses to do other jobs. And then racehorses don't want to work with tortoises, and tortoises don't want to work with racehorses. But he believed that we need stress, but getting too much stress is the major cause of disease. Now, he was talking beyond just emotional stress. He was talking beyond just the type of physical stress. He was talking about a host of different disease-causing agents. Agents which we can describe as heredity, dietary deficiency, excess of nutrients, lack of awareness, physical stress, job stress, family stress. Also, heavy metals, poisons, toxins, these are stressors to the human body. Exposure to too much climate, too much humidity, too much cold, too much heat, too much dryness, as the acupuncturist would tell us, major cause of disease. In fact, the acupuncturist had taught us that the cause of disease is violation of natural law. When we violate natural law and incur a stressor into our lives, the body will react with an alarm state, as Sergei would tell us. This alarm state is a symptom. The symptom might be an earache, might be an itch, might be a pain, sore throat, diarrhea, constipation, a host of other things, because this type of symptom is the alarm state. It's the bell being rung off that something is happening. Something's happening because the person might be exposed to a toxin, might be exposed to excessive mental stress, physical stress, too much humidity, etc., etc. The list goes on and on. But the body would develop an alarm reaction. Now, Sergei would tell us that if the disturbance continues, if there is a continuance of the stressor, eventually, over a slight period to sometimes longer period, the body's alarm state will go away. In other words, the earache will go away. In the case of the woman with potato chip, the cough would have went away. The fever will go away. The back pain will go away. The alarm reaction will go away. What we call the acute reaction, the simple reaction, that will go away. That will go into the state of adaptation, Sergei talks to us. The body adapts to the stressor. Now, the stressor is causing a progressive type of development of disease into the tissues. The tissues of the nerves, the muscles, the connective tissue, all the different problems that can happen in the body. What we call the weak link theory is that everybody has a weak link. Some people it's the bronchial tree. Some people it's other connective tissue. Some people it's the blood. Some people it's the spleen, liver. Weak link. This is probably from a genetic type tendency. So the weak link of where we are susceptible, after the alarm state has gone away, the body has adapted, and the disease will progress into this type of tissue. As it progresses into this type of tissue, this progression, the adaptation stage, it will first cause a functional problem inside the organ, in the organism, in the body, or in an organ, the liver, etc.
In other words, the liver looks normal, but functions abnormal. It might make too little of an enzyme. It might make too much of an enzyme. It might compensate in some type of way. We call this the functional disturbance. This is what happens in the beginning as we start to have an adaptation state after the alarm state. The stressor continues, and it creates a dysfunction inside the organism. Gradually, the progressive disease will progress further until there is an organic or physical disturbance inside the organism. This will produce a problem inside the organs and the organism. And gradually, this will produce what Chaulier called exhaustion state. The stressor continues. The adaptation state leads to an exhaustion state where now the organ can die. We can have spleen death, we can have organ death, we can have organ system death, or we can have organism death. This is what happens as the disease progresses deeper. We get the exhaustion state. So Chaulier has taught us this simple system of medicine. A system not based on symptoms. Because now, in the Chaulier system, there's one absolute hallmark, one thing that Chaulier tells us that is absolutely undeniable. Undeniable in its form. Undeniable. You must listen to this. I will repeat it. Being symptom-free is not an indicator of health. Being symptom-free is not an indicator of health. Being symptom-free is not an indicator of health. We must learn this. We must know this, because the alarm state can go away, the cough could have gone away, and the cyst developed around that potato chip. And the list of examples that I could use could fill the next 5-6 hours. Easy. Let me explain that you can be symptom-free and incredibly sick. The symptoms are going to be covered up. The organic disturbances, the exhaustion state, will hit the blood last because the body defends blood. The blood pH has to be a certain balance, all around 7.4. Get to 7.3, you're really sick. 7.2, you could be dead. 7.5, you're really sick. 7.6, 7.7, you could be dead. That's how sensitive the blood pH is. Blood is where we live. There are 3 times more lymph in the body than blood. So when we start to see disease, it's going to occur in the lymph first. Blood is defended. Blood will tell us at the last stages of the organic disease. Medicine has positioned itself around the death care, treating people in the exhaustion stage, trying to maintain life. Heroic medicine, as we call it. We need to recognize this is a failure in the medical system. The basic philosophy of allopathy cannot in any way, shape, or form work because being symptom-free is not an indicator of health. And if you go to the trained medical doctor in the alarm state, he is not trained to handle you. He does not understand the simplest forms of the causes of disease. He will cover up that alarm. Because whatever that alarm is, the earache, the sore throat, the itch, the constipation, he will see it as the symptom. He will treat it. He will cover it up. He will mask it. He will take out the synthetic drug piece of tape and cover the oil light on your dash. Allopathy does not work, and yet it is the major form of medicine throughout the world because it feeds a synthetic drug complex system. And a synthetic drug complex system is completely dependent on teaching allopathic techniques, magic bullet solutions for the host of different diseases that can appear. Allopathy doesn't work at all. So, allopaths don't always look into the future. The allopaths are always fighting the symptom. And in fighting the symptom is just today, and they don't always think about the future. An allopathic medical doctor, he gets married. And on the honeymoon, he plots he's going to travel to the honeymoon on a train. He reserves 2 upper berths for him and his lovely young wife.
And they're upper berths, and they're across the way from each other. He didn't really think about it. But at any rate, he gets up into his berth, and she's in her berth, and they change the clothes, and then he says, "Honey, why don't you come on over? We'll consummate the marriage. Come on over, we'll consummate the marriage." And she says, she looks out, she goes, "Oh my God, the ladder's gone. Somebody stole the ladder. How am I going to get over there?" And the allopath says, "I'm so hard, you can walk over on me." Just then a naturopath stuck his head out from underneath and said, "How is she going to get back?" You don't always think about the future. Allopath gets to the hotel with his young bride. Of course, the allopath doesn't always think about the complexity of the situation. The completeness doesn't always have all the different answers because he's looking at simple symptom solutions. The wife gets ready. She goes into the toilet, seats up. She sits down the toilet, accidentally sits down too far. She gets caught in the toilet. Caught in the toilet. She takes a cowboy hat. She has a cowboy hat. She puts it on her lap. She's naked. What are we going to do? They call a plumber. In comes the plumber. Plumber looks around, sees the cowboy hat on the toilet, the woman. He sees the cowboy hat on the woman's lap in the toilet. He looks around, he says, comes back out and he says, "Well, your wife we can save, but the cowboy's a goner." So sometimes allopaths don't always look complete at the situation. Taking too little time, trying to make snap decisions, seeing too many patients, trying to condense an entire medical practice down to a 10-minute visit. That is the practice of allopathy. The 10-minute visit is what's wrong. I got a pill, I got surgery, I can do things, I got tests, I got other things I can do. It's wrong philosophy. Holism. Taking a look at the whole patient, the psychology, the mind, looking at behavior, nutrition, acupuncture, chiropractic. A holistic philosophy is really what patients want. There's several things that have to happen for us to be alive. We're going to talk about the basic definition of life is you have to be able to reproduce and metabolize on your own. So we don't call viruses as living things. They're more of a symbiotic type of a relationship. Whereas a total living thing will have to metabolize and reproduce on its own. Now, in order to metabolize, we have to excrete. In order to excrete, we have to nourish. This is the basic idea. And one of the biological laws is that no organism can live in its own excretions. No organism can live in its own waste. We need to excrete. We make toxins and we have to excrete them. Everybody has a toilet, am I right? If you don't have a toilet, you don't need to excrete. Give me a call. I'd like to talk to you. Everybody has shit, and everybody's shit stinks. It's life. It just is the way. We must excrete. How do we excrete? We excrete through breath. We excrete through urine, stool, sweat, skin. The tissues coming out. Most of the dust in our house is actually dead skin because that's another excretion process. When we have toxins, sometimes problems in the skin are toxins working their way out. Hair is a detox process then. Menses. Lots of other ways that the body is going to be excreting. In an over-toxic world, and we have made a toxic sewer of this planet. One of my lectures, I go through a long definition of all the different toxins that are exposed and how they're detected in everybody. And that everybody you meet for the rest of life will have 10 times more DDT in their cells than what we thought was safe back in the 60s. Everybody you meet will have 10 times more strontium-90 in their bones than what we thought was safe back years ago.
We have incredible amounts of toxins we are pushing into this planet as people are trying to make more and more money and try to get a little more yield out of their farm and stop little bugs, etc. So we have this ever increasingly toxic planet where we are putting more and more junk into our food, our air, our water. And as we put more and more junk into our food, our air, and our water, what are we going to find? We excrete more. We are going to take in toxins. We're going to make our autotoxins. We need to excrete. We need to excrete more. But if you take any of these excretions, you have too much stool, you're going to call it diarrhea. You're going to have too much sweat. You're going to have too much menses. You're going to have problems with the skin, problems with the hair, problems with other things. If you have trouble with these excretions and you go to an allopath will see those excretions as the symptom, and he will treat them with Imodium to stop the diarrhea. He will give you cortisone's cream to stop that toxic release of the skin. He will do whatever he can to treat those toxins because he will see the symptom of your detox as what he needs to fight. He will see the symptom of your detox as the enemy, and he will fight that enemy. And he's fighting the wrong enemy. The enemy is the toxins in the toxic planet. We need to detox. We need to stimulate our body to detox. Stopping the detoxification is driving the toxins in deeper to produce more and more cancers. So as I have made a study of this over the last 25 years, I've been able to show that the development of cancer is increasing. Our techniques of dealing with cancer have been helpful, but the actual amount of cancer cases that have been occurring throughout the world is on the increase. And this increases, if we look back in history, exactly simultaneous with the increase of allopathic synthetic drugs. I believe that even the cough suppressants, the antibiotics, the cortisone creams, that these basic, simple, allopathic symptom fighters can be the number one cause of cancer. This is my belief. I don't have proof of this. I believe this, and maybe you share that belief with me. Maybe you don't. But I want you to be able to think of the idea of the construct that could this inappropriate form of medicine, allopathy, be much more of a difficulty in biology and disease? Could it be creating more disease than it helps? Could the Prozac, the MAO inhibitors, the antipyretics, the antibiotics, could this vast system of neuroleptics and all the other different chemicals that are pushed and shoved into our bodies of our children as we present small little details, and as each one of the doctors does want to take more than 10, 15 minutes in analysis, could this be a much bigger problem in the world of medicine than we'd ever thought of? In my research, what I've come to find out is that undeniably, absolutely, yes. Undeniably, absolutely, yes. This is a large, large problem. The synthetic drug companies have created a dependency of the doctors. They have funded the universities, and they have created a large, large problem. The system of science as we know it is no longer the study of truth. The idea of Scio, which is the Latin word to know, which is where we get this word science for. Trying to find some type of truth as we weave through it and setting up the null hypothesis because we don't want to actually find truth, we want to find out non-truth. It's a good idea. If we look at this, what we have seen now over the last 25 years is that the pursuit of science has evaporated. It has been replaced by the pursuit of funding. Scientists pursue funding. And funding comes from drugs which are patented controlled, as the synthetic drugs are under patent control. And these patented items now thereby are the driving force in the medical system. Without that patent, there's no protection of the work that is done. Without that patent, you can't protect yourself. Without that patent, you can't hope to get back your research money. As without that patent, you can't stop somebody down the street from making it without that patent. So there's a larger and larger problem that we see in this world today. A development of a patented synthetic drug company that is going to produce more and more technical disturbances. Statistics can prove anything. People say that statistics lie and liars use statistics and statistics use liars. It's hard to tell. But they did a study, they did a survey because they wanted to know, why is the head of the penis larger than the shaft? Why is the head of the penis larger than the shaft? They wanted to know this. Well, the Americans, they spent $10 million, studied for 5 years, and sent surveys out to try to find out, why is the head of the penis bigger than the shaft? And the results of their survey, the statistical result was that the people believed that this was so that the man would have more pleasure. The head was bigger than the shaft of that man. The British, not to be outdone, they did the same type of thing. They did another large statistical survey, statistical analysis, try to find out why the head of the penis is larger than the shaft. They spent £5 million, 4 years. The results of the survey came back, the head is bigger than the shaft, so that it gives the female more pleasure. The Canadians wanted to study this as well. So the Canadians, they spent $100, they spent 1 week, and they asked all kinds of Canadians just what was going on here. The Canadians came up with a whole different statistical answer. They said the head is bigger than the shaft so that your hand don't come off and hit you in the head. Statistics can lie. We can bend statistics to tell any type of story. So we have to recognize that statistics aren't basically truth. Statistics are development. And oftentimes we find that in the pursuit of science, which doesn't exist anymore because now we have the pursuit of funding, oftentimes results of the scientific studies are determined before they're even done. What does this mean? Somebody's got funding. They've already determined the results. They've already set up the results. They already know the results, and the study hasn't even been started yet. Because of funding. 75% of all the drugs credentialed by the FDA involve some kind of payout, jobs, etc. This was on USA Today. A horrendous statistic. Another statistics. Tell another statistic. Statistics need to be used. We must use statistics, but we should not worship statistics. We have to recognize things don't repeat. Sometimes we just don't know. We cannot do things on repeating. We now know in science we have fractals and non-linear systems. Any educated man of science will know undeniably, indubitably, things are much more complex than we've ever thought before, and we can't deal with these things through linear statistical analysis. Things don't repeat. Things just don't repeat. The Jewish Hasid walking across the path one night, going to the synagogue. Cossack stops him. Cossack had a fight with his wife and he's angry. Cossack said, "Hasid, where are you going?" Hasid says, "I don't know." Cossack got upset and says, "Every day for the last 20 years, at the same time, you go across the same path to the same synagogue. Every day for 20 years. Same path, same time, same synagogue. Every day. 20 years. And today you don't know." He grabbed the Hasid, runs him off the jail, throws him into the jail cell. Just about to close the door, and the Hasid turns around and says, "See, you just don't know. Because you just don't know." Our new science has told us at the very quantic level there's an indeterminacy principle. We can't know. It's locked into the system. We can't get things to repeat. In fractal complex systems, things don't repeat. Looking for repeatability is ludicrous. So we can take the idea that I had some medical doctors with me once. We threw a coin at the wall. See who gets the closest. I said, "Can you repeat that?" "Oh, sure." So I took went over to the coin, drew a circle around just exactly where the coin was, traced the spot, drew exactly the smile, said, "Here, do it again." "Oh, I can't repeat that." So I wrote a book basically analyzing all the different types of pharmaceuticals, where they came from, as well as the damages that they can do in their large process. I recommend that book for you now.
as it would really kind of help to deepen your knowledge about what I'm talking about. In this short little 2-hour movie, I can't really give you all the different bits of research. All I can do is point you to the fact we have 35 different medical journals, all under the title the International Journal of Medical Homeopathy. And we wanted to basically take all the different ideas of medicine from endocrinology and cardiology and etc. and give it a real good natural polish and take a look-see. One of the problems in the natural world is the educational process, is that people do not often get a good education inside the naturopathic education. We wanted to help change that. We wanted to provide a basis for this. These 35 journals include different types of videos that I've done on many different subjects and education, etc. And all stacked together, this would fill a small truck if it was all in paper. So I want to give you an idea that the research is there, the clinical work. I wrote the book Promorpheus to try to do the scientific proof of the basic ideas of our natural medicine at a scientific level, a mathematical level that could be read by the most highly developed PhD in the sciences, and be able to show him that there's a scientific idea behind what we're doing. There's a clinical proof of what we're doing, and there's mounting evidence, and there's also the social proof. Natural medicine works. It really works. I was one of the first people to put NDC codes, that's National Drug Codes, onto homeopathics. Homeopathy works. The FDA was founded by a homeopath. Dr. Clayton made the FDA to protect homeopathy. And on the first page of the FDA, homeopathy is protected. It exists and it works. And around the world, not just millions, but hundreds of millions of people will be using homeopathy tomorrow. A vast form of medicine that exists and works well. So we have to understand that homeopathy does indeed work. There's many articles that have proven this. Many articles. Articles in the New England Journal of Medicine where they reviewed 100 and such articles. We now see that the existence of homeopathy is a viable, real existence in medicine. It works and is usable. So we have to understand that this type of thing. We have to understand homeopathy in this form. I've made many homeopathics that have worked for a wide variety because the basic treatise is that homeopathy works. One of the first things that I did back about 20 years ago, we made a type of variation of a natural release from a toad. There's a river toad in Colorado, the river toad, Colorado river toad. He has a secretion that comes out from his eyes that increases sex drive. Basically, it's one of the precursors of how they were able to find Viagra, because they studied this natural compound. This compound increases the sex drive. The coyote or something, when he gets squirted by the toad, becomes disinterested in the toad because he becomes horny and runs away. So this is a real entity. Now, we were using this venom in its natural form and supporting it with a host of other herbs that have been used around the world. We had found that certain herbs growing in Africa, the yohimbe, was very powerful in increasing circulation to the penis. It also had some of the variant ideas that allowed us to discover the synthetic Viagra. But the yohimbe had powerful natural effects. It did work. There's a story of a UN doctor who took an overdose of yohimbe to prove that it didn't work and had a hard-on for weeks. We were developing a formula that would be able to enhance sexual feelings. This one man came in to see me. He was nervous, young man. He was real nervous. He said on Saturday night he had this girl coming over to his apartment. So he wanted something for his nerves. What could he do? I said, well, not just to give you something for your nerves. How about if I give you this new formula we have, this libido liquescence that stimulates libido. I think you'll like this. You take a little bit before, take a couple teaspoons before she comes, you put some into her wine. It would help to increase libido because it does, like Viagra, male and female effects are both there. So he said, okay. Next week he came back in and he wanted some liniment. I said, oh yeah, for your back, huh? Too much sex. He says, no, he needed some muscle liniment for his arm because she didn't show up. If we take a look at the allopathic doctor is trying to make an external change into the internal system. In other words, you have a disease, he's going to take a look at the different symptoms, fight these symptoms, and thereby try to do something from an external dependency level. So if you have depression, he's going to prescribe a chemical that would then thereby make you dependent on it. Man, allopath was sitting there watching television, and reception comes in fuzzy, and he goes outside the house, and he sees a gorilla. Gorilla's up on the top of the house, shaking the TV into it. He calls up the local zoo. Local zoo pulls up, big truck. The man comes out, he has gorilla catching kit, big box. That's it. Front yard. Opens up the gorilla catching kit, and inside there's a bulldog, a long expandable pole, a gun, and a set of handcuffs. He says to the man in the house, he said, here, you take these handcuffs, you take the gun, you stand here next to the roof. He puts the bulldog on the ground. He says, now I'm going to go up on top of the house. I take the big pole, and I'm going to push the gorilla off the roof. As soon as the gorilla hits the ground, boom, the bulldog's trained to come over and bite the gorilla right. The gorilla will reach down with both hands, grab the dog. You come along, you put the handcuffs on the gorilla, you take the gorilla back to the side. The man says, that's incredible. That's great, but what do I do with the gun? Why do I have the gun? The man says, well, if the gorilla pushes me off the roof, you shoot the dog. Sometimes things work for you in a certain situation. They don't work in another situation. So sometimes a drug or a technique of medicine, etc., might work for one patient, but on a different situation, that same exact thing might come up and bite you in the ass. So you have to have a different type of medicine, not just a reductionistic 10-minute interview of an allopath, but more of a holistic response, looking at the whole system of the human body. If you have pain, we see people get dependent on painkillers. You see people get dependent on all types of different things. Simple Valium can create a chemical dependency. We're going to see this is largely one of the driving forces behind the ideas of the chemical company. The synthetic chemical company actually has the philosophy to try to make a dependency on the medication. As that when we talk to doctors, especially when we talk to doctors in the psychology and psychiatric profession, which is where I was trained and worked, we're going to find out that the simple question of do you take your meds was always the case. It was always revolving around that because there was no other therapies that could be done. But yet as I started to find other therapies, homeopathy, energetic medicine, brainwave balancing, chiropractic, acupuncture, and I started to find results with these, I was extremely discouraged and led to many problems in my life. Led me to leave America to find freedom. In America, there was laws stating that a professional could not express the opinion that something other than chemotherapy, radiation, or surgery could be helpful for cancer. In a room of 3 or more people, you cannot express the opinion that something other than chemotherapy, radiation, or surgery can be helpful for cancer. And yet, years ago, the Nobel Prize in Medicine was awarded to a team of researchers from Argentina who found that natural medicine was the best way to treat cancer and that chemotherapy, radiation, and surgery were poor methods of treating cancer. But to read that Nobel Prize-winning paper would be against the law in certain states because it would express an opinion other than chemotherapy, radiation, and surgery. I left America to find freedom of speech because my freedom of speech was taken away by the chemical companies as they push to try to find more and more usage of their allopathic magic bullet system. It's a magic synthetic bullet. is what they're looking for. And I spell synthetic S-I-N, not S-Y-N. Because I believe it's basically a sin for us to try to think that we're going to duplicate God's will. The allopathic medicine tries to produce a dependency by it trying to control the process itself. Now, in homeopathy, the idea is to try to stimulate balance. We talk about homeopathy. I mentioned homeopathy in this, and I'd like you to try to learn more about homeopathy. But the idea was to try to work with the small amount of a chemical. And how could we stimulate the body of the patient to cure the imbalance? Homeostasis. Try to recover the healthy homeostasis and get rid of the diseased homeostasis. How could we do this? And this is what homeopathy is, a dedicated science asking questions. What was the smallest amount of chemical needed? How dilute could we make it? Finding out that there was even some type of an energy transport when we went beyond the chemistry. A whole exciting idea of homeopathy. And homeopathy works. And I've been practicing homeopathy for years and years. I've been teaching homeopathy. And the telephone calls and the experiences are incredible. As there is a large collection of people throughout the world using homeopathy. And that the FDA in America was developed by a homeopath. Dr. Clayton was a homeopath who developed the FDA to try to save homeopathy, which it has. Because on the first page of the FDA Act, homeopathy is mentioned. It is not an archaic system of medicine. It is a modern-day system of medicine designed to stimulate your body to heal itself. It works. We can validate it. We have all the different proof, all the different material. It does one thing wrong. It interferes with the profits of the synthetic drug companies. And by interfering with the profits of the synthetic drug companies, it has created its own problem. This is a problem we must address because we are being pushed into a type of medicine that I don't think maybe you might want. There are other forms of medicine that your doctor could choose. And your doctor could choose to practice homeopathy tomorrow. And he could choose to start on an educational process to learn some simple techniques and do away with those antibiotics. Do away with many of the different things. And use them only at the absolute time that they're needed. Let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. So I have a message for the chemical companies and this whole idea of the different drugs that they've made. Before I express that message, I thought about how to put it in such a way. I'd like to put a sugar coating on that message and really kind of tone down and use tact and basically human communication skills to really earnestly make an appeal. And rather than say what's fully on my heart, I just wanted to say something very tactful, and I wanted to sugarcoat the message. And what I wanted to say is, you fucked up bad. You fucked up real bad. So bad. How bad? You fucked up so bad. You fucked up too bad. You fucked up how bad? Well, let me tell you how bad. You fucked up really bad. Instead of taking natural medicine, the compounds that you know worked, you bastardized the whole idea. You made synthetics. You knew that the synthetics didn't work. You took the damn data from the natural and submitted it. You weaseled and did everything you could against the idea of healing and for the idea of profit. You fucked up bad, really bad, incredibly bad. You fucked up this goddamn planet. You put us all in jeopardy. You've made synthetic chemicals that we don't even have any idea what they're going to do in the future. You fucked up really bad. Homeopathy works. Allopathy doesn't work. Basically, to see that this system of medicine is legal, utilized around the world, but it has interfered with the profits of the drug companies. And by interfering with the profits of the drug companies, it's interfered with a very, 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 very strong financial force. A financial force which probably doesn't want you to see this movie. Will try its damnedest to stop you from seeing this information. Because this information will make you think, and everything that I've said here today is verifiable evidence. They will try to attack the teacher. Nothing to do with me. It is you people that now need to judge the teaching, not the teacher. I mean nothing. I'm offering you ideas, and as you think and judge and develop and look and research these ideas, you will find that what I'm telling you is the truth. These allopathic medications are going to be used to stimulate the body and try to develop dependency. Just like we have found that the tobacco companies were well researched on just how to make the addictive quality of their nicotine stronger and stronger and stronger. This is similar type of thinking. It's not as pervasive as what happened in tobacco, but it is there. There is not a development of an idea of cure. There's an idea of dependency. Trying to find how do you get the right meds. And that the average person above 50 years old is taking more and more medication. By the time you're 80, you're taking 7, 8 medications. Medications that have never been studied in that type of quantity. Never been studied together. Let's talk about the idea of studied. What does that mean? When they say studied, what do they do when they study a drug? They study its effect. Now that means if they're looking for a blood pressure medication, they will study blood pressure and they will take a group of people and measure their blood pressure pre and post, and the intervention on the one people who have high blood pressure will be possibly the drug. Now, if we're going to do this on a simple study, we want to get some idea of significance, what we call statistical significance. We're going to need about 40 some odd people to do their little study if we have one measure, blood pressure, and one intervention. But now what if we were to measure blood pressure and, let's say, magnesium, serum magnesium? Now, we got 2 variables. Now we're going to have to increase our number of people in the study. 40 people won't do. We'll probably have to have closer to 100. 3, we need now closer to 300. There's a logarithmic increase now, because what we're going to find is as we increase the variables we measure, if we start to not just look at its effect, but look at its side effects. If we wanted to make a drug absolutely safe and measure everything, if we wanted to measure 50 variables, there's not enough people on the planet. If we want to measure 100 variables, and that's simplistic, if we want to measure 100 variables, there's not enough people on the planet. There's not enough rats. There's not enough fruit flies to do the study. What we find is if we really wanted to measure those side effects, and if we would have measured those side effects, we could have found out back in the 50s that every person who used the blood pressure medications got a form of diabetes. We could have found out that everybody who used diethylstilbestrol, that all of those women, when they had children, that their female children all had neoplastic growth on the vagina. Because maybe we would have studied the effects of the drugs in the 2nd and 3rd generation. Could it be that the synthetic drug companies might discover a drug tomorrow, have it credentialed in 6 months without studying its effect on future generations? Could it be that that drug in future generation produces sterility, insanity? Could it be that a drug could be developed tomorrow that could represent the demise of the human race? And the answer is, it is not only a statistical probability, it is a statistical certainty. It is a certainty that someday, somewhere, these drug companies will stumble on a compound untested in its future generations that, if used too prolifically, could create the demise of the human race. Has the new vaccination, we have a new smallpox vaccination, which every American is about to have poked into their arm. Has it been studied in future generations, what effect it has in 3rd and 4th generations? Absolutely not. In fact, the studies of vaccinations are very poorly done to begin with. No list of side effects is observed. Side effects are observed, not measured. No list of side effects are measured. They're not really measuring the subtle differences. They're measuring the differences in their idea, what they're measuring antibodies, immunity. They're not really measuring the side effects. Do you understand? They don't measure the side effects. They just try to observe them. And in order for them to be observable, they have to be extreme. When the thalidomide was utilized as a morning sickness pill, it was found to deal with morning sickness. They did not observe enough babies being born. They did not measure the disturbances on the DNA. They didn't really sit down and observe these babies' Apgar scores.
That wasn't what they were doing. They were trying to make a morning sickness pill. Did it get rid of the morning sickness? Yes. Statistically, yes. Done. Sell it. Put it out on the market. Some people say, well, thalidomide was never credentialed in America, but its predecessor, Benedictine, was. And watch what happens to it if you look into the Benedictine case, how it was taken to court. Because now in a system of justice that we have in America, if you make cars and you hurt somebody, you pay damages. But if you have a chemical company and you make a synthetic drug, you pay no damages if you hurt anybody. Do you hear me? You pay no damages. You have to prove they knew it was going to hurt you and they sold it anyways. That's what you have to prove. You have to prove they knew it was going to hurt you. And in the Benedictine case, 30 million children were involved and hurt by this drug. And yet, no damages were paid. Because the drug company successfully proved that they did not know. And that's why we look back and we see those tobacco executives, hand on the Bible, arm up to God, swearing as all that they can do that they have no idea that the tobacco is addictive. No idea that the tobacco is harmful in any way, shape, or form. And they're hands of the Bible. Later on, we find out that 10, 15 years ago, each and every one of those persons participated in memos, and they knew exactly the addictive quality and the harmful quality. Were these evil people from Satan, or were they just normal people? Fighting for their income, fighting for their families. The answer, Machiavelli was right. There is a quality of money, and it drives this type of system. And the synthetic drug companies, they will all swear everything and everything and everything and drive their legislation to take away your freedom of speech and take away your freedom of medicine and to let somebody stick something into your arm not knowing what will happen. And that now the American government has absolved this drug company of any type of liability regarding their system. And even then, we have to prove that they knew what it was. Because that was the court case now in the tobacco. We had to prove that they knew it was going to hurt you and sold it anyways. We've done that. We still haven't paid. And the money that was demanded by the courts for the tobacco companies to pay the states for health care damages. They demanded that the tobacco companies pay damages for the people that they've hurt. And the state of North Carolina, they took that money and put it into tobacco research. And they bought tobacco dryers so that the tobacco companies could make the tobacco faster and quicker. Research it better. The greatest drug of all is money. This we must face. There's nothing else I'm going to tell you during this event. You now have to realize that money is the most addictive substance, the greatest drug of all. You can never get enough. And it will drive people to say things, drive people to do things, and drive people to take away your rights, take away your right of freedom of choice. Is that now there are people who do not want homeopathy to exist, do not want naturopathy, energetic medicine to exist, do not want me to exist. You need to fight for your rights. You need to fight for your rights of freedom, of expression, medicine, choice. George Bush, the first George Bush, I believe one of the best presidents we've ever had. One of the most qualified, run the CIA for years, vice president for 2 terms, president. For over 20 years was privy to the most intimate details of what was happening around the world. Very qualified man, very intelligent man. And he came down with a hyperthyroid. Came down with a hyperthyroid case. And I wrote him a letter. And I sent him off a homeopathic treatment that I had been successful in treating hyperthyroid. And I said, George, I understand that you have a choice of medicine as well, and that as President of the United States, you can choose. And as President of the United States, you could choose what type of healthcare system you're going to be analyzed in. Because you have to have a yearly check. And you're going to do some treatment on your hyperthyroid, and you have the right to choose. And that in the
Washington District of Columbia. Homeopathy is still legal. Chiropractic, acupuncture, homeopathy, etc. And you could choose these. And I understand the extreme pressure, George, on that choice, and you have pressure to choose the traditional medical allopathic approach. And the allopathic approach was that to take the radioactive drink, would do a chemical surgery. Because this radioactive iodine drink would come into the body and attack the thyroid and destroy it. What we call chemical surgery. Destroying an organ, chemical surgery. There's probably some type of chemical surgery done on your son because I think something destroyed his brain. Joke. But at any rate, I wrote a letter to George saying, George, I will fight for your decision because whatever you choose, I'm there to fight for your choice. It's called freedom of choice, and that's what we developed in America. Freedom of speech. But George, I would like you to fight for my choice because I might not choose that medical doctor. I might not choose that. I might choose something else. I might choose a homeopathic technique. I might choose an acupuncturist. And George, would you fight for my choice? Because George, I will fight for your choice. I tried to put that together, and I wrote that, sent it off to him. He wrote me back a very nice letter, handwritten to me, saying, I liked what you said. And 1 week later, he was running for the president, second term. He was the height of popularity, 85% popular. We had won the Desert Storm. He came out as a height of popularity. And he came out, USA Today, headlines, George Bush, new idea of healthcare, freedom of choice. Because I believe that he was looking at a freedom of choice, and this was important to him. Maybe I'd helped touch a heart, maybe he never read my letter. But all of a sudden, after that freedom of choice, a switch happened in the media. There was one other thing that George said. We'd sue each other too much. We have too many lawyers. We have a litigious society. Everybody's being litigated, sued. We sue each other too much. George started working against both of those things, and all of a sudden, within less than 3 months, he had lost his popularity, and the media turned on him, and a little man from Arkansas came up and became president. There are people who want to fight your freedom of choice. There are people that control the media. There's people that control what you see and oftentimes control what you think because they can market different things and create ideas and blind you from information and prevent you from getting good depth information. Freedom of choice is a continuous fight. Freedom of speech. Our freedoms need to be continuously checked because there are people who will put their hands on the Bible and say anything and do anything for that money. We have a system that allows that, and I have some ideas how to stop it, but I don't know. Right now it exists. So we have to work with these things. I've tried to give you some ideas on some of the factors of medicine and this. I hope that you've listened to me, and I hope that we can continue the discussion.
Oh, yes, she's live. She's back. She's back on vacation. Traveling again, and she's active and alive because she's taking Relaxurasano. Oh, yes, Relaxurasano can make you alive and active and beautiful. Talk to your doctor about getting Relaxurasano. Yes, she's alive, she's beautiful. But side effects include excess flatulence. Really bad excess flatulence. Nasal drip. Backaches. Tremors. Facial tremors. Facial twitch. Uncontrolled tongue reactions. Tardive dyskinesia. Loose teeth. Bleeding gums. Small fuzzy sensations. Trying to escape from the sun. Crawling sensations in the ear. Loss of control of the muscles. Vaginal itch. Really bad itching. Side effects can also include the uncontrolled eczema. But she's alive. She's active. Because she takes Relaxurasano with prescription only. you can get reacts irrational.
We want to talk a little bit more about the actual technology of what goes into making a natural entity versus a synthetic. Didn't have too much to choose from today, but here I have a rose. And of course it's withered a little bit, but I think you can get the idea. This rose was drastically picked and plucked away from life in order to give some fine lady an image of love. But imagine this as a real, when it had its real life. It was in contact with the ground, bringing up minerals. In the minerals, we find that there's a certain type of ionic chemical bonding, where the electrons are very close inside in the orbits. I go through this in much detail in the Promorpheus if you're really interested in the scientific aspects. But now, in the leaves, the photons from the sun will strike the different chemicals, the chlorophyll, and the other different things, in a extremely complex form of technology. Compounds are being made, the aromas, the oils. These compounds are made in an extremely complex fashion. A technology like nothing that man has ever designed. Extremely complex technology. So complex, we have to use the word fractal to understand it because it is beyond human understanding. The photons that come in here, according to the principles of QED, quantum electrodynamics, as the photons strike these atoms, these different things, and as they hit the electrons circling around the nucleon, every photon that strikes an electron takes the electron to a higher plane of energy. So what we're going to find is that now there's a shift in the type of bonding from the minerals, because the ionic bonds exist in the mineral kingdom, into a new type of bonding, a covalent bonding, where there's a different type of energy. The electrons have come up to a higher state of energy. And this is the technology that plants are going to use, and animals, and living things are going to be using different ideas. And we believe that these laws fall under the laws of quantum and not under the laws of thermodynamics. So we have a complete shift not only in the philosophy of the allopathic, but also in the philosophy of understanding biology, away from the thermodynamic approach into a whole idea of a quantum approach, which I wrote in the book Promorpheus. So as these compounds are being manufactured, they have a different type of energy. In other words, calcium is not calcium is not calcium. A mineral calcium taken from the ground has a different structure of the electrons in the orbit than from the calcium that we would find in the plant. The plants and their covalent bonding are much more compatible for the human body. In other words, the human body is basically not able to take minerals from the ground into our bodies, but we are going to take the minerals from plants and other animals. We don't put our tongues into the ground at night or cover our feet to take in these minerals. This is the plant's job. Because for the plants, the food is the mineral kingdom. But for the humans, for the animals, the food are the plant kingdom. A different type of bonding through the energy that has come in through the photons, and etc. So this type of energy now allows us to understand that the calcium is not calcium is not calcium. That the calcium that's taken out of the ground, the dolomite, that calcium carbonate, has a very low quality and it does not go well into the body. What we need is a more compatible. Now, as we're going to start assembling different hormones, we're going to start making synthetics. And the first synthetic made was a type of insulin made by Mary Elizabeth, won the Nobel Prize for this. And the insulin that she made was only 3% effective. She knew where to put the calciums and the copper and all the different atoms. She had assembled that and got an idea of how to make this insulin. But yet only 3% effective. Because the secret not only is just in where to put the atom, but where to put the electrons. Now I make this in a proposition known as the Promorpheus to go into extreme detail. In this video that I'm showing you now,
I'm only giving you a small 2-hour sampling of 25 years of work, which intimate detail on every issue. We could go into such deep analysis to incredibly prove the basic thesis. The synthetic chemicals are not compatible with the human body, and that nature offers the answers. The Bible tells us that the healing of the nations will come from the leaves of the field. And it is this type of energy. In the quatrains of Nostradamus, there's an idea in the mid-century, somewhere around 2050, 2060, medicine will go green because of the work of a man from America and Hungary. This is an idea whose time has come, and as Victor Hugo says, there's one thing more powerful than all the armies of the world. That's an idea whose time has come. We're starting to now see that the technology that plants are going to use is an incredible technology. The problem is that these plants are not patentable, thereby are not protectable under the law. So I work with people. It's one example. Here in Hungary, they found a secretion from a certain toad. There was a green toad that lives here. Has a secretion. They don't have to kill the toad. This was the actual secretion from the belly. And this secretion has profound positive effects on circulation, offering us potential cures for a host of a wide variety of different diseases involving circulatory diseases, diabetes, necrosis, a host of other functions. Just the fact that here in Hungary we have so much problems with circulation because of the heavy fat diet. And I told these people, why don't we just grow toads? Because they had jumped into the synthetic process. They took the secretion and they were making a synthetic out of it. And I said, why? We know that the synthetic will not work as well. In fact, most of the data presented when somebody finds a natural entity, most of the data they present on the safety is from the natural, not the synthetic. And there's an assumption it's the same thing. This is what we need to now share, now talk about. Extremely profound. There is no study whatsoever that's ever been done to show that the natural is the same as the synthetic. The synthetic is merely a replicant, as best a low technology replicant of the majesty of nature. It is this basic, absolute, undeniable scientific evidence. And yet, when they find something in nature that works, there is no investment of time, energy, or money into the study, into the development, into the genetic engineering. There is no development here in medicine. The entire process jumps completely, 100%, into a synthetic chemical process. How do we make a synthetic out of this? This is a bastardization of the basic concepts of nature, the basic concepts of medicine. The group of people in England who first tried to make the antibiotics did not want to profit. It wasn't until they sold their patents and their ideas to chemical companies in America and New Jersey that actually they started to make money. The original developers did not believe that the developer should profit from a medicine sale. They believed that a medicine should be made for the benefit of humankind. The American chemical companies believed differently. They started to make the synthetics. They started to make the different compounds. Dow Chemical in the early 1900s at the World's Fair had a great big giant booth, Better Living Through Chemistry. The whole idea that these synthetic chemicals were going to be able to revolutionize. And time has gone by, and now we have a social experiment. We're able to see now undeniable, strong evidence. This basic precept, the synthetic chemicals do not work. They're risky. I started looking at different compounds. Let me tell a story first about the valerian root. The valerian root is a tree that has a type of chemical in it that helps to reduce tension in muscles. It's a muscle relaxant. And at the end of a stressful day, a person might take a cup of valerian tea, or 2 cups, or 3 cups. There is a dose-response effect. And this would help to relax their muscles. Around the world today, there are over 500 million people, 500 million people, who have used or are using valerian tea to reduce the stress in their lives, relax the muscles. The chemical company saw that it worked. It worked. What to do about this thing that works? They can't patent the valerian. So they sucked out what they called the key ingredient. This would be like taking the Chicago Bulls of old and sucking out the key ingredient, Michael Jordan. And then next week we have Michael Jordan versus the Los Angeles Lakers. In other words, just one man versus the entire team. No support structures, no buffering, just the key ingredient. Michael Jordan would not win a game by himself. Undeniable, absolutely. The key ingredient is not the process. It needs its support structures that nature has put into it. If and when they did this, they sucked it out and they called it Valium. They named it after the valerian. They called it Valium as a tribute. And they started making this compound, sending it. When I went to medical school, they taught us this was the safest of all the drugs we know, because it was water soluble, easily dismissed in the body. The safest of all the compounds, safest of all the drugs. And yet, the safe drug creates an incredible disease. Jill Claiborne shot the movie I'm Dancing as Fast as I Can. A true story about one woman dealing with Valium detox. She was dealing with Valium toxicity. And as I researched this, we found that there was 30 million cases of Valium toxicity. People hospitalized because taking Valium as directed by their doctor had to be hospitalized. Betty Ford opens up a chain of clinics, Betty Ford clinics, for Valium detox. Elizabeth Taylor meets her last husband in a Valium detox clinic. 45 clinics in America alone, worldwide prospects, 30 million cases, and over 100 million people using Valium across the world. Now we have a social experiment. A social experiment meaning that we have Valium, the synthetic, versus valerian, the natural. And when we take a look at this, we're going to see that in the valerian case, 5 times greater, in other words, 500 million people using the valerian. How many of these have been hospitalized? Because in the Valium group, 100 million, there's 30 million cases of hospitalizations. Many multiple. It's fine. How many valerians? Not one. Nobody has been hospitalized for valerian toxicity. Not one. This is the only case. Now, as I went on, Vinca is a compound. It has chemotoxic properties, and this was the idea of chemotherapy. How did they discover chemotherapy? How did they discover anything in the synthetic chemical world? They observe nature. They understand a hormone. They find adrenaline, thyroid, etc. They find a natural hormone occurring in the body. They find some type of process in nature, and then they try to synthetically duplicate it. In the idea of chemotherapy, what they had found is that farmers shared an idea that there were certain plants that were not eaten by healthy animals. One of them is the periwinkle. Once one of these animals would get cancer, he would break down the fence to get to the vinca. And sometimes the animal would get cures from this. Chemical companies saw this. It had worked, like the valerian had worked, but yet it was unpatentable. Not one penny put into the research of vinca. Not one coin developed into the natural research. We spend money in natural research in our wine, in our food. We have incredible research developed into the processing of our foods. Because we recognize synthetic foods won't work. They make people sick. They give cancers. They give sickness. They taste terrible. They're incompatible. The synthetic foods are incompatible with the human body. We choose not to eat them. You know that the best wine you're going to get does not come from the synthetic laboratory. It comes from the vine. It comes from nature. You understand the greatest technology is nature. You want the best wine. You want the best whiskey. You want the best food. You want the best substances to eat. And you understand that it will not come from a laboratory. It will come from nature. The best, the technology, the highest. You want the best. You're going to go to the gourmet. He's not going to serve you synthetic shit. In fact, the better the gourmet, the more natural the selection. And yet with your medicines, it's different. Now with the medicines, you're prohibited from this choice because nobody's going to research that vinca. But they did research vincash and vincastrin and a host of other different compounds named after the vinca, where they made their chemotherapy. And in America, it's against the law in a room with 3 or more people for a professional to express the opinion that something other than chemotherapy, radiation, or surgery could be helpful for cancer. So I wanted to do a study where we could look at the synthetic vinca, vincash, versus the natural vinca, the natural. I was advised that in America, discussing this study was against the law in the land of freedom of speech. Pursuing funding was even more so. After the demise of the Iron Curtain, I was invited to Kiev, where I found at the Institute of Oncology brilliant, brilliant minds stuck in a social situation where they had no money. They were being paid $10 a month to take out 5 surgeries a day, where they would take out breasts, uterine fibroids, etc., etc. A host of different cancers because they were real close to Chernobyl and had incredible exposures. I found these incredible doctors and I hired them, I doubled their money, I gave them an extra $10 a month. I hired 5 of them, we started doing research. In the Cancer Journal, we'd gone through the research of cell cultures, the animal studies, painstakingly taking the time over years to go through a development process of looking at now the natural vinca and how it works. And we were amazed because it was incredible. The natural vinca worked better. We finally got into a human study where, with 120 people in each group, some getting the synthetic vinca for pre-cancerous lesions, and the other group getting the natural forms. So we analyzed this, and we started working over a period of time. You can read the process of how we did this study. And what we were able to show with these 120 people in each group is that there was a 50% improvement in the breast with the synthetic. There was reduction in the size and the number of the lesions in the breasts. The synthetic had worked. However, the natural worked 89%, far superior in its ability to reduce the lesions, both in size and in number. We also studied the blood. We studied oncofetal antigens and many compounds in the blood, making a survey of how good the immune system is at defending against the next cancer. And in the group with the natural, getting the vinca, getting the natural entities, their immune systems were increased in function. They had much better immune systems. They had gone from a ratio of 35, 0 being 0, and 100 being a very strong immune system. They had gone from 35 up to 65. We had fortified the immune system. The people participating in this study are still alive 5 years later. But in the synthetic group, they went from 45 as an average over the 120, down to 0 for all of them. Because the synthetic was too strong. It worked against the lesion, but it worked against the immune system, largely destroying the immune system's ability to handle those cancers. The chemotherapy of the synthetic world does not work. We were able to show this in the study, and those people have all died. When I presented this study in Paris at the International World Conference on Oncology and Study of Cancer, I presented this paper years ago. And I'd shown, because the issue that everybody was talking about, we know we can get you better. There was improvement from the chemotherapy. But you keep coming back. Why? Because the synthetic chemotherapy does harm, does damages. And as I expressed this paper and went around, I saw the jaws of the people drop to the floor. We had our poster, we looked, we talked, nobody was interested
pursuing the natural, even though the natural was 5 times more powerful in its therapy and 100 times safer. No interest in the natural. It doesn't make money. Patience don't matter in this complex, because the quality of life and the patience does not matter to these people. They care about money. 100% money. It is a big problem. Now, I'm going to talk about freedom of choice, because we need the freedom of choice to choose this. We're not trying to say if somebody wants synthetic chemotherapy, go for it. We're only trying to occupy choice. It is our platform, not that we are better. We are a choice. It is their platform that they are superior, and yet the evidence shows that they are not. So they have to resort to trying to prohibit choice. Because given a choice, hearing this message, more and more people will choose. And from the statistics, more and more people will get results. More and more people will see natural as the answer. And this happens. I remember a time, the witch hunt days back in the 70s and the 80s, early 90s, where people were sought out and persecuted for believing in natural medicine, such as I, taken to court by the FDA. You can see the true story of this in the Sworn on the Altar movie. So, I've been giving you a whole bunch of ideas. I tried to make a nice little entertaining video. And right now there are people trying to figure out how they can attack, because they want to attack me. It's the whole idea. One of the reasons why I became Desiree, and you've seen Desiree in the videos, because I wanted to just let people know, judge teachings, not teachers. I've given you ideas, judge the ideas. Look into the truth of things. Do your investigation. Don't worry about the teacher. Look at the teaching. Get this message. It's kind of like the idea of if you have a very valuable vase, very valuable, let's say even something better. Let's pick a diamond necklace. It's a beautiful, wonderful diamond necklace. Most expensive necklace in the world. And it comes to you in a crate. And you want to get at this necklace, so you need a crowbar. So you get the crowbar and you open up the crate. And there's this beautiful necklace. And what do? You say, look at this great crowbar. Because this was the tool that allowed you to get this. This is the same thing as the beautiful material inside your heart. Who you are, the wonderful person that's you, the insights, the development, the treasure, the truest, greatest treasure, the wisdom, the freedom, the true treasure of who you are and what you are. That's that beautiful treasure. And sometimes you have a crowbar, sometimes you have a teacher who might help you, and he's like a crowbar. He helps you to open up the crate to find that treasure. And sometimes we throw away the treasure. We carry around the crowbar. Oh, it was Jibbly Jibbly book. It was this and this and that and that. Don't carry around the crowbar. You see, the intelligent people take out the beautiful treasure and they wear it. And these are the people we admire and we respect, because they go to parties and they have wisdom and they have experience and they have that power. Where other people go to parties, they carry around the crowbar and they got the crowbar around their neck and they got to talk about the book. They got to talk about the theory. They got to talk about the church, the institution. Missing the message, you see. That's just the way to get there. In some religions, they talk about how you get to enlightenment. It's like crossing the river, and you have a canoe. Once you get to enlightenment, you don't pick up the canoe and carry it. It just got you there. The same with the crowbar. The crowbar lets you do it. You don't have to be fascinated by the crowbar. You might recommend the crowbar to other friends. But where are the jewels? Touch and feel the jewels. And what I'm trying to give you during this tape, this monologue, trying to get you in touch with the jewel. Don't care about me as a crowbar. Think about what we're saying. Think about what type of medicine it is that you want done to your body, to your children. Do you want a 10-minute synthetic, I attack the symptoms, allopathic drug, synthetic derived therapy? Is that what you want?
Or do you want something holistic? Do you want something natural? Fight for the freedom of choice, because freedom is just another treasure that we need and we desire. And some people have it deprived. Some people have freedom taken away. And there are people taking away your freedoms in America today, taking away your treasure. And somebody might help you to recover and recant and rebuild that treasure. Don't carry them around like the crowbar. Find the treasure. Wear your treasures. Wear them. That's what makes you beautiful. When you go to parties and people sense that beauty, that freedom, that intelligence, that wisdom, that graciousness, the grace and beauty of life. That's the true treasure. Don't carry around the crowbar that got you there. Okay? So I want you to try to realize this and develop this. Because right now there are going to be people watching this videotape who are at the point of trying to find out, who is this guy? We got to find something on him, some dirt. We got to find out, what did he do? Did he pick his nose? Did he scratch his ass? What? He's something. Got plenty. It's irrelevant, Jack. The truth's out. People are going to start looking at the truth and not worrying about the people. The treasure is there. The treasure is freedom of choice in natural medicine. Because now we will see the death of synthetic allopathy. Is this the only case? Is it just Valerian? Is it just Vinca? Is it just the V's? No, we can go back through the entire alphabet. And we can see as we go through digitalis and serotonin and adrenaline and thyroid and the compounds that abound. We are worried about destroying the rainforest because perhaps there might be a plant. Listen to what the chemical company is going to say. They're going to say perhaps there might be a chemical. That chemical will not exist, but that plant might exist. And we might be destroying a plant that represents a healing of the nations. But yet the chemical companies, if they find that, because when they find a compound that works, all of the money is dropped into its synthetic form. And a host of rationalizations come up. With the neem, we talked about the neem tree and how the neem tree has 35 medicinal functions in India. And it grows in the dry climates of India. It's kind of like a weed almost. All different types of things that happen from the neem. And yet some of my friends in Britain said, well, we have to make synthetic neem because we can't grow neem here in England. And I said, well, you don't grow tea in England. You import it. You don't grow oranges, you import them. You can import the neem just as easily. The host of arguments, the argument of purity. There is no research that shows that we have to have the purity of medicine. We talk about purity of wine. Of course, we open up a bottle of wine, we get purity. We will find that natural engineering of a process such as wine or corn or any vegetable or any of these plants can take us to a quality level. We can even make clones of plants. We take one plant, make a clone, so we get exactly the same type of compounds out of each plant. This type of hybridization. The issue of purity has not been statistically or scientifically developed. We would say, yes, there has to be a purity level. But could that purity level come from engineering the plants, growing the plants under specific conditions? Could it be done as the grape people have done in making of the wine? Or does it have to be done in the laboratory? And the answer, easily this can be done by the farmer with farming technologies. So the issue of purity is an irrelevant one. The idea of purity came from, in America we had brown sugar at a time where people didn't want brown anything. They wanted white. It was a racial problem. So we used chemicals, like the mustard gas we used in World War II. We used chemicals to destroy the nutrients, take away the brown quality. There was brown bread. We didn't want brown bread. We wanted white bread. We wanted white things. The idea was not based in nutrition. The idea was based in some type of social, racial inequality.
this guided the process into this idea that white was pure and brown was not pure. This is where we started getting into an idea, and the chemical companies started finding that they were the ones who could offer this white quality, because only they had the chemicals that would take away the nutrients, the brown quality, stripping the basic nutrients from our sugars and our bread. Where then they had to be enriched. We tried to put back those ingredients because we called it enriched bread, the wonder bread, 12 ways helpful. How we're going to put those nutrients back, those nutrients we put back are synthetic nutrients. And when I went to medical school, on the first day of pharmaceutical class, my professor shared with us to use a synthetic anything is an insult to the human body. A synthetic anything is an insult to the human body. Because the body knows that it is synthetic. It is not the same. It is an insult. It is a replica. It's like going to a party and we have a mannequin sitting there. You try to hit on her and you find out it's a mannequin. It's similar, but it's not biological. It's not the same. It's man-made. You understand? The synthetics do not work. The synthetics do make money. Because we have developed a system where they are protected. They have different laws than the rest of society. We have developed a system where they are allowed to do research. So over the years, as I've gone through and looked at many different cases, I found so many ways to all basically support one idea. All of the work finding out and proving one thesis. Natural medicine has the answers. We can shift to a natural medicine environment as I have done, as I have completely treated all the patients I've treated over the last 20 years. With natural medicine, I teach doctors how to make the shift. How to shift away from the synthetics and into a natural medicine. How to be able to go away from the dependency of these dependent-making drugs, these synthetics, and how to shift to the natural. Because we don't want to insult the body. Nature has the answers. Nature has the safety and the efficacy. And that these things need to be researched. And I've made this proposition time and time again in 1,000 different ways. I hope that I've maybe been able to touch your heart, and touch your mind, and start a thought process to allow you to uncover more. To think, is the chemical company truly after your best interest, or is it truly after their best interest? Are they worried about what things are happening here? Because what we're going to find is that the FDA, inside the FDA, 75%, as was shown in the USA Today just recently, 75% of all drugs credentialed, when they investigate, they find that there is some type of payout, some type of exchange, a grant, a job. Something happens that gives people a payout for credentialing a drug. This is what's happening as items are being pushed into your environment, pushed into your children, without proper testing, without proper evaluation. Payouts happening for the synthetics. And a choice of natural medicine is a viable choice. It is a medical choice. The FDA is 100% controlled by the chemical companies. Everybody who works there has descended from the chemical companies, as a host of problems now ensue because of this. And we need to take a look at this in a much deeper fashion. I hope I've been able to touch your heart and your mind and to share it with you. Because now chemical companies can make money on you without ever making a drug. All they have to do is call you up and get you to buy shares and make a promise that the FDA is close to credentialing some drug, releasing some drug. And people will fork out money to boiler rooms, oftentimes to companies where the drugs don't even exist. Because this idea of the magic bullet, and people have made money. And yet, as we look at each and every case, because I have not had the time to go through each and every case, I welcome the opportunity. Because when I do, I would take apart each and every synthetic drug on the market today. And I will show you, nature has the answers. We don't want to throw out the baby at the bathwater. There's a time for all things under heaven, as the Bible tells us. There's a time for these synthetics. But it is not 99 times out of 1,000. The time for these synthetics is 1 time out of 1,000. 99 times out of 1,000, people need natural medicine, behavioral medicine, nutritional medicine, dietary advice, exercise advice, emotional advice, stress reduction, simple talking, networking. Placebos. These mechanisms work and work well. Medicine is not going to be the same. So we have a problem here. Who's going to judge about our medicine? Because we've had a group of scientists over the last 100 years who started out with the idea of trying to find medicines and trying to guide our healthcare system. In the beginning, their ideas was that chemistry could work, synthetic chemistry could work. It seemed like it could work. The evidence now undeniably shows that the synthetic chemicals do not, cannot, ever will work. With this in mind, who's going to make the judgment? Because right now, the people who are making the judgment for us are all mired in this idea. Money is the strongest drug. Money is the most powerful, the most addictive substance in the world. And it is money that is influencing these people's decisions. It is money that is telling them what to do. Just like the tobacco company people put their hand on the Bible and swore to God and would say anything to defend their money. Those are the same people playing golf with you in the afternoon, going to the soccer games with your children. Anybody would do this. They just do it. And I've been teaching natural medicine for over 20 years. And so many times I've been there with a medical doctor talking. And within a very, very short period of time, I'll totally embarrass him. I'll start to ask the one undenying question. Why do you need to make things synthetic? Why do we choose to have natural foods? We know our foods are better. Why do we want to make synthetic medicines? And they'll look at their shoes and they'll recognize the money. And they'll look at their watch and say, oh, time to go, because all of a sudden the argument is stopped. These arrogant, ignorant assholes. I say ignorant because they ignore homeopathy, ignore naturopathy, ignore chiropractic, ignore 5,000 years of acupuncture. Ignorant to the max. Ignorant people. People who now we are trusting our health care to. They are incapable of making decisions because they are locked into the money of it. It is the money that influences them. I've talked with a young student who has just got a grant to try to find a synthetic chemical to help malaria. Within a very short period of time, he totally agreed with me that only a natural item would have the complexity, would have the technology. But yet, his money and his life was all tied up in the synthetic, as he 100% knew, but he couldn't make that step because money dictated over the needs of the people, over the needs of the medicine, over the needs of the children, over the needs of our society. They are all guided, controlled, under the thumb of the synthetic chemical company cartel, which is trying to guide them in the process of making sure and only synthetics. Years ago, we were working on several diseases, natural medicines, and I wanted to apply for the Orphan Drug Act. I wanted to basically take advantage of the United States government was going to help fund research that was guided to help in a disease that maybe there wasn't enough people that had this disease. The disease was 1 person in 10,000 or 1 person in 20,000. So it wasn't enough money for the synthetic chemical companies to be interested in farming this type of medicine. That's for the Orphan Drug Act. But when I made the application for our natural entities, because we had found remedies that I believe offered therapy for leukemia. We had found some homeopathic remedies with great, phenomenal success. But question 4 on the Orphan Drug Act was, name the synthetic process used in making your product. When I said, no, it's not synthetic, we use natural, they said, no, I'm sorry. Their only interest was in the synthetic. Their interest was not in the human beings, not in the helping the people, not in the fact that maybe you had a possibility of results. The interest was in synthesis, patents, products, money, not in people.
we are trusting our decision process on this into the wrong people. Because 1% of 1% of 1% of the FDA is representing natural medicine. They have some token people that they've given a couple of grant bucks to inside the FDA. And yet, over 70% of the American people is aware of natural medicine. Over 60% of the American people are going to natural medicine people. Over 40% are dedicated to natural medicine people. And yet 1% of 1% of 1% of the FDA is with natural. We have a big problem here. We do not have equal representation. We do not have an equality system. We have a group of people controlled by the drug companies making their processes and the drug company money influencing every decision. We have put the trust of our decision process into people who are under the influence of money. Only by finding impartial judges are we ever going to be able to answer some of the basic questions. Is the natural the same as the synthetic? Undeniably not. Not even close. It's a replica, but we are not capable of magic and the mystery. Do we need purity? Basic question. How pure do we need to make an item? How pure do we need to make our wine? How pure do we need to make our corn? It's fine for our wine and our corn, but our medicines seem to have some other degree. Have we ever researched this as to what is the degree of purity? No. We've done no research on this. Several other questions we've not researched, not taken a look at. We need independent researchers, independent of the synthetic chemical company money cartel. I've traveled the world and lectured to doctors all over the world who want to know more and more about natural medicine. There's a growing awareness of all of the problems generated by modern medicine and allopathy. But I don't want to just criticize them without offering something new. Here I have the Nelsonian method of medicine. First, we want to reduce or remove the causes of the disease. We want to get people to understand their behaviors, get them to accept responsibility for their bodies, accept responsibilities for their health. I want them to realize that nutrition is a nutrient. I want them to realize that there are many nutrients and that nutrition is definitely part of their health care. Another nutrient is love, respect, intellectual stimulation. These are also nutrients. There's a whole host of different things that we have to look at in treating and reducing the causes of the different diseases. I often like to see this as finding the nail in the tire if we have a flat tire. But just finding the nail does not fix the tire. Now in step 2, we want to restore health to the damaged organs, just like we want to repair our flat tire. Now, most of modern medicine does nothing for restoring health to patients. But we want to develop a science of restoring health to the damaged organs through nutrition, acupuncture, chiropractic, glandulars, sarcodes, homeopathy. This is a very unique part of our medicine. Third, we want to unblock the blockages of flow. We want to recognize that blockages of circulation, breathing, oxygen transport, blockages of detox, because we are meant as human beings to take in nutrition and to excrete all the toxins that are in our body, to have a detox mechanism. We have blockages of mental flow of ideas, because we need to be able to take our ideas, our love, respect, our intellectual stimulation, and that needs to flow easily too, in and out. We need to respect the energy flow of the chi and recognize that acupuncture is a finely tuned system of medicine existing for thousands of years. That the energy flow of the prana is also important. The energy flow of the nerval stimulation, chiropractic. And there are entire forms of medicine that just deal with unleashing. There are entire forms of medicine that just deal with unleashing the different blockages, the chiropractic, the osteopathic, the acupuncturist. We want to be able to treat symptoms naturally. Number 4, we want to be able to get to the patient and understand that his symptoms are important. We want to release them. But we do not want to use synthetics. And I spell synthetics with an S-I-N. To use a synthetic anything is an insult to the body. So we want to treat their symptoms and treat them naturally. And I've done this for years and years, over 25 years of my life. Been able to use homeopathy, nutrition, glandulars, natural vaccinations, and a host of other natural compounds compatible with the human body. Because we care about the symptoms. They're not primary. They're part of our system of medicine. But we also want to do it all naturally, not synthetically. Number 5, we want to deal with the constitutionals, the metabolic typing. We want to adapt to the individual needs. We want to recognize the individuality of each and every patient. In homeopathy, we talk about the constitutionals. In nutrition, metabolic typing, blood typing, etc. And these are specific to different diets, nutrition, meditations, etc.
Hi, I'm Desiree Duvernay, and just wanted you to see a different character. I'm in my 52nd year of life. I've made 10 major motion pictures, written over 35 different books, participated in over 100 different medical studies. I have several patents to my name and all different other types of things. And now in Budapest, on most of the nights of the week, I have a part-time job as a Las Vegas showgirl. Just wanted to show you a little bit and why I'm here to do the summary for this tape that we're talking about. I just wanted to show you that intelligent people know to evaluate the message, where some people want to shoot the messenger. If you want to shoot the messenger, there's plenty of things to shoot. There are lots of things you can discredit. But are you, the people involved in the synthetic chemical companies, able to get by the messenger and deal with the message? Because this movie has a message. And now let's summarize what we've been talking about. Number 1, allopathy doesn't work. The philosophy of dealing with symptoms just cannot work. We've proven this time and time again. We need to have a more natural flow of medicine, a more holistic flow. Just dealing with symptoms will not be a way that we can ever develop a medicine. Synthetic drugs are always an insult to the body. Synthetic anything, synthetic vitamins are. The synthetics are basically some type of replica, and we do not have the technology or the skill to duplicate nature. We need to start looking at farming our medicines just like we farm our food. And this is a viable choice in medicine. Number 3, reductionistic statistics. Reductionistic statistical science fails in a fractal system. In a very complex system such as the human body, the statistics of reductionism fail. So we can no longer just do pre and post measures that just look at the effect. We measure the effect of the drug and then we observe side effects. No, we're going to have to measure all things. We're going to have to measure the effect and measure the side effects. If we would have done this, we could have found out and prevented a host of different types of diseases that have come from iatrogenic or from drug-related diseases. So we now need to start not just measuring the blood pressure pre and post, but measuring 100 different variables pre and post. So we start to see the earliest tendencies of a problem of a drug. The statistical science that is used to credential drugs today is severely, severely flawed. It's beyond the scope of this little interview to go into that in detail. Number 4, synthetic drug companies control government regulations, government bodies. They control the FDA. They control the Food and Drug Administration. They control the medical schools. They control the hospitals. They influence things because of the money. Number 5, the arrogant, ignorant, pseudo-intelligent, and synthetic chemical company cartel is money and greed-based. It is a profit-orientated system. It does not want to look at natural medicines in any way, shape, or form. It does not want to answer the basic questions that we need to address. It does not want to look at these things because it would challenge the basic foundations of which they are built. And the foundations of which they are built is profit and money, and not the well-being of our patients and our children and our society. Number 6, naturopathy, acupuncture, chiropractic, homeopathy, nutrition, on and on and on. Biofeedback, energetic medicine. These all work. They are viable, working systems of medicine. They not just have a place in medicine. They basically can offer a complete alternative to medicine. In fact, they will be the medicines of the future. as we now need to start to educate and work on behaviors and work on an entire philosophy and work on an entire new system of medicine. Allopathy fails in all ways. We need to have a new system. Number 7, the challenge to freedom. The people who challenge freedom of choice, the synthetic drug companies, don't want people to have freedom of choice. This is because they are afraid of losing money. But this is what we need to look at, is the fact that money is not everything. The health and well-being of our children. And freedom of choice. What we are trying to say is that we want freedom of choice to choose natural medicine, choose homeopathy, to choose these systems. We're not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's a time for allopathy, a time for surgery. But that's a small time in medicine. And literally, most of medicine should be done on a natural basis. Number 8, the logic and reason of this discussion. Just wanted to say that after several years of arguing with many different people and always winning the arguments with the synthetic drug company medical doctors, that these people are always forced into a short period of time of looking at their shoes and recognizing that what they're doing is not the best thing for the world and for their patients. They're not looking at how can they make new natural items better and engineer them in a natural mode, like we engineer wine and other different things. All the money is all spent on the synthetic. The synthetics don't work, and the allopathic philosophy doesn't work, and the whole system now needs to be reevaluated. And I please hope that you realize, don't shoot the messenger. Deal with the message.
Now let's talk about the basic construct of what we are as human beings. For a long time we talked about body, mind, spirit. The idea that there was a body, mind, spirit. This is a unique perspective that has been developed in the last couple hundred years. Now, when we look at the body, we understand that there are certain physiological, biological needs. Biological needs are not just limited to the body, however. But let's talk about the actual body needs. We have hunger, thirst, clothing, shelter. This leads us to an idea of territorialness as well. The mind, then. We're not trying to say that there's a differentiation, that the mind and spirit or the body can be separated. They're all entwined here. It really is much more of a gestalt, not really a separate thing. But we can talk about these in different, separate ways. Inside the mind, we have needs for respect, love, intellectual stimulation, sex. And sex is one that appears on the body, because we have sexual needs in the body. There's also sexual needs in the mind. And the actual sex act is mostly of the mind. It really is not so much of the body. Sex really takes place as the mind. In fact, everything really kind of does. Now in the spirit, if we get down to the spirit, we're going to see that there really is an idea of spirit. The idea of the prayer, oneness, a selflessness, reverence, the idea of a power greater than one. And probably the best way to really explain this is the idea of Christmas. The feeling that universally, atheist or whatever, but the feeling of a joyous time of the year that Christmas represents. That type of a feeling that happens on that special day, whether you're Christian or whatever. You might have other holidays that you have found that special feeling at, for whatever religion you might have or share. Or you might have found these days just for having a good day. But when you find that quality of spirit is very nice and very positive, very helpful. Couldn't we have a society where that is more than just one day a year? Couldn't we have a society where we could achieve something close to that every day? Is it possible? That's what this project is all about. In order to understand that, in order to achieve that, there are many different rules, and that's what this whole project is about. But right now, let's understand that there is a body, mind, and spirit, and they have different needs. Each of these needs produces biological states that drive the need for these things and make the body go out and try to find food, to find respect, to find love, to find intellectual stimulation. Also, altered states of consciousness. There's an innate drive for the human being to want to alter his state of consciousness. To have a beer, or maybe more, different types of drugs. That can lead into an addiction quality, as that any of the things that are on the board now can be addictive. They can make it so that a person has to have it and then gets into an addictive state. However, there are drugs that are even much more addictive because they will have biological effects of addiction as well as mental effects of addiction. Smoking can be a physical addiction, but also has a mental component to it as well. So all of this comes in together for us to be able to analyze. The human brain is built so that all different types of things are happening, but at certain times, a hormonal reaction can get so intense as to fill the brain. Thereby, a type of obsession comes out, or maybe somebody can't get out of an idea. The basic idea of how to build a monkey trap. We've talked about this many times. If you haven't heard about that, we take the little coconut and put a hole in the top. Monkey comes along, puts his hand into the coconut, grabs a piece of candy. While he's got a hold of the piece of candy, he can't get his hand out of the coconut. He's trapped. What really has him trapped is a state of greed. Now, greed can be seen as a biological, because of protection of territory, trying to make sure that you have clothing, survival, and food. But actually, greed is much more of the mind. Because now all the monkey has to do is let go of the candy, let go of the greed, and he'll escape, be able to leave. He can escape. Greed holds the monkey.
Down comes the hunters, and it's a wise monkey. The wise monkeys the hunters don't want to kill, but it's only a wise monkey that can let go. And that's as human beings what we also need, because we recognize anger comes. Somebody hits the back of your car, you're going to get angry. But the question is, how long does it take to let go? The two monks were walking down the field, and they're walking along. It's the rainy season, and there's this beautiful woman wearing a beautiful silk kimono, and she can't get across the road because it's too muddy. What to do? The one monk picks her up and carries her across the road, sets her down. They continue to walk. It's miles later, and the other monk says, I got to say something. He says, we're not allowed to think about beautiful women, let alone touch them. How did you do that? How could you touch that woman? And the other monk said, I set her back down miles ago. You're still carrying her? In other words, he had still been obsessed by the thought. Sometimes this obsession can be good, can be purposeful, helpful. Sometimes that obsession can be negative. The whole practice of psychology is finding ways to help people get out of their little mental traps. That is the best perspective of psychology that I have found. That's how I've tried to build my practice as a psychologist, is to recognize that when you reward a behavior, you get more of it. So to reward depression, to reward anxiety, you are so depressed. Oh my God. That's rewarding. Tell me about your anxiety. That's rewarding. Where actually we can help extinct those behaviors by ignoring them and getting into positive behaviors. That's one of the types of practice. Now let's get back to our idea here of the body and the mind and the spirit. As human beings, we are also social. It is wrong for us to think that it's just body, mind, and spirit. In fact, that was one of the big mistakes of the 60s. Everybody thought my body, my mind, my spirit. And that lended to an idea of conceit. Just me. That helped to build a kind of a problem in that culture. Because it was just my perspective. Go to California and everybody wants to talk about themselves. And after they've talked about themselves, then they say, well, that's enough about me. What do you think of me? That type of perspective, because just body, mind, and spirit. But we are social. Because as God found it, and as I believe, and He laid out the ideas of the Bible, to love thy neighbor as thyself. Very, very important. We are social beings. The worst thing we can do to a human being is not really deprive them of food, etc. The worst thing we do is solitary confinement. Or we deprive them of social contact. Because in social contact, we find that we need networking. Let's add networking underneath the social. We need to talk. People who have networks live longer. And people who marry live longer because they have a built-in network. Meaningful others. To take away the right of marriage is a disturbing thing to take away from anybody. That is a real problem in our society. To think that we're going to take away a possibility of pursuit of happiness. And that's what marriage seems to offer us. And not only a pursuit of happiness, but also an extension of life. Through happiness and through talking, through sharing, networking, caring. These social needs are very, very important because we are social animals and we live and work. And anything that anybody has ever been proud of is always a team effort. It's always a team that gets together to do these things. Very important. The computer, the car, the house. There's very, very few things that are just done by one person. It's a team. And even though I'm making all this movie myself, etc., I want you to understand you're part of the team because you're watching it. There's a connection. There's a connection of people. And that's when we're really together and we're really alive. When we connect. Because we are social beings as well. As soon as we say this, we now take a different perspective of community. Let's add community under social. We take a look at this of the sharing and caring. We now have to have social laws to allow us to understand and to set down bits of ideas of sharing and caring. We talk about equality. We talk about freedom. Words that mean a lot, words that inspire, words that fill us with uplifting emotions. Happiness, family, come out of that social network. Freedom, liberty, justice, fraternity, brotherhood. Such positive emotions. Negative things that counteract that are anger, hatred, prejudice. And the prejudice of the world is maintained through keeping an unequal economic strata. Something that we talk about over and over again in these tapes, but I wanted to at least mention it because this might be the only tape you ever get a chance to see. It's the inequality of our education. Because up here in our mental area, we're going to see intellectual stimulation. We know that if we take away intellectual stimulation from certain rats, they don't develop as well and they're not as healthy. Intellectual stimulation is a need. This is something we need. This is something we want. This is something we have to have. Now, when we have a society that is built on unequal education, because of economic concerns, because one school over here 5 miles away has a poorer set of houses than the other school, these children get a different education. That is what we call an apartheid, a separation, a prejudice. A true expression of prejudice. Now we have defined the problem, as we will 100 times in this concept. We're going to complete our ideas of who and what we are, because we're not just body, mind, and spirit and social. We are also environmental. We are locked into the perspective of this planet. We are children of this planet that have been born into this planet, raised in its gravitational field, its electromagnetic field, its social field, its air, because we all share air. Now, it was in the concept of the American Indian that planet Earth was part of his religion, part of his cosmology, part of his belief in all. And the reverence of Mother Earth was a deep, deep part of what he believed in. He thereby had a hard time when the Trinity came and the church came. They said Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. And they had this idea of a Trinity, and they had this idea of a God and a Spirit. And they could accept that, but they said, where's Mother Earth in your religion? It didn't exist in their religion. Because it didn't exist in their religion, perhaps that's why they felt they could destroy Mother Earth. They could ravage Mother Earth. They could pillage Mother Earth. It wasn't part of their perspective. We now must recognize that as human beings, we reap what we sow. What we sow, we reap. And if we're going to pollute this planet and corrupt this planet, it's going to be a problem. We are body, mind, spirit, social, and environmental. These are the ways we must understand ourselves. We have to give back and forth of this planet, because all of biology is giving forth a flow of inside nutrition, outside excess, outside excretion. And the excretions that we have as an animal are also then the food for plants. As we exhale carbon dioxide, and plants need carbon dioxide to make oxygen. The life cycle of the entire world that allows us all to live. Not just our individual biology, not just our social community network, but our respect and honor and share to the environment. And this is what the human beings are. Because as we get back to our picture here, the body, the Bible tells us, the body is the temple of God, and he who defiles that temple, him shall God destroy. Not to him will God slap the wrist, to him will God destroy. The body is the temple. In the areas of the mind, as a man thinketh in the heart, so is he. And as you think in your heart, you are. Because it is as you think that will be the filter of all your thoughts. Two men were walking there and looked up at a beautiful bird, and one said, what an incredible bird, and had a moment of rapture and harmony and touch of the process and the beauty. And the other man said, is the bird going to shit on me? And how my father now is sick, and I've always seen that my father has lived his life in bitterness, that every day more bitter than the next. Not that the world is bitter, but in his heart that bitterness has made his world bitter. And all around us we've always tried to touch him and help him. And maybe one day we will, because we will not stop trying. Because this is As you are, as a man thinketh in his heart, he is. Well, that's absolutely true, because as you are, as you think you are, etc., will determine the world that around you. Because all of the world around you, all of your perceptions will be cast through that filter of who you are and as you think. So as a man thinketh in his heart, he is. Next, spiritual. Because now here we say, God says, have no other God before me. Honor the Lord thy God Almighty. You might want to take out the word God and put in a different word. Somebody told me that God's an inappropriate word. It's really a reverence. It's a feeling of spirit. It's that quality of spirituality. Spirituality can also be thought of as family and social, but it's beyond that. There's a reverence, a connection to the all. Recognition that there's a power of spirit. And there is a definite power of spirit that everyone touches. And they always said that there's no atheist in foxholes. Because even then, at certain times, everybody can be touched. That's what I believe. Maybe you believe that as well. And if you don't, you will. Next, social. Love thy brother as thyself. Social. The golden rule. Do not do unto others what you do not want done unto you. A simple rule. It doesn't say do unto others what you want done to you. That's a nice rule, but I don't really like chocolate ice cream. And if somebody wants to, because they like chocolate ice cream, wants to give me chocolate ice cream, I don't like chocolate ice cream. I like vanilla ice cream. Do not do unto others what you do not want done unto you. Don't hurt people. Basic ideas. Medicine was built around the idea of first don't hurt. An idea that modern medicine gave up, and an idea that modern medicine must return to. First don't hurt. Don't hurt others. The golden rule. Do not do unto other people what you do not want done unto you. The basic idea. Environmental, as we reap, we will sow. Because what we plant into this world, if we're going to put into this world genetically modified foods, what will we get out? If we're going to let greed drive us. Because now let's return to our picture here. We're going to see, as we look at this body, mind, spirit, social, environmental, that territorialism extends to almost all of this because people want to protect their environment, their social network. Out of this comes a geographical nature that it is a biological event where people want to protect their country, their brethren, their, quote, brothers. It's very difficult for people to recognize that all people are the brothers because very, very few people live in the world today. Most people live in their little countries, their little houses, their communities, etc. They don't live in the world. They might travel the world, but they don't really live in it. Very, very few people actually are of the world. Most people are of their little areas. And they try to take their little areas with them and construct little things and make sure that they're always safe and secure in their own little perspective. Not really joining into another culture or really experiencing it. Kind of sitting back and observing it and laughing at it. That's what most people do. In this perspective of territorialism that grows out of this, then comes in greed. As we're talking about perception of this movie here, this little perception movie, we must understand that motivation affects your perception. And if your motivation is that you're hungry, your perception will be tuned to this. If your motivation is that you're lonely, you're going to be tuned into places where you might, observations where there might be people and you might have a chance. You might want to go to libraries, social clubs, nightclubs, for contact. If you're hungry, you're going to be looking at advertisements for food and restaurants. If something's wrong with your car and you're driving along, you're going to be looking for a mechanic. Motivation will determine your perception. And if your motivation becomes money, greed, that will affect your perception. People who have always spent a large part of their life honoring me as a wise man, but after they owe me money, all of a sudden I'm not so wise. It happens to me all the time. Somebody will As soon as they owe me $1 million, then, oh, I'm not such a good person after all. Whereas before that, I'm a wonderful person. I'm fantastic. But as soon as they owe me money, oh, yeah, I don't know. Was he all that good? Because greed affects perception. It's an undeniable truth, something we must recognize as true. So when we saw the tobacco executives hand on the Bible, saying that tobacco had no effect on cancer, and that's what their belief, and it was not addictive. And absolutely we found out that they were lying, because we knew that. Part of them was probably convinced that they were telling the truth, because that's how strong money can switch perception. Money can make it switch perception. And if we look into the books of Machiavelli, we're going to see a complete, really, it might seem as a depressing look, but it is a true look. And it is something we're going to have to deal with. And that's what we're here talking about in this tape today. So now, as we get into the ideas of perception, we've established that we cannot perceive the true nature of the world. We can only perceive a certain level of it. What does it take for perception? In our science, we've talked about what it took for living, to be able to metabolize and to reproduce. But perception is something different. What does it take for perception? Perception seems to be a pattern recognition. Pattern recognition means some type of bonding. Talk about consciousness. To be able to perceive and have that type of consciousness. This is irrelevant of metabolism and reproduction. That's a biological event. Could it be that there are conscious beings, not biological beings, but conscious beings, let's say, in the moon, in the sun? If it's at 0 degrees Kelvin and there's absolutely no movement, if everything is, boom, static, totally non-movement, and if there's no electromagnetic radiation, it would be hard to conceive of a perception ability there. But as long as there is some type of energy, could it be that organizational states will happen that could produce consciousness? The spirit world, etc. Interesting. We'll talk about that later. But what we've basically been able to show in our discussion here is that we cannot really understand the quality of the world. We have a perspective. Our senses are giving us information that is variant and not perfect. We do the best we can. We filter this through a social construct and a reflection of what's inside of us as we see things in our different, and we look at other cultures and how we see things. And something that we have bonded to in one little culture might not like something that's in another culture. Thereby we have to have prejudicial ideas of this and that, because that's part of what we are growing up. Our ideals of all of the people around the world, when we come up with the ideals of who we are going to revere, it's always the open-minded person who is able to, more relaxed-wise, not give into those prejudicial states. Those are what we actually see as our guidelines, our goals, our role models, as it will. Is we really want more of those people. We talk about the qualities of the positive energy, the freedom, and etc. But the ideas of killing and prejudice, etc., those are negative words in all cultures. But this is something we need to do more of, because right now we are in a dark ages of development. Now, if we look into the ideas of bonding, the ideas of different types of bonding, we've looked at this type of thing. We've shown different perspectives. Now let's go back to the is that a skull? Is that a woman looking in a mirror? Is that an Indian? Is that an Eskimo? Look at these things. What's the name of this person? Well, very easily, that's Jesus. So you can see these different perspectives as we have bonding. Now let's look at some clouds, simple clouds in the sky. And you recognize how certain people can look up and see, oh, I see a doggy. Cool. The other person says, no, I see two men at a table. In psychology, there's kind of a projective test we do this. We talk about the Rorschach test. Take an ink blot. Boom. Let's show an ink blot now. Somebody might say, I see a moth. Somebody else might say, I see two dancing bears. I see somebody fighting with his mother. What we're going to find is that the words that come out of what they perceive, their perception is taken through a filter inside them. And then that filter enhances and changes their perception. Motivation affects perception. All the other factors of who and what you are affect your perception. Thereby, that's how these projective psychological tests work. Because they are based on a truism. All perception is based and given through us. So by looking at our perceptions, we can see who the person is in more detail. And oftentimes we can find little problems of social constructs, etc. That's the skill of projective quality. Something I've been trained in. I've done thousands of house tree persons. As people draw a house, draw a tree, draw a person, and their drawings will tell me different bits about their personality. Different things that come out. But what in our society here, if we have the clouds, and what if we have a society where a social construct has been given? Synthetic drugs are good. This is a social construct developed in the 1920s, and somebody had looked up in the clouds and said, you know what, I can make insulin out of petrochemicals. The development of synthetic drugs started. People started making a lot of money from this. Awful lot of money from this. Money started interfering with their perception, so then they started teaching this as if it was reality. And now at this point in time, the absolute, undeniably irrevocable truth is the synthetic drug era didn't really work. Natural medicine has the answers. It's much more complicated than just where to put that calcium. It's also into the quantum states of that calcium and whether it's organic or not. And our society has now chosen to reject the synthetic foods, the synthetic wine, the synthetic cheeses. We reject these things. And our society is about to reject the synthetic medicines. Because somebody else looked up there and said, you know what, I don't see that picture. So the social picture was that the chemical company said, I see a doggy in that cloud. They looked into their perspective of the synthetic drugs and building it, and they saw a doggy. That was not hard and fast. That was their perception. They bonded to that perception very heavy. They started using this stuff, but then somebody else, a group of other people, including myself and an awful lot of other people, came up with, you know what? That's not a doggy. I see a horsey. I see natural medicine. Just another perspective. According to the rules, there really should be an equal ability, because synthetic drugs, haven't been proven. The whole idea of the statistical analysis, we tear that apart, different parts of this movie. Don't need to do that now. You can go to that and look at it. But there was two different perceptions. And the person seeing the horsey, if you see a doggy, that's fine. I see a horsey. But the person who saw the doggy said, no, you must see a doggy. You have to see a doggy. Here we got a problem. Thomas Jefferson wrote on the top of his memorial, I've sworn on the altar of God to oppose any tyranny over the minds of men. Because there are people who want to tyrannize the minds of men. They want everybody to see that doggy. They want them to see that synthetic drugs. And the real truth is, somebody else might say, you know what, I don't want those synthetic drugs. I see natural medicine. Maybe somebody sees osteopathy, acupuncture. Maybe they see something a little different. They have the ability to go out and check it and do it and develop a culture and try to do it safely within the rules. But somebody else said, no, everybody must see a doggy. The idea of equal economic education. See, the minorities of the world, especially like the black culture. I'm going to speak to the black cultures of America. The black cultures have been told, take what we give you. You have your little bit of real estate tax. And that's it. And over here we have our real estate tax. And that whole insult to the word equality perpetuates the prejudice. And the rich people have seen their little doggy. Blacks, shut up, take what we give you. Take the education based on your own real estate. Ha, ha, ha! Hey, fucked you hard. Now you might look up, having watched this tape, and might see it different. You might look up and say, you know what? I see a black guy hanging a white guy from a tree. Did I go too far? Maybe. Can I go far enough? Can I let you understand that anything less than equality is prejudice? If the state of California has one student getting a different amount than another, that's called prejudice. Equal economic education, anything less is just prejudice. I've given you a new idea here. Can you bond? Can you understand the word of equality versus the word of prejudice? The emotions that anger and prejudice give you. Hatred. That can be taken away because we knew it. We built a society built on equality, freedom. That's what we built. But that's not how it came down. New idea. Maybe you look up and you might see that doggy. Maybe you might look up and see a different one perspective. That's the idea of what social construct have. There's another thing, because right now, throughout the entire world, 99.9% of the population sees a world, a universe of prayer, spirit, religion. What we're going to call a non-local universe. The ideas of the mind, the ideas of being able to pray for somebody, the idea of God, the idea of a power. Being able to affect things. They read the religious books, the Bible and whatever, and they see this and they believe it. And the human race has built on this. And now science has come along through Bell's theorem and a lot of other things, as we talked about in the discussion of local versus non-local universe. Because a type of science has come along and said, yes, there is a quality of spirit. There is absolutely undeniable, provable, yes, here it is. Boom. There's a non-local universe. One mind can affect another mind. These things happen. Everybody tells stories throughout the entire back door of time. 99.9% of the people look up and see a world of spirit and power. And yet that 0.1% sees a scientific reduced side, a side where there is no spirit, no God, no religion. And we have given that tiny 1% the power of affecting our medicines, affecting our lives, affecting our whether we go to war or not. We've given these people power, and they laugh at us. They laugh at us in our ability to see God and to see religion. These scientists that we have given the control of this planet to, they laugh at us because they see a different doggy. I'm not trying to say whether it's a doggy or a horsey, whatever. But we have the ability to see this. And we should not be giving up our power to people who have no idea or perception of spirit. We should not be giving our power to these people. We should try to hold on to that power of science. So here, as we've gone through, we've looked at the ideas of bonding. And our society has tried to force everybody to try to bond to these ideas of unequal economic education. The ideas that synthetic drugs are the only way to do medicine. The ideas that God doesn't really exist. You might have a different bonding. You might have chosen a different way to see the world in your perspective. And now you've been given some ideas and given some different perceptions. Because now you've been changed. You're different. If you see this thing, you know it's Jesus. If you see this pattern, you know there's an Eskimo and an Indian. If you see this, you know it's an Eskimo and an Indian. You've been changed. You're different now. You also know that equality and equal economic education is going to help solve the problems of this world. You know that everybody in medicine has the right to choose natural or synthetic, and you know that now. You're bonded to that. And you also know that there is a spirit, and you have at least the choice to choose. And there's no way that 1% of the population should be taking away that right from you. And they should not be controlling all your decisions. So here in this idea of perception, I've tried to explore lots of different ways of looking at perception and bonding and consciousness. We should never let greed be so excessive that it risks destruction of the environment, because that would mean the destruction of the body, the mind, the spirit. Greed has gotten to a point now of extreme development. I was watching the movie Dr. No the other day in 1960s. Sean Connery he was a skinny little guy. Very interesting. And Dr. No was asking for $1 million. And today it's funny because it would cost $1 million to build his fish tank. What we've seen now is we've seen a dramatic development in our culture where there is a dramatic building drift. The rich are getting richer and richer, richer, excessively, incredibly, undeniably, fantastically rich. There was just a couple of billionaires years ago. Now, in my life, I've seen this development. Whereas it was millionaires back in the time of James Bond's Dr. No. We talked about millionaires. Now there's billionaires, and then coming on the possibility of some trillionaires. It's incredible. And yet there are more and more poor people every year. We don't need to give these people money. That's not the answer. We don't want to give them fish. We want to teach them how to fish. We want to develop an education. And it should be an obligation of the incredibly, incredibly, incredibly disturbingly rich people to give more money to the education of the poor. That's basically what these people need, equal economic education, because then that would produce the harmony to bring us to that 1,000 years of peace and tranquility. That would bring us to stabilizing real estate values and a respect of the planet. We must build the respect of the environment into all of our world religions and all of our world dogma. We must recognize that all of this must go forward in order to get to that place, to reduce our prejudices. And we all need to start recognizing we are people of the world. We share air, we share a planet, we share a brotherhood. We are body, mind, spirit. We are all social. And when our socialness of the brain extends to include all the people of the planet, and when our respect for the planet grows and develops, this will stabilize the body, mind, and the spirit of all of us through the social environmental network. And we will get to that 1,000 years of peace and harmony. If we don't pull the trigger, if we don't let synthetic chemicals destroy this world, the possibilities of genetically modified foods, the possibilities of what the chemical companies could really do, the potential harm by judgmentalness, and the possibility of destroying this entire world. We must do something. That's what this is all about.
Just wanted to step aside and talk about memory function a little bit. You see, memory is stored in an imprecise fashion, meaning that not really like a computer. We have the idea that we store our memories in some type of computer fashion, that they can be retrieved like a videotape, etc. This is not the case. If you think about the last time you went ice skating, if you think about the last time you were skiing or something, and think about it in your mind, many people will remember it as if they see themselves on television. They will see themselves on television, and that's called octoscopic imagery. 60-80% of the population, depending on where you are, will be able to do this. You didn't actually experience the skiing that way. You experienced it from inside, not really watching yourself. But yet you store many memories in a different fashion. Now, the best analogy for this, the best way to really explain this, is that of when I did marital counseling as a licensed psychologist in America. People would come to me for marital counseling. And the husband would say, I remember last Friday night, and he would tell the entire story. I came in and I was so nice, and I asked, where's dinner? And the wife would tell this, I remember Friday night you came in, slammed your fist on the table and yelled and screamed. And real quickly, we're going to find that those two people will have experienced exactly the same event. Not only do they experience it in different ways, but they actually stored the memory in a different fashion. And now they retrieve the memory in a different fashion, because when you retrieve memory, it's just as well. You are clouding your retrieval of memory, your perception of memory, clouding it through your personality, your emotions. So emotionality takes a big place in this. We have the Michael Jackson case going on now, where, the young boy said that Michael Jackson handled his sex organ. And yet he says it almost felt like a dream. So now it's up to the jury to decide, and of course the jury hasn't been out yet. So it's close. But the jury has to decide, what is the truth? Is his dream quality meaning something? Just what is that? Did it actually happen? Is it a memory? Is that memory enhanced by money? The idea of the fact he's going to get big money out of this. That's the other part of that case. Because we have to understand that when I talked to some of those tobacco people who had their hand on the Bible, they absolutely firmly believed what they were saying, even though it was completely obvious it was a lie. They were not intentionally lying. Something had happened inside to actually make them believe that. So when we get down to here in our ideas of perception, we're going to understand that our ways of storing memory really do not take place in a computerized fashion. Our perception of the universe and how we see the little electrons and protons, we're completely blinded from that. We're completely blinded from the actions of what's happening outside the cosmos, even events that happen in our own solar system. We are perceptually linked to a very small band of perceptual things that we are capable of seeing and feeling and touching and then reading. And as ideas pass through our society, we must realize that these things have an awful lot of social network, behavioral concepts, because certain things are rewarded, and behaviors that are rewarded we get more of, we start to see. If you're growing up and you're rewarded for being a bigot or for being prejudiced, if you're rewarded for that, your behavior in that area will increase. And these are the things that really happen that kind of shape who and what we are. But now we are faced with a big problem in the world. We are faced with a changing environment, a destructive environment. We're faced with the possibility of losing a planet because of what greed has done. We're faced with a big problem here. So we need to do something about that. But here in our analysis of perception, we must realize that it's more than just not trusting the eyes and the ears. There's a whole bunch of other things that we need to mistrust. And we need to really get back to an honest perception. Hello, I'm Bill Nelson. And I made this movie for several reasons. I wanted to capture the last 25 years of my life. I wanted to be able to explain to you, the audience, many different things. I want to be able to explore the conflict that has been developing between traditional medicine and natural medicine. I want to be able to really express the continuing problem that's developing, because my research has been able to find that there is a very significant flaw in the traditional medicine system. If we could suppose for a minute that just for a minute, just to offer a type of idea that perhaps the synthetic medicines that we're using today, that there was something flawed in the synthetic process. If we entertain that as a prospect, if we think about that just for a minute, could it possibly be, or let's say what if there was a flaw in the synthetic process, and that when we made a synthetic chemical, that there was a difficulty with it. It did not work like the actual natural compound. And what I'm here to tell you is, this is not a what if. This is an undeniable truth. I want to be able to explore with you just some of the basic ideas in this 2-hour format. I didn't want to involve anybody else in making this project. So I used just myself to manufacture this entire tape, a one-man show. I want you to think of it as kind of a Broadway one-man show. And I'm going to be taking you through a wide variety of different ideas and concepts of medicine. And I want to explore this with you. I want to be able to talk very candidly, very openly. I know this is a one-directional, and perhaps you'll have some day that you'll be able to get back and talk to me, and maybe we could share and banter some ideas. But in the meantime, let me just explore this conflict that has developed in our medicine system around this planet, this traditional medicine, and what has happened as we take a look at this.
All of the world has predicted that we will go into 1,000 years of peace and harmony. How can we get to that 1,000 years? How can we end the wars, end the prejudice, end the terrorism? How can we get to 1,000 years of peace and harmony? First, we must define the problem. Then we must set out on a solution. The guide in this will be the Maitreya. This project is designed to lead us to 1,000 years of peace and harmony. Welcome to the Millennia Project. Ah, life. Oh, she's back in action now. She's gorgeous and healthy because she's taking Get Me a Drink of It. You too could be gorgeous and healthy. Your doctor can get you Get Me a Drink of It as well. Get Me a Drink of It by the manufacturers Relax Your Arsenal. Side effects include uncontrolled urinary release, excess flatulence, really bad excess flatulence. Side effects also include depression, itching, uncontrolled itching, really bad itching, vaginal itching, really bad vaginal itching, anal itching with vaginal itching, increased appetite. Side effects include itching of the scalp, crawling sensations over the scalp. But if you take Get Me a Drink of It, then you will find life is better. Side effects include loss of vision, cross-eyed, myophobia, tardive dyskinesia, the inability to control one's tongue, ringing in the ears, itching in the ears. But you can be gorgeous and healthy because you can take Give Me a Drink of It. See your doctor soon.
Oh, yes, she's alive. She's back. She's back on vacation. Traveling again. She's active and alive because she's taking Relaxuracinol. Oh, yes, Relaxuracinol can make you alive and active and beautiful. Talk to your doctor about getting Relaxuracinol. Yes, she's alive, she's beautiful. But side effects include excess flatulence. Really bad excess flatulence. Nasal drip. Backaches. Tremors. Facial tremors. Facial twitch. Uncontrolled tongue reactions. Tardive dyskinesia. Loose teeth. Bleeding gums. Small fuzzy sensations. Trying to escape from the stomach. Crawling sensations in the ear. Loss of control of the muscles. Vaginal itch. Really bad itching. Side effects can also include the uncontrolled eczema. But she's alive. She's active. Because she takes Relaxuracinol. With prescription only, you can get Relaxuracinol. So I have a message for the chemical companies and this whole idea of the different drugs that they've made. Before I express that message, I thought about how to put it in such a way. I'd like to put a sugar coating on that message and really kind of tone down and use tact and basically human communication skills to really earnestly make an appeal. And rather than say what's fully on my heart, I just wanted to say something very tactful, and I wanted to sugarcoat the message. And what I wanted to say is, you fucked up bad. You fucked up real bad. So bad. How bad? You fucked up so bad. You fucked up too bad. You fucked up how bad? Well, let me tell you how bad. You fucked up really bad. Instead of taking natural medicine, the compounds that you know worked, you bastardized the whole idea. You made synthetics. You knew that the synthetics didn't work. You took the damn data from the natural and submitted it. You weaseled and did everything you could against the idea of healing and for the idea of profit. You fucked up bad, really bad, incredibly bad. You fucked up this goddamn planet. You put us all in jeopardy. You've made synthetic chemicals that we don't even have any idea what they're going to do in the future. You fucked up really bad.